Yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream, man. How are we doing today? Welcome. You can guess, Restream broke again. I do genuinely need to find another software or just start using the YouTube pop-out chat and say, big on with Twitch. Because really, it doesn't really matter. Like, we only use Twitch to download VOD, so sorry to the handful of people who maybe watch over there, but you know, you just have to get cooked, get fucked. Get cooked, get fucked, you know what I mean? Because yeah, I've even looked into it because I was like, oh, let me see if I can try something, right? Because some workarounds you could do by resetting your YouTube stream key. Because what happens is I set up the event right on YouTube, I then link Restream chat to it, and then like it'll say it's not connected. But then when I click on the link, like because in Restream it gives you a little pop up to show you the chats. And you can like click from there and it'll take you to the stream. But what it does with YouTube, it takes you to the last stream. So like it's still connected to the API on the old stream. But it either does that or it just connects to nothing. So it might connect. It does this thing where it just kicks in after a while. But yeah, we might just start using YouTube URL and slam that into the stream, man, and say apologies to people over on Twitch. Come to YouTube if you want to interact with the community, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's just like now, you know, like I say, I do the same thing every single day, and then sometimes it's just like, no, you know, so you're gonna work today? It's like fucking Captain America. It's like, no, I don't think I will. It's okay, all right, nice one, sweet. I only jump over to Twitch if my connection gets a bit unstable because for some reason YT keeps buffering while Twitch keeps streaming in low quality. Well, it's probably because I'm on 1440p. Apparently, there's an issue with YouTube at the moment. It's something to do with, you know, your like and dislikes, your shares and your save buttons underneath the player. Apparently, there's like a memory leak issue or something with that, where they keep trying to auto-connect or something, and it's causing like 7 gig plus of RAM usage just for one YouTube window at the moment. So you might be getting issues with YouTube in general where it's just stuttering, freezing, dropping behind. This is probably why a lot of people are having streams fall behind as well, because YouTube's got a bit of a bug at the moment. It's got a little bit of a bug, so hopefully they get that sorted soon. Because I've added all this new stuff to the player, haven't they, YouTube, and you know, as usual, shit gets broke. Yeah, Twitch has got better. I can have less delay on YouTube. I can get my delay on YouTube to be about the same as Twitch's, but I can only stream at 1080p. Which we could try one of the days. We could do it for fun, see, you know, because I just like streaming at 1440p. So if people want to max out the quality, they can. But we could try some 1080p streams and go ultra low latency. Because like YouTube's got 3 options. You've got normal latency, low latency, and ultra low latency. And ultra low latency though at the moment doesn't work with 1440p. You can only go 1080p or below. So we could try that one of the days to get a little bit more of a speedy response. Like I wish YouTube would just incorporate a video download system like Twitch's. Like, you can download the VODs, right? But, like, Twitch has got a really nice system where you could just go into the video producer part and you could just bring up the stream and you could just cut sections of the stream out and download it. So it saves you having to, you know, say you stream for 7 hours and you literally only want 15 minutes for a react video or a moment from the stream, a boss fight or whatever it was. And you're like, with YouTube, you have to download the entire stream or fucking, I don't know, attempt to clip it or re-record the video or something like that. Unless there's probably some extensions that maybe allow you to do that, maybe. But I don't know what it is as well. Even though the YouTube stream tends to be a higher quality because I stream at 1440p compared to 936p. When you download them, I swear the Twitch video VOD just looks better quality as well. You know what I mean? So it's just like one of those. It's like, I really don't want to use Twitch, to be fair. But if I want that little bit better quality of videos downloaded and ease of use, it's just good for that. But yeah, again, as I say, we'll let's switch over to the YouTube pop-out chat. We'll just have to use that because it doesn't look like Restream's going to work again today. It's the most finicky thing ever. Like, I do exactly the same thing every day, and it's getting to the point now where it's like 50-50. Before it was like 90% chance, right? The 10%, 10 out of 100 streams, you might have an issue connecting the chat and disconnect the channel, reconnect it, it'd work. Now it's like 50-50, and it doesn't matter how many times you reconnect. It's having none of it. It's actually having none of it. So I think we'll go back to the old-fashioned way, man, and just fucking connect the fucking chat through a URL and use the CSS code. Let's get rid of that there. Don't get me wrong, the Restream chat looks better, but hey, is what it is, right? Is what it is. Is what it is. But anyway, let me get chat up, see what you guys are saying properly. Need to get rid of that because that won't work. Let's pop out the YouTube chat, see what you guys are saying. Yo, Ken, what's going on? Canis, welcome to the stream. Ends Flicks, welcome. Not Momo, welcome to the stream. BS Commissions as well, welcome to the stream. I just say hello, Flicks. Well, hello again, Flicks. Welcome to the stream. Baku, welcome to the stream. Gonna join the gang for this one. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, we got no stages, so I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit of disappointment, but we're pre-prepping for Babel here. So the plan this week, guys, is 11:30 a.m. We will be live on Twitch, okay? We will be live, live on stream, sorry. We'll be live on Twitch as well. But we will be live at 11:30 a.m. for the Babel stream. We'll be finally starting it. So today is kind of like the pre-drinks, right? The pre-drinks, really. We're going out for drinks. This is the pre-drinks. Tomorrow, we're going to continue on Limbus Company. We're going to continue Limbus Company tomorrow, and then I think we're going to play either some Enfield or NT after the fact. And then Wednesday, I think we might do some more Limbus, depending on how much progression we make tomorrow on Limbus. We'll continue Limbus as well, because we're part way through Canto 3 now. So I'm thinking if we get a good stream out tomorrow, we can probably get Canto 3 done, can't we? Unless we, like, get stuck on any roadblocks. I know it's a bit longer, but I think we should be able to do it in one stream. I think people are saying the Canto start to get longer at, like, 4 and 5, yeah. So, yeah, we should be good to crack on then. And then I think Thursday, I'm planning to probably just stream Enfield. So I've got to catch up, man. I'm so far behind. Yeah, you're almost at the end of Canto 3. Okay, then. So maybe we'll get a good chunk of Canto 4 as well, then, maybe. Canto 4 is probably the longest. Right, okay. Okay. Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. It should be a good week of streaming. Guys, as well, I uploaded a video earlier. If you want to check it out, go show it some love. Go drop it a like, drop a comment for the algo. Do your boy a favour. Get it out there. And I'll have another video going up a little bit later. We've got the Warframe 1999 React. We need to do the second part of the playlist that Ken sent us, and then we've got that video. It's up. It's in the drafts. I've just got to sort out the thumbnail and get that all edited, the description and everything, and that'll probably go up at some point this week. I don't want to spam too many Warframe or music React videos close together, so we'll probably get the 1999 one up later after I finish streaming, and then we'll maybe try and find a video to throw in for tomorrow. I need to have a look around. Actually, I haven't even got any videos to come up with, man. Guys, we need some slop. We need some slop, man. I need some slop. We'll have a look at React Smash as well to see what's going on. Do part 2 with the, yeah, we'll do part 2 with the Warframe stuff. We'll do part 2 with the Warframe stuff. Oh, we got Millie songs for Library of Ruiner. Ooh, okay, okay. Discord still going on about AI, are they? I've lost chat. I've lost chat. I've lost chat. There we go. Can't wait for you to get to Canto 67. Yo, what's up, Ducklord? Alani, welcome to the stream. There is no slop in React, only peak music. Well, that's what I like to hear. Have you got any interesting videos to look at as well? Because I may make a video about Reverse Collapse itself, specifically around its takes. Super's takes on Closure. Overhyped. I need to see that, because I was hyped. I definitely need to see that. Because I was hyped. I want to know what Super's smoking. I want to know what Super's smoking. Because my tripping. Closure Closure looks hype. Sorry. We need to do the Ultrakill stuff as well, don't we? We do need to do the Ultrakill stuff. What's in the gacha slot? Still talking about Horror Studio games. Oh, what's this then? What is this then? Sio's been killing it lately, right? Good to see. Love to see. Alright, let's get started, shall we? Let's get started. The big AI talk of 2026. Super is the history of bad opinions. Hold up a second. Are you guys connected there as well? Let me just switch. Let me just get all the chats up a second. Let me just get all the chats up, guys. There we go. Get rid of the other one. Awesome. Awesome. Remember, Super evaluates units based on existing units, so to him, she doesn't measure up to what SilverAsh Ultra can do already. What does SilverAsh Ultra do then, in terms of, like, what's comparable? I suppose you can evaluate it in comparison to usefulness, yeah, I suppose, yeah. It's just like, seeing what you showed me yesterday, I was just like, I ain't seen nothing like that. That shit was wild. And she was actually crazy. Dealing damage and giving DP. I thought she was really quite unique what she does. Plus, at the end, you're doing the same thing, right? Which obviously, yeah, same with any games, right? You know, the outcome is pretty much the same, but it's how you get there, right? It's how you get there. And for me, the amount of how quick you can deploy units, like, are you getting that from SilverAsh? I just don't know if you are. Like, some of those, man, it seemed like within 10 seconds the entire team was on the field, which was kind of insane. But again, no, I haven't used, like, the meta, like, DP generation, you know what I mean? Apart from just slapping a Myrtle on the field or Inez or something. Oh, she doesn't do much more. I don't use neither. I'm loyal to Inez. Based. To be honest, the only time you really need these absurd things in CC is in CC, and I think Closure will do really well in CC environments. Probably a good point, actually. He says the reason Flagpike got phased out is because the newer Vanguards are multi-role and serve more purpose than just DP like Inez. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. That's definitely a fair point. Yeah, SilverAsh can also deploy stuff. I don't really know his kit, to be fair. I don't want to know his kit either anyway. He sucks. He's the worst unit in the game, alright? Closure for life. Closure for life. All my homies hate SilverAsh, actually. SilverAsh Ultra, so get to know. Otherwise, you're wrong. You're just wrong, chat. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. We're on the SilverAsh Ultra slander train over here. You know? We don't fuck with my guy. we don't fuck with bro. Fuck Bucko. Fuck Bucko and his bloodline. That's what I'll say. SilverAsh first closer, they saw that. How about just use both? Both is good. Both is good. The slander. Yeah, we have to slander bro now. Like, I don't even like SilverAsh anymore. It is standard SilverAsh. That's how that's how much I got fucked over. Fuck the both of them. See, I want to use him anyway because I play racist waifu knights and all my lots. My main vanguard is Moon Moon because Moon Moon. Yeah, I've set up well, it's a work in progress. I've set up my my alternative team at the moment because I saw everybody was bitching at me in Discord about how, you know, they're just like, you know, you won't clear chapter 13, clear chapter 13, expected. So it's like, okay, all right, let's start building a more old school E1 team, you know. I think at the minute, out of my newer units that I'm on there, Lazy's on there, and who else? Is Monster on there? I don't know if Monster is actually. I brought Silence back. I brought Susaru back. Yeah. Rosie! SilverAsh and Closer is still a faction of the Beanstalk, fraction of the Beanstalk power. The prequel with Vigilius. Bro, got massive trauma. I have, Lance. I have. You won't clear chapter 15? Maybe. Like, I was doing some of the adverse sages on chapter 13. They're definitely more difficult, right? I think I'm at 13.5 at the moment, but I was just busy. I had other stuff to do, so I couldn't do any more. Going, guy. Weather. All right, should we watch this Steelg video? Should we watch this Steelg video? Because if that's the case of the super video, then I don't know if it's necessary to watch it. I think it's a valid viewpoint to take, I guess, really, isn't it? When you think about it, we could maybe watch it. It's a longer video though. We need to watch the Warframe stuff as well. We'll watch that in a bit now. I've already done. We started level 1 units, all the run is invalid, right? You got one toilet, bro. Anything else, get fucked. Leviathan also has more connection in tissue with lobotomy. You won't clear his D18. Great lighting, by the way. Look right. Yeah, I'll turn the main light off. I got fucking mega bags under my eyes at the minute, man. I'm fucking... I think I'm still a bit dehydrated, man. I think I'm a bit dehydrated at the minute. Do you know what, actually, though? I think the week, either next week or the week after next, we're going to start doing some IS runs as well. Where's the piss gonna... I've actually got a filter on here, actually. Actually. There's a lot on the stream right now, actually. It's not the piss coloured one, though. We just got the, I don't know which one it is, actually. I forgot what it's called. But, a LUT, sorry, not a LOD. A LUT, that's what I mean. There's a pissy coloured one, right? Take that one off. We've got the pissy coloured one. It just makes me look fucking... Looks make me look like I've been scorched in an oven. Holy shit. Do IS runs with E2 borrows. D18 has been cleared reckless. I'm pretty sure he can at E1. Dunno. Honestly, as I say, I'm just doing that challenge for myself now. Because there's always a, well, it's not this run now, really. Now, don't get me wrong, I know my fucking team is much more powerful now. Of course it is. I've got later units, but yeah, there's always, and it's kind of always been like that. It was like that from the start. It was just a lot more people like, yeah, keep it up kind of thing. Where now it's more, most people are just like, you know, it is what it is, which is fine. It's expected, right? We're deeper into the game. Looks like a typical Brit after Spain vacation. Fix after the vacation from Greece. Right, I was a bit too bad. Brandon and me agreed E2 borrows a fair for IS because you're expected to have a build account. You might go shop while you're working, get it done out the way unless you want to come with me when done. Can do, because I was saying yesterday we might go on to endfield after these. I think might just do some reacts and then do Vigilo, if I'm honest, today. Keep it a short one. Keep it a short one. Because tomorrow we're locking in, because we're going to be playing Limbus and then we're going to play in Enfield, so it's going to be a long stream, and it's the last 4 days of being able to do that this week. So, considering you're off work today, I think I might just do that, Rosa. Feel like I like shit in my back as alerts from being pretzeled by my dogs. I know that feeling. I know that fucking feeling. I've got a small ass little dog, and somehow she takes the entire bed when she gets on there. Rose is there chilling, and she just fucking shoves me out the way. I'll move, gets closer, I'll move, get closer, hanging off the bed. She's like, yeah, nice, that's good now. We'll say it like that. But yeah, because like we got like 3 pillars on the bed, but like usually take pillars off to sleep. Last night I was watching some videos and I fell asleep with the pillars on the bed. I woke up this morning and I was like, fucking this, man. So yeah. When the women's stream better than Enfields. Do you know what? We do need to get back to Uwa. I do need to see what it's saying, you know? It's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute, right? But I feel like maybe it's time to come back to Wuthering Waves. Maybe it's time to come back to Wuthering Waves, boys. What do you reckon? I still need to probably watch this video that Casual shared as well. The combat breakdown for Neverness to Everness. Because I still haven't really spent much time with the combat. Because the game really doesn't let you, does he? I haven't gone out of my way to really like spend time actually looking into. I know it's pretty basic, but you know, I need to learn a bit more. So maybe we'll watch that as well. Maybe we'll watch that as also. Check it out. Check it out. Let me get this closed. I'd say it's time to do Warframe story instead. Wait, said we were. I wanted to play Word, but chat said Warframe. Go back to here, enjoy the 15 FPS gameplay. Well, I actually can run that game pretty nicely, actually. Well, saying that, I haven't played it for a while. Maybe it runs like shit. Wait, what happened to your right eye? Is Rosie hitting you? Why, what happened to my right eye? No, maybe I'm just, maybe I've had a stroke overnight. Look at what's it doing. Don't know. I think I'm just tired and dehydrated, man. Honestly. Like, look there, I got some mega baggage going on as well, man. I wanted to play Word, but chat made me play Warframe story. It was peak. The above looks weird. Well, thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. Great being on stream nowadays, you know. You run shot, pussy! E2 your units! Yo, you look retarded, bro! Thanks, chat. Alright, should we have a look at some videos? Have a look at some videos. It's up to you, Rose. You can wait if you want. I was saying I probably want to have a long stream. So. Flicks just called you chopped. Right? Bro, like, yo, bro, you're looking chopped. I've been looking recently, Saint Titties, looking better than you, bucko. You need to fix up. You need to fix up, bro. Alright then. Shall we see what we got? We got the NTE combat. I want to watch this video from Stuart because it's done pretty well, right? Stuart's been killing it recently. Because, like, he had a bit of a time where views weren't insane, and then he kind of like went on a bit of a hiatus, right? And bro's come back, smashed it with some Limbers content, and then, you know, having some good videos. Some good videos. It's been a while since we've watched the Seorg video as well. I'm down. You'll enjoy part 2 of the Warframe playlist today. Yeah, is it good? I'm looking forward to it, man. Already that start of that song, I was like, phew. I've already got the video ready to go up. Yeah, the Warframe music slaps first time listening to Warframe 1999, and I got this one, but this one's just a draft at the minute. I need to sort out the title and get a thumbnail made for it. That's it. The first half of your playlist that you shared. So we could check that out. Yo, Neo, what's going on, dude? Need to be held for that gacha look to him. You're right. Gotta get myself back on track just to get butt fucked. Look to the stream as well, casual. Yo, Renegade, what's going on, dude? There's something fishy with his content. Feels like AI scripted. Bro, why do you have to say that? Because you know what's weird? I hopped into I hate having these conversations because it's like, you know, like I honestly don't care personally, but at the same time, I'm like, is it really what you're thinking? Do you know what I mean? There's that part of me, right? There's that part of me is like, you know, like when it happened with Glaive, right? I think more with Glaive, it was a bit worse because it was critical opinions about other games and other people rather than just being like, hey, this is a thing I like. This is cool. You know what I mean? But his were more like shitting on another community, shitting on another game, bigging his own thing up, being a hypocrite as well for one, you know, no hate towards a dude, but like, bro spent all his time shitting on Genshin and the community and people who play the game and spend on the game and then went to S6 to character, right? So it was like, you know, but yeah, I opted into V stream earlier because V wasn't even talking about that, but like had his stream set up. So I was like, well, it's the beef again. Like, I'm kind of like over the whole Saint Tontas arc. It was a fun time to shit on Saint, right? But I'm kind of over it. But I was like, let's see what's happening. But he was just talking about NTE and he was watching this video and he clicked play and I can't remember verbatim what the sentence was, but it was something along the line of the game come out and the community. And I was just like, that's, you know, it kind of does. It kind of does. So yeah, but that's just allegations, of course. Oh, of course. The big AI talk continues, right? If it's better than Glaive Keo, I don't mind. You see, like, I'm the type of person, right? Because, like, I don't use, it's clear I don't use AI, right? I don't, like, even when I script my videos, my scripts are typically bullet points and I kind of just bounce from the bullet points, usually. And you can tell from my videos, I think they're usually a lot more casual, right? Even when it sounds scripted. But, like, I don't use AI for my content creation, apart from, because you've got the vidIQ AI thumbnail generator. A couple of times, I've let that generate a thumbnail, and then I've took the base image and I've made a thumbnail of it, probably like 3 times, and that was with Saint Tontas videos, actually. You know, when you've seen Saint looking fat, because, well, actually, I say that. The other ones I made myself, but the one where it was a Discord mod, that was just an AI image, because as soon as I saw it, I was like, yeah, I'm I'm using that. That looks like Saint Tontas as a Discord mod. But like, I'll use AI to respond to companies for emails. When I'm doing Google searches and I'm looking up stuff on websites and forums and I'm diving into Reddit, I'll also sometimes cross-reference it with AI, because I'll like I'll ask AI to search for particular sources for me as well. So I'm not using the AI as a source, but I'm getting it to, because sometimes it's just easier, right? You know, rather than going and looking for 15 different sources yourself, diving through some forums, sometimes it's nice to just jump into something like ChatGPT or something and be like, yo, source me some links about this story. And then it's just like, bat. It's like, bet, sweet. I've got like fucking an extra 5 links now that I didn't have before. And I'm not the type of person that's like totally against people, you know, using it. But I just think it's not a great look, right, when you make opinion pieces, right? Like, if you like say, I think it's a worse look for using it for opinion pieces than using it for advertisement reasons. You know, if you've done I don't know, let's say you're sponsored by Genshin Impact and they want you to make a video and you get AI to write the script. For me, I don't see a problem with that really, honestly, because it's just like, you're doing an ad read, so why not do it off fucking AI? Big deal, right? Big deal. But I think when you do an opinion piece, it's not so much that I'm like, oh, he's used ChatGPT. It's more that, well, what is your opinion? Do you know what I mean? That's what I'll come to the conclusion. I'm like, well, is this actually your opinion and you've used AI to tweak it? Or did you just get AI to write it for you and then be like, yeah, I kind of agree with that. That sounds about right. You know what I mean? It's like, I think that's where a bit of an issue comes from. And I think that's what happened with Glaive, right? I think that's what happened with Glaive because his content was all op-ed stuff, wasn't he? And if op-ed stuff's written by a clanker, whose opinion is he, right? Is that genuinely your opinion or is it the generative, iterative information that the AI has collected to come up with what it thinks you want your opinion to be from your prompt, right? So it's like, yeah. The reason why I think Glaze deserves what he got is because he just lied about using AI until he couldn't deny it anymore. Yeah, I think that's a factor as well. I think that's a thing with some people. That's how some people see it, right? Some people are like, I couldn't give a fuck what you use. Just be honest about it. And there's a difference about not saying you use it and denying you use it, right? I think there's two different situations there, right? I think if you just, you're lying by omission, so to speak, it's one thing, right? But I think if somebody goes, actually, I think brother's using AI, and you're like, what? What do you me? What? I was just like, me? No, what? No, what? You know, then it's like, okay, all right. Then that's a different situation, is it? Because then you're fibbing about it, right? Because that's an act of you thinking, I shouldn't be doing this, and this isn't my creative process, and then I'm going to fib about the creative process then, right? That's when it gets a little bit, especially, like, there's some people who will literally, like, use AI, go fuck yourself, which is fair. Again, like, I when it comes to all the AI conversation, right, I don't mind people hating the use of it in anything and being like, I refuse to engage with that. Cool. You know, everybody's got a bit of a different viewpoint of it, though, haven't they? VXC can't make content besides drama at this point. He's so bland. Damn. You did for some of the art stream. You did for some stream art. Which stream art? Which stream art you want about, BS? I literally only use Gemini for alarms and sometimes looking for some stuff up if my hands are full. Yeah, I use ChatGPT to write emails, something to response. Like, you know, when I get an email from a company, I'll literally copy the email, put it into ChatGPT and say, respond to this email in a professional manner. And then just like, you know, if it's like a sponsorship thing or something like that, request further information, get them to specify the rates, blah, 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 bam. And then it just, boom, I've got the email, copy that, paste that back into my email, and then just put my name in the thing. The one time I actually responded to in the opening of the stream. That's not AI. You want to make this? Oh, you're on about this. Yeah, that's AI. I thought I wasn't what the fuck you was on about then. Yeah, that's AI. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, that's AI. Yeah. Yeah, well, I was open about that. Nobody asked me about that. I told you guys about that. Yeah, that's AI. But fuck, what was I going to say? What was I saying now? Shit, I lost my fucking... Yeah, the one time I responded back to a company, and like obviously when you do that with ChatGPT, it writes the email out, and then at the bottom it'll like insert name here in the brackets, and obviously you put your name. I sent the email back to him, and I was like, oh shit! So I had to put it in again, and then I put my name there, and I was like, hopefully they don't notice, or they're another person that uses AI, because pretty much everybody who's working in that sort of work that deals with emails a lot uses AI to speed up the workflow, right? So as soon as I sent it, I was like, dickhead. Yeah. I don't hate AI. Just use the tool. I hate AI when it's if you're seeing someone's work and people claiming like, oh yeah, well that to me, Duckload, that comes under an exactly the same thing as somebody just stealing somebody's work anyway, right? You know, it's just plagiarism, right? At the end of the day, it's a different form of plagiarism. But yeah, if somebody's pretending they created it, that's just like, it's just lame, right? It's just lame. That's just really lame. Yeah, I agree with that. To me, that's just like I look at those sort of people and I'm like, that's like stealing somebody else's work and pretending that you made it as well. It's just like, that's loser shit, that is, man. It's like real loser shit. AI stuff cannot be copyrighted for good reason. Yeah. AI is just a tool. But yeah, it's like, because this is what I said to Moose in Discord earlier. Because people are cool with Wuthering Waves using tools to speed up the workflow, which I'm cool with as well. Let me just get that out there. But I'm not cool with the generative AI in NTE, which I do admit I'm probably in the same boat, right? So, like, I'm talking about myself here as well. Like, I've seen people moral grandstanding about that on Twitter. And then when people have responded to them about, well, Wuthering Waves use it, their argument is, well, they're not using generative tools in the same sense. And it's like, it depends on what you consider a generative tool, though, right? Because from what I've looked at from Voice Viz, like, they're like motion blink tools and their asset creation tools are considered generative AI. Like, not by me, like, I'm just saying that's what they're considered as. So it's like, do you consider Gen AI as just imagery, music, and video, or do you consider it like the literal creation of assets and processes? Because if it's using iterative and recursive prompting, there's an argument you could say, well, it is kind of generative because it's taking past work, bringing it together, and generating so-called new work, right? Whether it's used as a tool for efficiency or whether it's used for a final product, there's the argument there as well. We're arguing semantics, of course, and nomenclature, but it's like, do you know what I mean? Where, like, again, I'm not here to have that argument, right? I'm not here to have that argument because, as I say, I don't disagree. Like, the stuff in NTE, it's not very good, right? It's not very good. And at the same time, I'm not against human beings able to make their workflow more efficient by using these tools, right? It's like, especially when you look at it of, okay, I can make my workflow easier, right? I could go to something and watch a tutorial or learn from another person, or the AI can learn. I suppose the thing is there, maybe the negative is people start to lose skill sets potentially, maybe. But in those sort of workplaces anyway, people become hyper specialized anyway, don't they? So they don't necessarily have all these other these skill sets. But then, is there an argument that going forward future that these tool sets of efficiency are great now, but do they potentially affect the pipeline of employees, where you've got one person whose sole job is to do this particular thing in a video game, and somebody else's job will be to connect that operation to something else? And if AI is allowing that person to efficiently do stuff that maybe somebody else would be involved in, do they then get to a problem? So I think we will. I think even these efficiency tools will initially start to phase out other jobs, the sort of connective jobs between a department, if you will. So, but again, as I say, I'm not here to moral grandstand about AI, right? Like, you know, you got to look at it as an individual standpoint, man. You know, people become firelight vigilante groups where one person has an honest opinion and everyone else parrots the same opinion. AI hate is no different. I do think there is a bit of that, yeah. I do. It's a moral grandstanding for me. Like I say, I said in Discord earlier, if NTE using artistic generative AI and literally taking from other stuff is a problem, because I think it is, and you hate the game because of it and you don't want to play it, that's totally valid. That's totally valid. But I think when you start trying to separate levels of what usage of AI is around the environment and stuff, that stuff sort of sounds like moral grandstanding to me. You know? Obviously, it depends on how much the AI uses and stuff, but it's like, how do we break down all this information as well? Because I saw some people having that argument on Twitter, and I was like, you've not got a lot of proof for this stuff, because you can't tell me that these companies are not merging data centers where this massive data center that might be used for generative AI doesn't have a section of it that's used for other stuff as well. It's all part of the same problem, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's 100% is happening, especially in the medical field. They're using RNG for everything in the game. RNG is a form of AI. NTE stole outright from my... Oh, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to defend NTE. I just like NTE. And I'll be honest. I'm the type of person, right? I'm just going to play... As a consumer, I'm just going to consume things. Like, honestly. It doesn't mean I can't be hypocritical in my viewpoints. I can. I just won't moral grandstand, right? It's not the hypocrisy that's the issue, because we're all hypocritical. We'll all talk about the things we don't like, and then we'll use things every single day that incorporate many of the things we have massive issues with, whether it's politically, economically, technology-wise, environment-wise. We do. It's modern life, right? But I'm not going to moral grandstand about it personally, you know what I mean? It's just, there's no point. There's no point for me. They also have behavior monitoring tools for the RNG actively fights against you. I'm doing a retopology of a character in 3D right now. Everyone who does this shit want AI to replace him. Welcome to the stream as well, Fast. NTAI just straight up feeding anime through... Yeah, all that. You won't find me denying that. Yeah. All they've literally done with something is just literally, it's like a Snapchat filter almost, isn't it? Like, what the fuck you doing, boys? You know? My only thing there is a hope that was supposed to be assets that somehow got through to the final game, and that will be removed. You know, I agree with that, because some of those images, that first one I saw in the subway, I was like, I swear to God I've seen that from an anime. I swear to God I've seen that. And then I saw it on Twitter, and it was, can't remember the anime it was from, but it was. That shit's taking the piss. Like, there's levels to this shit, right? Because at that point then, you're literally talking... you're stealing people's work. It's not even like iterative AI design. It's just literally a fucking Snapchat filter, pretty much. You know, on top of somebody else's work. The anime industry actively wants to automate in betweening the one position that allows entry-level workers to get into the industry and move up. Yeah. This is what I say. This is why, like, I think sometimes you can get yourself into a muddy place when you start arguing, well, this is allowed, that's not allowed, and it's like, you know, it's like, for me, I think sometimes the artistic Gen AI, that's just the end point, where with some of the other tool sets, it might be the means, do you know what I mean? You're kind of on that path, and eventually it will literally phase people's jobs out, it will. You know, I know obviously this is up to regulations and governments to start putting in AI protection, isn't it? You know what I mean? By the way, Pixar just remembered to tell you Limbo Seals was side stuff that's recommended to do in between cantos as interval chapters starting after Canto 3. Okay. Can you use the music I sent in general as your chatting music, please? What's this? What you sent? I've got some chill playlists for background music. This is one. And what's it right? Sorry, battle theme doesn't work for chatting. My bad, chat. My bad. But yeah, like it's one of them, innit, man? Actually, literally, I've just have a scene from the same movie on top of the billboard suit. Yeah, that shit's wild. That's taking the piss. You know what I mean? That is taking the piss. Like say, you won't catch me defending that shit. And again, I'm not here to defend any form of work within any system. And at the end of the day, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. You know, if there's enough fight back from people within the industries and consumers, you know, I'm just at the point in my life now where, you know, I've got my family to look after. I've got my loved ones. That's what I care about, man. You know, we've got so many things going on in life there. It's not more. That's for people who've got a lot more time on their hands. And, you know, If people want to make those fights, and fair play to them. I just get a bit irked with moral grandstanding. It's so boring nowadays, you know? You'd think people had got over it. I'm cool with people being outspoken about stuff. It's when people do the moral grandstanding and act like their shit don't stink. I'm just like, piss off, you know? I mean, you can't not do it since Kanto's unlock only after intervals. Minis are optional though. Yo, Draknus, what's going on? No, we just yapping. But yeah, should we check out this video from Steorg, shall we? Let's see if Renegade statements hold any water, and then we'll make a video called Renegade Accuses Steorg of AI script usage. That's the title of the video. I'm joking. I won't do that. I'm not that guy. Even if somebody is, like I said, I'm not that guy. I don't care. All right, let's check this out one then. This one is from Steorg. It's been a long time since we watched a Steorg video. They called it a failure. Then this happened. And this video is about Neverness to Everness. So let's see what your boy Steorg has got to say then, shall we? See what's crack-a-lacking.
In 2022, a studio of 27-year-olds launched their first game, and it made $34 million in its first month. By month 3, they had lost 75% of that money. By the end of the year, players were calling it one of the biggest disasters in gacha history. That game was Tower of Fantasy, and this
the thing is though, it couldn't have been the biggest disaster in gacha history though, could it? Like, who are hot as investors? They're either willing to take a risk, or the game made enough money that it allowed them to develop a new game, right? Because like I remember that there was an interview with the devs, right, and they kind of scoffed at the review, the revenue charts, which if you've got brains, you all know that they're not accurate, right? But like the way they scoffed it as if it was like, yeah, you don't even know kind of attitude. So yeah, when we talk about failures, you're able to go on and invest another, like, what, 30 to 50 million in a new game. Is it a failure? Or did they manage to, you know, really raise up some new investors to get some people on board to invest in the game? Maybe. Who knows?
That game, it's about what happened after. Most people in the gacha community know the name Hotta Studio, but almost nobody knows the actual story of how they are. They were founded in 2018, a small team based out in China, a subsidiary of Perfect World Games. The average developer was 27-year-old. Most of them had never shipped an open world game before, and their first project was Tower of Fantasy, a full open world gacha RPG designed to compete directly.
Big project to take on for so-called first-time developers, right?
With Genshin Impact, one of the hardest genres in gaming to get right. Think about that for a second. Your first game, your whole studio's existence on the line.
That's an interesting point. Now, I don't know if he's more talking about the RPG MMO element, but is gacha the hardest space to get it right? I don't know. Like, maybe to get it right in what is right to make money. I don't think so. Like, there's so much slop in this genre that's trash, right, in the gacha space, and it makes crazy amount of money. Now, if we're more like leaning into the MMO side of things, that is like probably the hardest fucking genre to make games for, because most just die. It's a niche that's becoming even more niche. The OGs rule the roost. It's so hard to break into the MMO space. But I think the gacha space itself, I think it's there's so much profit to be made for what seems like so little effort in comparison to a lot of other games, right?
And you decide to go head-to-head with the biggest gacha
going
game
against
on the
Genshin,
planet,
yeah.
And not only that, make it an MMO game, which is even a harder thing.
Mostly talking about the whole
That's
open world
either
games. Yeah, that's fair.
the most ambitious thing that you've ever had, or the most reckless. And honestly, it might be both. So let's talk about what actually happened with Tower of Fantasy, because I don't think that most people know how bad it actually got because of
what happened with Tower of Fantasy then. As a latecomer, I think it seems like power creep was a major issue, right? Was there a bit of a, I know gacha games are pay to win, but you know, that creep was quite rapid, right? I've heard people say that some new units, the creep was quite insane. To me, I don't know if it's like is it a production quality issue? Is that something we're seeing a little bit of in NT8, going back to what we were just talking about, the use of AI, but also just sometimes stuff just looking a bit scuffed, right? You know? Yo, Kieran, coming in with a 28 months, bro. Dude, thank you very much, FaceSmith, for the continued support, man. You absolute legend. You legend. Yo, do you reckon you guys are going to sneak it from the Gunners, do you, as well? Do you reckon you're going to sneak it from the Gunners? Thank you very much for the continued support as well, my guy. I really do appreciate it. But, yeah, because, like, NTE's got a bit of an issue with that, right? You know, just even things like the hands looking really long, scuffed faces, some stuff just being a bit jank, you know? I think over time, those sort of things can really start to build up on players, right? But again, I think trying to tackle the open world with a pseudo MMO aspect to it, it's difficult, right? It's difficult.
A lot of misinformation. The launch looked incredible. August 2022, millions of downloads, Tower of Fantasy was everywhere. Trending on Twitter for days. The community was electric, and in that first month, they pulled in more than $34 million in revenue. That is a massive number for a gacha.
Man, that's insane, isn't it? 34 million, right? Enfield made 173 million in 2 weeks. It's fucking insane how much money Enfield made. Crazy, and people are saying that it had a failed launch and that it's going to end a service and that nobody cares about it. Like, this was considered a massive month for a game like Tower of Fantasy coming in, and Enfield quadrupled it in 2 weeks. Actually kind of insane.
There was real momentum, but then something shifted. September 2022, revenue obviously drops because it's not the launch anymore, but on October, the one the community had been calling the patch that would save the game. But revenue falls from 24 million down to 6 million. That's like a 75% collapse in a single month. And that's after a major update. And the player count data tells the same story, a substantial loss of 88% of players.
I don't ever look too much into this, to be fair. It's kind of a typical sort of launch window for majority of games, a massive reduction in player count. Now, of course, the massive success stories manage not to do that, and some games bleed a little bit slower. But the launch window usually is the most successful window. For most games now, there's games that turn it around. Your No Man's Skies, you know, your Rainbow Six Sieges, these games that come out, dip, and then just continually grow afterwards for a prolonged period of time. But most games tend to do that. Same with the revenue as well, right? Of course, you don't want such drastic dips, but I don't think it's anything out of the norm. Personally, for that, it's like most games you see that, right? So, yeah. It's not something I would consider a massive drastic drop. And if you think about it, 34 million in the first month, 6 million in the next month, that's 40 million. How much did Tower of Fantasy cost to make? Like, it looks like NTE cost what? 30, 40 million. Now, it looks like there's probably a lot of reused assets and AI, so maybe it costs a little bit more, but they almost made all of the budget back, I would have imagined, in that first month, right? Rainbow Six kind of did the reverse. They now got worse over time. Yeah. Well, like, the thing with Rainbow, it dropped and people were pissed, though, right? It had a rough launch, dived, and then it slowly built up. But, like, it's like any game. There's always a peak, right? Siege is past its peak now, to be fair. It's kind of, yeah. I don't think it's ever going to reach its highs that it reached a couple of years ago now. Hopefully we get a new Siege-type game soon, actually. Siege is a great game. Well, it was. It was a great game.
Just
NTE cost 28 million USD,
the
yeah?
feedback from the community was brutal.
That's fucking cheap, man.
Too harsh. Players said the game was gorgeous but had no soul. The world felt empty even though there were people in it. The gacha system had power creep problems. There were hackers sometimes, although the hacking thing wasn't the biggest issue. It happened once, twice, but people blew that out of proportion. And the first month had progression that was time-gated in ways that frustrated even dedicated players. And by 2025, their publisher, Level Infinite, a Tencent brand, handed operations back to Perfect World Games. That's not a press release. That is
Level Infinite are involved in so much stuff, and Tencent are massive, aren't they? Fuck me.
a quiet admission that the relationship had failed. For most studios, that's the end of the story. You don't come back from that kind of public collapse, because the industry doesn't give second chances. But here's where it gets interesting.
That's somewhat true, yeah. I think overall that is true. I think the industry does give second chances when it's warranted, though, right? I think one of the best examples of the biggest second chance ever for me is No Man's Sky, right? A game that overpromised, mainly down to what was his name? Was it Scott Murray? What was it? No, whatever. Anyway, the main guy, the British dude, he oversold the game. He was asked particular questions that he fibbed about. Let's be honest. Now, those things are now in the game, but initially they definitely weren't, right? And this game had a launch and it was so hyped and it was lacking so much, right? Lacking so much. And then, you know, it just grew and grew and grew, right? And they continued to update the game over and over and over the years and add loads of new stuff. That was like one of those massive, revival success stories. He said the classes that X isn't Y, that AI says, oh, where did I miss that? I was too busy thinking through my
Infinite, a Tencent brand,
just
handed operations back to Perfect World Games. That's not a press release. That is a quiet admission that the relationship had failed. For most studios, that's the end of the story. You don't come back from that kind of public collapse, because the industry doesn't give second chances. But here's where it gets interesting. While Tower Fantasy
Now you've said that again now. I'm going to be not less listening to what he's talking about and listening. Is this ChatGPT?
leading players, something quiet was happening inside our studio. Players kept saying the same thing. Not all of it was bad. There was one part of Tower Fantasy that people genuinely loved. A cyberpunk city called Miroria, a dense, neon-lit urban environment, and the feedback was consistent. Miroria felt different. It felt alive. It felt like somewhere you actually wanted to be. I still love that place.
That's not a press release, that's a quiet admission. Yeah, that is something that AI does like to do. That is something he does like to do, true.
In Tower Fantasy because
he loves the rule of three as well, which I know is a writing thing, which I know Saint loved to use to defend Glaive. If you actually went to school, you learn the rule of three is a part of creative writing, but it's also something that AI loves to use over and over and over again. You know what I mean? It's like you can usually tell as well, especially with ChatGPT, if somebody's writ out something in ChatGPT that it loves to use dashes a lot when inserting it into grammar, like a lot more than people typically use. And again, not to say that the AI is necessarily wrong grammatically, but it's usually a thing you can start to spot, you know what I mean?
Did stick with Tower Fantasy not for a year or two, but actually 3 years. I did witness 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and even 4.0. So I know how a place like Miroria was so good. And Hota heard that. And according to their own words, in an interview with Unreal Engine's development team, that feedback became the foundation of their next project. Their year and a half including Miroria, the experience of design.
I will say though, you know, ray tracing in this area is kind of nice. And it doesn't impact performance too much at all either.
An urban world, the technical knowledge they gained from it, all of it fed directly into a new game.
No, not yet, no, BVN, no.
What they built. They listened to the one thing players actually loved and asked one question. What if the whole game was that? That question became Neverness to Everness, or what's known as NTE. And they built it in under 2 years.
Well,
on top of the design,
we know why to a degree, right? You know, it's not just because they learnt more. They did bring over a lot of assets and the AI usage as well, right? You know, I think that's definitely a reason why there was maybe to make it so efficient, right?
They also made a significant technical leap. Tower Fantasy was built on Unreal Engine 4. NTE was built on Unreal Engine 5 with lumen lighting, nano-geometry, and a world partition system that lets them build a seamless, massive open world without the loading issues that plagued the first game. They didn't just make a better game, they rebuilt the engine they were working in, and that takes a level of commitment that I think deserves to be acknowledged. And actually, before I get what NTE actually is, drop a comment right now. Did you play Tower of Fantasy? And if you did, what made you quit? I'm curious on how many of you were actually there for the collapse, because I think there's more of you watching this than you'd expect. So what is NTE? On the surface, it's an open world urban RPG. You play as an upraiser in a city called Pedro, a fictional modern metropolis where supernatural anomalies are tearing through everyday life. You investigate them, fight them, and try to figure out what's behind them. But the moment you actually play it, you realize this game is doing something much bigger than that. Tower of Fantasy had the gorgeous world that felt empty. NTE built this.
True, it did feel kind of empty. I'm not gonna lie though, there is parts of NTE. I wouldn't say they feel empty. Maybe vacuous might be a better word. Not in the sense that there's nothing there, but all right, maybe less alive to a degree in some regards. But then there's parts that do, right. I think that's a really hard thing to do though in a lot of games. Another AI spot, it's something bigger, something else, something different.
City that feels genuinely lived in. NPCs running errands, traffic flowing, a world that exists whether you're in it or not. It's the difference between a movie set and an actual city. And this takes me to Tower of Fantasy's gacha. It was aggressive, power-crept, and felt predatory over time, although it had some things like not resetting the pity. But then NTE launched with what reviewers are calling one of the most generous F2P systems in the gacha.
I think the thing is though, I agree with what Easy said though about the, and there's always got to be a catch, right? It's great that there's no 50-50, but outside of the main unit is a lot of trash fodder to get out of the banners, isn't there? Other than the main unit and the odd, like, A-star character here and there, you've really... And I know a lot of gacha banners are like that, but you're really not getting much, you know, other than the main unit. We'll have to see post-launch what pull income's like in terms of how many pulls you can obtain. Because apparently, I don't know how true this is, but I've heard there's, like, something like 400 pulls in the launch of the game. Don't know how much of that's limited or standard or what. But standard pulls are kind of, you know, a little bit more important now because there is no 50-50, so the only way to get those units is through the standard banner. But if you can get like 400 pulls, that's good. But it's like, you know, what you get after the fact, after the first patch. The main unit plus the glider car and the skin. Yeah, the skin stuff like that's cool. Like, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm cool with having a bit more fodder in a system that has no 50-50 because they've got to balance it out to a degree, right? But it all depends on how many pulls we can obtain in-game as well. I haven't actually looked properly at the cost of stuff as well.
Space right now.
In terms of, like, you know, bundles and stuff.
Marketing material, generous in actual practice. The in-game economy is fair. You can get real value from it without spending. Tower of Fantasy had combat and exploration, and they tried to implement a lot of other casual things like racing, like driving. I said this with endfield, right? Because people use that off the bat as well. I think you have to wait a few patches to really see if that's true in a gacha game, right? Is it valuable, the economy? And you don't need to spend. Do you know what I mean? Because that all comes down to, well, there's multiple things really. Does the game stay as generous with the amount of pulls that it gives you after the fact? Does power creep go insane? Does the end game cater to the new gimmick for the new character? Do you get ridiculous abilities for characters? Because like we're already seeing, I can't remember which character it is, but there's a character for the shop management where you can bonk the customers. And I think you get the best bonus, right? And you don't have to you don't have to make the food for them. I think there's going to potentially be a lot of that in this, where particular characters will really benefit a business, or they'll really benefit a mode, or they'll be really good in the exploration. That's a worry for me with it. But again, it all comes down to that. The pull economy is one of the most important things. Or if characters as well power creep rapidly, and again, if each patch that drops is like a gimmick that's that on-banner character is, you know, use that or kind of get fucked, you know, it's that launch economy then doesn't mean shit 6 months down the line, does it? really bad. Fishing and a lot of other things for an
The fishing
MMO.
sucks.
NTE gives you a driving system with customizable cars, a cafe you can manage, a home you can buy and decorate, side jobs like giving taxi rides to
I do like the
money,
taxi crazy taxi
system
thing.
with companions, and a dating system. While Tower of Fantasy had the blueprint of that, they looked at what players saw in TOF and applied it better in NTE. NTE feels like Genshin, Wuthering Waves, ZZZ, The Sims, and part GTA. And somehow, instead of collapsing under the weight of all the systems, it holds together. Someone put it perfectly. NTE never feels aimless. It commits to what it's trying to be, and after Tower of Fantasy, which felt like a game that didn't know what it wanted to be, that commitment
Never feels aimless. It's hard to say, innit, man? Early gacha game usually doesn't feel aimless, does he? Because it's like that's the honeymoon phase, right? Where he's like, oh, I got so many things to do. I got cool bits and pieces. Again, and I'm not shitting on NTE here. This is where games prove themselves after the fact, right? And I think all gacha games end up having parts of the patches where it is aimless. You clock the new content and there's not much to do. Now, having this open urban world, I think one of the major things that can really separate NTE is how they implement mini games and modes within the open world. We've got like the crazy taxi stuff and that ride. You know, we've got some of the like arcade stuff. But I think if they are continuing to apply new stuff to the world like that, it allow the game to kind of have that fun sandbox element to it. Because this will never get the GTA sandbox element of going buck wild and getting a 5-star wanted level in the terms of like beating the shit out of a police officer and blowing people up and whipping out a tank and destroying shit. But the sandbox element will come from activities, like, you know, lots and lots of activities. That's what it's going to be a big factor of the game for me.
It matters more than people realize. Now, let's talk about what happened when NTE actually launched a few days ago. 35 million global pre-registrations before the game even came out. That's not just hype, that's a community that was paying attention.
You guys have got me looking for the AI stuff now. That sounds like an AI statement. That sounds like an AI statement. Hey, look, I ain't here saying that. Man, you guys have ruined this video for me. You guys have ruined this video for me.
And on day one, NTE made $14 million with the majority coming from PC and console, not mobile. Remember, Tower of Fantasy made $34 million in its entire first month. NTE made that in a single day. The same studio, the same ambitions, 3 years of learning, a completely
We got it,
different
boys.
result.
The curse of knowledge,
doesn't
right?
Happened by accident.
Ignorance
No, I'm
is
not going
bliss,
to
man,
stand
as I
here and
say.
tell you NTE is a perfect game, because it's not. The combat is the weakest part. It borrows heavily from Wuthering Waves and Zilla Zone Zero. The parrying, the swapping, the counterattacks, but multiple people have said it feels stiffer than both. If you can
The swapping, yeah. But let's like, we have to stop this. Now, it is like Wua. It is. But parrying and dodging and counterattacking wasn't invented by Kuro Games. I just want to get that out there. And I again, might not be him saying it, might be the Clankers, but just saying. Do you know what I mean? Now, denial of that it is similar to Wua, it's silly, because it is, but I'm being facetious.
from Wuwa,
I'm being pedantic here, should I say?
the level of combat fluidity, you might be a little disappointed. But not to the extent that you say it's bad, because I've played the game a year ago when it was in beta, and the difference is insane. The game improved a lot in gameplay after a year. And if you do not compare it to ZZZ or Wuwa, it's actually very good. One of the biggest things, of course, mobile performance is rough at launch. If you're on PC or console,
I mean, that was expected though, right? Oh, that was expected, to be fair.
it's a different story. But on phones, the optimization isn't where it needs to be. Some players on PS5 hit UI bugs in the opening cutscenes. The sound design on mobile had issues like muffled.
Yes, the some people were sharing clips of the audio from mobile, and it sounded rough, man. The audio compression was insane.
voices and missing audio effects. Now these are real problems,
I had that.
and I'm bringing them up because Tower Fantasy also launched with real problems. The difference is the foundation under those problems is completely different this time. The world design, the system, the economy, the content volume, it's all just better.
That's where we got the JoJo reference, yeah.
The bones are good. So here's what I keep coming back to. The gacha industry is one of the harshest industries in gaming. When it comes to second chances, games that stumble usually die slowly, get absorbed by a bigger company, or just fade into irrelevance while the—
I mean, that's fair. I do think that's fair. I mean, that's a lot of the... I think that's live service in general, though. I do. I think unless you hit the ground running with most live service games, you know, unless you've got investment and you can absorb the brunt of losses initially from not like setting the world alight. It's the same for most companies, right? Because it's just an ever going cost to sink money into, right? To keep it up and running. And if you're not instantly massively profitable, you're in a problem space, aren't you? It's not the harshest. We all know Wuru's under the best company. Everyone on the internet knows.
devs work on something new somewhere else. Hoda Studio did something different. They took a public, brutal failure, went quiet, listened to what players actually liked, rebuilt their entire technical pipeline, and came back 3 years later with a game that is genuinely getting people excited. Whether NTE has the long-term legs that Tower Fantasy didn't, whether they can hold the community 2 years from now, whether the content stays
when did Tower Fantasy come out? 2022? In 2026 now. The game's still up and running. Like, it depends on what they consider a success at the end of the day, right? But to me, if a live service game still got the servers on 4 years later, I don't know, man. It's like, is that a success? I don't know. Like, I think if you're still live and putting out updates 2 years after launching, I somewhat consider that a success because we see so many games just fail at doing that, right?
These are the real questions, and we'll find out together.
No, some games don't even last 2 weeks. You know, Sony, Concord. So I think if you go in 3 years later, 4 years later, I think you've had some success.
Now, this is the best comeback story in the gacha genre since Wuthering Waves. And I
do think the problem in the gacha space sometimes is we compare monetary success all the while to Genshin. And most things are going to come up short, aren't they? You know what I mean? It's like, it's an impossibility really to compare for the most part, for most games, for most companies. It's the biggest comeback since we were had a rough launch, but I don't ever think we fell that hard, right? Surely? Like, don't get me wrong, Wuthering Waves 1.0 had a lot of issues and it's improved massively. But I don't ever feel like, even in 1.0, I never felt like, because I was playing Woo back then and I was involved in the community, it never felt like it was on its last legs, that it was, you know, that it was not long for this world, if you will, that it was like one more bad patch and it's end of service. I never got that vibe at all. You know, it was making decent money. Tencent came in. It was like, these guys are fucking smashing it. Like, you know, it just had some rough aspects, shit voice acting, poor storytelling. Other than that, like, the game was pretty fire, I think, apart from performance issues.
Hoda Studio deserves to have that acknowledgement. The question I want you to answer in the comments is this: do studios deserve second chances? Because I think there is a real argument both ways. Some people will say Tower Fantasy was unforgivable and NTE is just a distraction from that. Others will say this is exactly what we should want from developers, that they listen, that they learn, and they come back better. I know which side I'm on, but I want to know where you stand. If you want to get early access to my content or shoutouts like this for the members in the screen, make sure to join the channel under this video, and thank you so much for your support. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
Yeah, you guys hitting me with the AI accusations, man. Yeah, overall though, I think it was an alright video. It's an alright video. Tower Fantasy was the Arknights killer. At least he got the money. Apparently, ZZZ was Arknights killer. Saw someone tweaking because AK was. I know, yeah. That person, stupid. Like, I will, and we should do this with all communities. That person doesn't reflect the Zenless community. The Zenless community, for the most part, seems pretty chill. Do you know what I mean? Seems pretty chill. That was just an individual who was silly. That's another individual who's got to be from the West, right? Who doesn't understand the scale and the scope of Hypergryph in China. Like, I'd argue, and I don't even think this is a hot take, not that they all see each other like this. Of course they want to make money. But I'd argue that Hypergryph has been a bigger competitor in terms of scale and scope than Kuro has. Now, I know there's a more direct comparison between the games, but like Hypergryph has been out here for the last 6 years just bashing out fucking money, right? And being massive. It's just that in the West, because Arknights isn't so big, people, it's like when Enfield came out, right? People had this idea of, oh, these guys, man, if they fuck up, it's over. And they don't realise how much money the company's been making for like the last 5 or 6 years. What do you mean? Gacha PvP is the only metric for how good your game is. True, real and true. Have you seen the video? Have you ever watched the video? Is that the one from Sunnel? Renegade. NTE Def has more longevity than Terra Fantasy as long as they have consistent content updates. Just look at ambient syntheses selling out every year in music constant. Exactly, yeah. People just say stupid shit, don't they? People do it all the time, man. They say dumb stuff, man. It's just people are confidently wrong a lot. That was from Black Panther. It's in React Smash, is it? What you shared, yeah? Is that from Rosandru? It's not this one, right? I know that's some slander. I know that's some slander from Rosandru. It's long form. One of the biggest racing game YouTubers gets impressed.
Welcome to a game I never ever thought I would be playing
I've seen this
on
dude
this
before.
channel. This is NTE, Neverness to Everness. And it is quite frankly a game that I just would never normally play. I have never played anything like this. Some weird gacha thing. It's a mobile game, but actually the first time I saw it, I think it was the PlayStation event when they revealed the trailer, and it kind of looked like a little bit of a like...
I need to use some of the other cars, don't I?
Sounds alright. I've got gear, I'm going 130 kilometers. I've gone to about a top speed of about 200 kilometers in this game. It's very clearly like Saints Row, very clearly like, I don't know, an open world game that isn't, no, even GTA has a crazy low top speed. Basically, the world would struggle. And again, you get a first-person view on the interior. What the hell is this game? It's just an everything game. But that's not all. I keep saying it's test drive. I'm gonna show you why. In my City Tycoon menu, not only can I buy cars, I can buy fucking property. I can buy an apartment. Why? I don't know. But I'm gonna do it anyway, which requires me to go.
Was he actually impressed with the driving physics, or is it just more the game in general?
That's what we need to be doing. This also has a challenge series, which crap go through.
I need to do more race. I need to get a better car in the game. Might watch that video actually. I still am a little bit disappointed by the driving in Neverness to Everness. I think my biggest disappointment, though, you know, is genuinely the fishing. It fucking blows a bag of dicks. It genuinely blows a bag of dicks, man. It's so fucking bad, and it makes me angry. I hate it. Do you know what, guys, as well? I jumped back on reverse yesterday, so I was like, maybe updating my BIOS, maybe fix issues. Nah. I thought it did for about 40 seconds, and then the game crashed again. Just can't play reverse 1999 at the moment. Weird, man. Nah, but we'll do it. Well, probably do a bit more, do a bit of Vigilo, and then we'll do that. Ken. What's this? You know, we were so poorly optimized. It's Unreal Engine's marketing. Or is this not a video? Sandy's just like, yo, fuck the reacts. I want to share some slander. We got some Millie tunes as well. We got some Millie tunes. NTE's community exposed me. What's this? What's this, lads? This is the guy. Yesterday talking. This is the guy who was beefing with Saint Tontas, yeah. This is another CC that Saint Tontas went after, right? Pretty sure it is. The NTE community exposed me from analytical vibes. Let's see what's happening here.
I made a video yesterday talking about the effect skins can have on character designs and game development, and how gacha games can best monetize them. And the NTE community did not like my opinion. I've gotten myself into some hot water. Woo! It's fiery. First of all, relax. The title is slightly clickbait because I'm only referring to a comment section which strongly...
Oh, did he get one guide and he decided to make a video? To be fair, I was going to make a video from a one guide situation. Not in terms of like crash out one guide, but just funny. Because like sometimes it's funny. Yeah, would you guys be interested in a video of me going through Billy comments on my content? Because, boys, some of my endfield videos have been getting 100,000 plus on Billy views. And, yeah. And let me just say, this is the Enfield Arknights community's views on me. This is the Wua CN community's views on me. I'll let you guess which one kind of seems to like me and which one seems to fucking hate me. I'm sure you'll be able to figure that out. But yeah, Wua CN community seems to hate my guts. But the AK community seems to fuck with me, man. So, you know, I'll take it.
Disagrees with me. It's not that big a deal. I'm just having fun. But there is a genuine discussion to be had here, folks. I love this. Let me bring you up to speed with the premise and their criticism before I dismantle it. The whole premise of the video is that NTE's monetization is so generous that if they want to compete financially with other gachas, they need to add supplementary items to sell you. Without a 50-50, NTE characters cost half as much as Hoyo characters. But the best way to sell you a skin, generally speaking, is through lowering how much effort you put into the base design, thus making the skin better by comparison. It's more effective.
It's not wrong from a business standpoint. It's not good from a consumer standpoint. But, you know, if you sell a subpar product and then you can upsell it to look better, you know, it works.
And easier to do that than to make a really good skin. This is especially common in MMOs. And I mentioned that NTE will eventually have to make a choice about how to effectively sell you skins.
Yeah, that seems, I don't know if it's a mistranslation. I keep seeing that. Like, there's part of me, I'm like, I don't know if they're referring to the uploader, but I've not seen anything from the uploader that says that. I don't know, but yeah, the barbecue man comment seems to come up a lot. And it's wild. The people in the comment section over there are way more excited to see the next parts of my Enfield playthrough than anybody on my YouTube channel. Like, the amount of comments are there that are like, oh, hurry up and upload the next part. Can't wait to see what this foreigner's got to say and stuff. It's just like, they seem to genuinely be enjoying the content as well.
Suggested they could intentionally make base character models slightly more simplistic to better sell you skins, and people responded, that doesn't make any sense. If the character design is worse, then people are less likely to get a character. Why would they sacrifice?
It's a fine balance and act right. He's not wrong, and neither are those people wrong right. Like, if you want to have a skin selling economy, it makes sense to have a character not look too great initially so that it makes sense to buy skins. It's a little bit easier. There's also the argument you can make, well, you can make the character look great, but just have amazing skins. True. Both can kind of work. But if you go too far on making the character look basic bitch, that is correct as well. People won't want to fucking pull on the character. So you've got a bit of a split right. If you go too far with how the characters look in terms of being crap, people don't want the character and then they're never going to buy the skin. But like, there is an argument to be made that making a slightly subpar base level character can kind of encourage people to buy skins. I'd argue though, people tend to purchase skins and cosmetics in games they're just really passionate about and they play a lot of time with. Apart from Wales, who've just got loads of money to just piss up the wall, most of the time, this is how I think anyway, and what I've seen from other people, you usually support games through cosmetics, not just out of pure altruism of, well, let me support the devs, but like, you like the game so much, you like to be able to switch up your character's visuals, whether it's a first-person shooter like Valorant, I want different skins on my weapon because I play the game so much, it's nice to change stuff and have my weapon inspect animations and all that sort of stuff, right? So I'd argue, if you can just make a really interesting game, you'll do well on cosmetics, but we know it's the gacha space. Shortcuts are the way to make money, and it does kind of work, right?
Sacrifice a potential $200
Record a video
for a
working with the grill.
or to better sell a $15 skin.
Should get
on the
fucking
surface, this
barbecue
response
behind
seems
me, yeah.
reasonable, and you'll see many people in the comment section of that video share this same sentiment. Has my argument fallen apart? No. Here's why. It's all about probability and mathematics. Oh boy. How good does a character design have to be for you to get that character? How bad does a design have to be for you not to get a character, even if you like everything else about them? You might not be thinking about this, but a PhD psychologist at every gacha game company definitely is. Are there any characters on your account
for
right
sure.
now?
I've said this before, right? These games use psychology tricks all the time. They spend a lot of money on research and development to implement multiple facets to the game, from UI looks to the flashes of animations to even the sounds, to encourage you to continually form habits within these games, right?
Game you play that you got despite not liking their character that much because they were integral to your ability to play your favorite character? The answer is obviously yes. It doesn't mean you hate the design, but you have plenty of characters you wish for whose design you only marginally like, but you got because they fulfilled some other role for you and their design was...
It's, as I said, it goes back to that balance, right? Again, not just on the quality of design, but how valuable to meta, how likable is the character, how interested in the story is the character, how interested in the game are you, how beautiful is the design, how does it synergize with other units, again, going back to the meta side of things as well. You weigh up all these benefits, I think, when it comes to characters, right? Sometimes an insanely strong design can overturn everything and you just go, don't give a fuck, I'm pulling that character, you know what I mean? So,
good enough.
Design is
you're gonna
important.
Get tired of hearing this phrase good enough in this video because that is literally their job. Perhaps you summoned for a few characters solely for their good design, but for the most part, you get a character for a mix of reasons, not only their design, either because you like their story, their personality, their gameplay, their meta value, their utility, their team building value, and more. You take all of this into consideration.
Pretty much same wavelength here. I agree with what he's saying here.
When deciding to summon for a character, it would be silly not to. You're an intelligent person. You obviously do this. Their design is okay, decent, but you're using them.
I see waifu sometimes and monkey brain goes brrr, and intelligence is out the window. It's like, I need that character. Gotta get it. That happened to me with Ablana in Arknights. I ain't fucking used her. And it's not to say that she's a bad uni. I've never used her, but it's just like, yep, get in.
For another greater reason. You wouldn't walk around the open world with them, but you have them. Maybe they're a really strong healer, a really strong buffer. They make another character you actually like much better, or you need them for elemental reactions. This is a very common practice for chibi characters. There'll be a universal buffer that you want because they make your actual favorite character stronger. If you could, you'd
True. Sometimes it could be a raw damage thing, right? Or a raw buff. Or sometimes it could just be, because like, it sucks, doesn't it, sometimes when you have a character. It's why rotation combat can be a bitch sometimes, where you have that really amazing design character that's actually really good, but the on-field time is so small. It's so small because their job is so efficiently done. They get on field, they do the shit, and they fuck off, and it's amazing. But at the same time, you're like, I never get to appreciate the character. That sucks. That does for me sometimes. It's a shame, but it's because they're incredibly meta, right?
Prefer if their design was different. Maybe you wouldn't necessarily spend money to change it, but it's not your favorite design in the game. In the original video, I never said NTE will make bad designs to better sell you skins. I specifically said they could make potentially slightly more simplistic, bland designs. Emphasis on slightly.
I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know if they're necessarily intentionally make them bland, but I think potentially certain designs of characters might start off as this is what the character looks like, and they have the iteration of the design process. They've got 5 designs, and they look and they go, that's the best one. Let's sell that as a skin. Do you know what I mean? Because that way we double sell then. We sell the character on pulls and we sell the skin. I do think that's probably something that will happen. I don't know if they'd necessarily nerf the designs, although that could be a way to do it as well. But usually when a character's designed, it's not in a vacuum, right? That's the only design that ever happened. You'll usually have a bunch of them, right? And, you know, it makes sense that you look at it and go, that will sell. That'll sell as well. So we put that in and then slap that on top and then we sell it twice, right?
This is
in a
relevant
sense.
because you're not going to think the slightly worse design is bad at all. You're not even going to know. Maybe because it's the second best choice, which is more than good enough to not affect sales.
Yeah, it's pretty much we're on the same wavelength here,
The
really.
slightest, for reasons I will show in this video. And then they hit you with the great looking paid skins for the double dip. I will show very shortly with a few examples that allegedly slightly worse
This
character
isn't
designs
pre-watch,
do
by
not
the way.
always affect revenue as severely as the comment section was suggesting. It can have an effect, but sales are way more heavily influenced by a combination of the region the characters being
I think
sold.
what'll come in, like where people like that, they'll think that, wait, are you saying this company's going to intentionally try to get extra money out of me? That could never be a thing because people get emotional attachments. Of course they're going to. Not saying they'll do that very thing that you're maybe making out to be the extreme, but like, let's not pretend these companies aren't doing everything they can to get you to separate from your cash, to get you to fucking swipe. Otherwise, they won't be making fucking gacha games.
Their meta value, their utility, and the overall popularity from the story. For example, the design of a character means almost nothing in China. Zilch, nada. Meta trumps everything. For example, the Herda from Honkai Star Rail, a godly figure canonically, who is a super popular character in the West, completely flopped in China because Chinese players preferred getting Castrus in a few months, which was the anniversary unit whom they expected to be broken. On design alone, the Herda is significantly better than Castrus. It's not even...
See, that there, though, that's a subjective take, all right. You know, most people might agree, but that is a subjective take, though. I'd probably say, I like both of them. I honestly like both of them for different reasons. Maybe she's a little bit better. But yeah, again, it's hard to say, is it? Well, I think when it comes down to design, it's the same argument across all games. There might be objective things sometimes. You can say, that is better. But like, then you'll just... It's personal take, right? Somebody might like the more witch aesthetic. Somebody might like the color palette. Somebody might just like the butterfly stuff. It's a bit more subjective, right? Same face syndrome, yeah.
Close. Ask any HSR player. Castrus probably has one of the worst designs in the game. It's cluttered, the asymmetry looks weird, and thematically, that is not what the God of Death looks like. There's just too much going on in her design.
I quite like her design, actually.
This is not my opinion. Lots of people will tell you Castrus' design is just kind of a cluttered mess. Doesn't matter, she's broken. You might say she sold well because it was the anniversary, but it was really because she was meta. Every meta...
I think it was down to like, she was the first global passive unit as well, wasn't she?
A unit does record sales in China, regardless of it being the anniversary or not. All the anniversary could do was potentially help in breaking all-time sales record, but she would have done really well on a non-anniversary patch too, because of her strength. There are other reasons to like Castrus besides her design if you're not a Chinese player. Castrus has some of the greatest animations in the game. She's one of the few units that has a double animation ultimate. She was the first character in the game with a global passive, which prevented anyone on your team from dying one time in any fight, whether she was on the team or not. As long as she was on your account, you would get a permanent buff across all activities. That's nuts. She was
Have we had any more global passes since?
Seal, who was the debut unit in version 1. Even if you don't like Castrus, if you want to fight quantum units, she's the one. I don't even like her design that much, but her animations, strength, personality, and gameplay won me over. This is me speaking personally, but there are an infinite number of reasons you can come up with for getting a character and liking everything about them except their design. Or maybe you only like their design a little.
The new Silver Wolf has one. Okay. What's the... She blocks one debuff. Okay.
Or it's good enough. Japan,
like, same thing, even if she's just on your account, like...
hand really cares about designs. Japanese inspired characters like Chisa from Wuthering Waves do really well, but it still isn't everything. Sometimes a character just being voiced by a popular Japanese voice actor allows them to do really well in Japan regardless of their design. I believe the quality of the design plays a smaller role than the comment section suggested. If a character design is slightly worse intentionally, like I was suggesting, that doesn't mean by definition it will affect sales. How can you possibly disregard every other reason to like a character? It doesn't make any sense. Obviously, you don't hate their
My boy. My boy.
design, but if you like it enough, you'll summon them because they fulfill some role for you. I never suggested for a second that the design would be bad or that you wouldn't like the slightly worse design either. Here's the situation. NTE can have two designs in front of them, one better than the other.
Bro, zooming into the wrong spot, man. He's zooming into the text over here. Bro needs to be zooming elsewhere, man.
And they make the slightly worse one the base design, and the other one can become a skin in two ways. Either a $15 skin, if you're lucky, or a slightly more predatory $100 gotcha skin banner where you roll for the 5-star skin, which they have in Tower Fantasy. NTE will get that banner. The only thing peak character design is crucial for is first impressions. It can build immediate hype, sure, but until you see their gameplay and every other aspect about them, their design only plays an introductory role.
It's like a normal person's take, right? Like most things, it's multifaceted. Of course, it's always going to be independent and individualized in the sense that the design might be a bit more important to you in this particular case. Like, I think we've all probably been there where, you know, maybe more often than not, meta's a bit more important for you. But then there's a character that comes out, the design speaks to you so much that it's like, yo, the design is the most important thing for me here. It's like, it's spectrum for everybody, and it's a spectrum for all of us as well, in the sense that we all have a different changing of opinion as new characters come out. And everybody's got a different viewpoint as well, whether that's a bit more of a cultural or region-based thing or just an individual thing, right? I think in the West, we are a lot more aesthetically attracted to units. Not that the other regions don't have that aesthetic attraction, but as he said, meta's a little bit more defining because that, especially some of these regions, I've been playing gacha games for a long time as well and understand that I need something to advance my account, something that's going to benefit me beyond the instant gratification of, wow, woo, boobs, ass, this character looks good. You know, they're thinking a couple of months down the line, end game and stuff. And obviously, Western players feel like that as well. But I think it's, and vice versa. I'm sure people in other regions have their moments when they're like, I do not care how meta this unit is. I need this unit. It's, you know, it's multifaceted for everybody, and it changes all the time, doesn't it?
Characters whose design doesn't mean anything to you when you first saw them, but after playing the story or seeing their gameplay or seeing their animations, you grew to like them. Or the reverse, characters whose design you saw and you liked them, but once you saw them play, you didn't like them anymore. Here's some additional rapid fire of bad designs. Chaos and Alpha Art from NTE have objectively simplistic,
it's like,
generic design.
I think a perfect example for me is Wang Fangyi. From a waist up, she's a gorgeous looking character. I think all the characters in Enfield are pretty gorgeous, really. But in terms of design, she's not my favourite, but she was an insta get for me because she looked good enough, but she was a fucking Electro character, and I've been waiting for an Electro character. She's fucking good as well, and she's got some fucking dope fucking animations as well. But at the same time, there's part of me that's not big into floaty characters. I think they did it just right in Zhuang for me. She doesn't feel too floaty. She feels impactful. Where somebody like Rossi, I'm more into her animations, and her design I think is awesome as well. Then, you know, you got little things like, I love the dodge with Zhuang Fangyi in her ult and out of her ult when you're walking around the overworld. And then I hate fucking the lack of it with Rossi. Again, there's lots of these things. That's one of the things I was majorly disappointed with Rossi. It's a small thing, right? Everything about Rossi, brilliant. Love it. Powerful character, great kit, really variety use. You can use her across multiple teams. She's got a great design. Her animations look cool. And she's got a trash ass fucking 4-star dodge dash animation that pisses me off.
Now, Alpha and Case aren't ugly, but they look marginally better than an NPC. If you put Alpha next to an NTE NPC, you can only tell the difference because of their backside. And Chaos literally looks like every humanoid enemy in the game. I can already envision in my head a super cool Chaos skin. Maybe they make it more edgy or something that makes you go, wow. People are saying
I must
they won't
admit,
make the designs worse.
I think his design for me does look like a lower rarity unit. Like, it's got a kind of cool design, but I think I do agree with the, you know, the face covering it. It does kind of make him look a little bit NPC like a more focused NPC in the game. But I've had people in my chat saying, oh, I can't wait to get him. Dude looks sick.
But his design is bad. So in what universe am I wrong? Look at him. He looks like the standard enemy design. What are we talking about? The MC design herself looks mid and uninspired, and without a doubt, this is intentional. Literally, the MC doesn't look any different than any of the NPCs.
This isn't for skins, though, I don't think. And I think a lot of gacha games suffer from this. Now, you could argue with the skins here, because the skins, and they do make it look a little bit better. But even if you look at the skins, they're a bit more neutered than the other skins. And that's because when it comes to gacha games, you want the MC to be just enough to add a little bit of utility across multiple teams, right? Just to tie things together early on. The main character, the MC, tends to usually have a new to design because they want to sell you everybody else, right? That, you know, it's Rover, look at Ananta, look at this. And I know that's not going to have gacha, but you know what I mean? It's standard affair for the main character to kind of be the most baseline character out of all of them because, you know, they're not selling in that character. Typically, your upgrades for that character all come through the story, whereas everybody else, they're the main stars of the show, aren't they? So, that, you know, it's like the bridesmaid upstanding the bride, right?
Are you going to tell me they didn't make the MC's design slightly worse in order to more effectively sell you her skins?
I'd argue, for me, it's the former, what I just said. Now, I'm not saying that isn't taken into account, but yeah, I think this is a thing that all gacha games suffer from because they want to sell your other characters. You know, if your MC looks too good and they're really good, why would you bother pulling on a new character other than meta? You know, I do think there's a little bit of it to that. Probably with the skins as well with this.
Playing the game, I realized that farming for
and
farms is
rather
actually
nice.
more time consuming than...
I don't think the main character of NT is terrible. She's got a poor face. She's just the generic gacha MC, right? You know, I'll still stand by it, man. Even in visuals and character, Belle stands clear, man. Belle's the GOAT.
I thought, straight up, it's better for me to make more YouTube videos and purchase the fawns than actually playing the game. I originally thought the skins were relatively free, but you're actually paying with an immense amount of time. There are countless examples of characters who have objectively
Hangman and
bad
female
designs,
Rover beg to differ. I don't know, man. You look at the designs of both of those characters, though. Neutered characters. You might like E, and I like female Enmin. I do. I like female Rover as well. But look at their colour palette. Look at the way they're designed. They're designed in a way to kind of fade into the background against all the other characters, really. It's a thing that's done on purpose, right?
Well, anyway, does anyone actually like Triby's design in HSR? It's asymmetrical and ugly. Plus, she's a chibi. Doesn't matter. She's the best universal buffer in the game. Her design is
it's just stuff when enemies like this.
But to make her sell well, they jacked up her numbers because design is
everything. Don't get me wrong.
They also gave her a really good E1 so that anyone who really wants to go for that meta will get the E1, completely circumventing all of the people who won't wish for her because they don't like her design. Now, I'm not suggesting HSR intentionally made Triby's design worse.
Look, again, see what I mean? It's more around the color palettes. They're usually just atypical. If you look at look at female Rover, look at Enmin, look at the Trailblazers, look at NTE's character, and then put them all next to each other. There's a lot of similarities, right? Down to the hairstyles, the characters' dress, the clothes, and the color palettes. They're all kind of the same, right? Also, Dante's different, right? But also Dante's not a character that you're actively using in game, right? It's like the Doctor as well, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? It's like, I think if you're playing a game where you're like the off-field unit, doesn't really matter then. You can go book wild with the design, can't you?
Claiming NTE developers can do. But the situation and the business model are completely different. For one, HSR has an insane release schedule where they release a double 5-star every patch since launch. They've only had 4 patches in 3 years where a 5-star debuted alone. With such a tight schedule, their mindset is good enough. But they don't want to make it bad because they can't make any money on the back end. All of their money's from that initial hype and purchase. Many other gacha games work this way too. NTE does not have the same model. If an NTE developer says good enough, it's not the same, even if they have the same schedule, because they're selling skins. Straight up, here's why. If a Hoyo developer makes 2 equally good designs for a character, they will pick the best one given the time they have and run with it. You can be certain of that because they can never make up that money if they pick the slightly worse of the 2. If you give
fair, I mean that's fair.
This exact same scenario to an NTE developer, they have the incentive to pick the slightly worse one and sell the other to you.
I think that's also fair as well. I do. It's exactly what I said. If you've got a line of characters in front of you, why not sell the second or third best looking one as the character and then straight up blast that fucking best looking skin after the fact, right? I think that's definitely a fair assumption to make, yeah.
As a skin, if you're lucky, the skin will cost $15, but it can really cost however much they want, depending on how much they want to price it in order to make more money on the back. And part of the reason the skin will make a lot of money is because it is better. Meta's not the only way to make a character more desirable if they have an okay design. You can make them more relevant in the story, or you can make them have insanely cool animations. Just because a design is marginally worse, like I suggested they could do in the video, that doesn't mean necessarily people won't wish for the character, and at least in ways they can't make up. Honestly, this all seems like elementary stuff. Doesn't everyone know there are more aspects to a character than their design? As long as it's not bad, they can do whatever they want.
I think sometimes what it is with people in the gacha space, I think deep down a lot of people do understand these arguments, right? Like what he's saying here, I agree with a lot of what he's saying here, right? You know, it seems elementary. I don't think it's that a lot of the time people don't understand it. I think it's either people refuse to understand it and will argue against it, or they'll, but it's usually, but either way, it comes down to them trying to argue for, well, this is the game I like, and we've been groomed by the gacha community and CCs to believe that if the game is maybe a little bit more predatory than the other one, it's just a worse game, which is a silly idea right now. We can have conversations about gacha systems and be like, well, this game is more generous than the other one. But at the end of the day, if you enjoy a gacha game, right, just play the gacha game, because we've got too much of this conversation in the space now where people feel like, well, I have to play the most generous game, right? The one with the better gacha system, the one that gives me the most pulls, because that's the only way to have fun. Where, like, this was one of the arguments I was having with Enfield, even though Enfield isn't ungenerous, as some people would say, but it's like, you have to play the game to get the stuff. Some people just don't want to do that, right? So, like, the arguments come down to that. So in their head, their idea is, so are you saying to me, they want to get more money out of me than this other game? Is that what you're saying? And then they go into defense mode and they try and justify why that can't be true. You know, when they probably understand that these are elementary arguments of business, right? If you're going to upsell something, it makes sense to make the upsell look a better deal than the base package, right? It's like, it's the same with anything. If you're selling a TV and an internet provided service, right? You have the base package. Of course, you could give all the channels and all the internet speed. Of course you could. But of course, you sell the base package and then you have additional add-ons, right, that make it look better, and that they are better, right? And I think this is a valid argument that, of course, skins need to look better than the baseline, and we can't pretend on a game that just launched with skins already out, those skins weren't designed in parallel with the base character, right? And they looked and was like, which is the best one? Okay, that's more than likely going to be a skin. I don't think they went for the worst one, because that'd be silly, because you wouldn't sell the character then, right? Because even though there's no 50-50, you still need to encourage people to spend on gacha, but you go somewhere in the middle, maybe the second, third, fourth best one. Okay, that's the base character. And okay, now we got skins. And obviously, as well, there's probably a little bit of design thought took into with the base character connecting with the universe, because obviously Mint, or whoever it was just in that character where she's got the furry arms on, doesn't really fit with the character in what we're doing. So it doesn't make sense to have that skin as well. That it's not just as simple of, well, this one can be sold as a skin, so let's choose the other one. Sometimes it probably is, okay, this character's got a pumpkin on the head. Probably not the outfit we want to use for them when they're working in the Anomaly Bureau. You know what I mean?
The point is that unlike in non-skin focused gachas, NTE does have an incentive to make a character based on their second or third best design instead of their first. It's not worse enough to make—
Fuck this guy, man. I swear to God. Like, dude, I'm literally saying stuff and then dude is following up like this. I swear, I am not saying Tontas. This is not a pre-watched video, but he's making me look like a fucking liar right now. Holy shit, dude. Stop it, man. Get out my fucking head.
A loss in initial sales, but just enough to maximize skin sales.
This is crazy.
They have multiple avenues to get you to like a character besides their design anyway. Of course, just because they have the incentive doesn't mean they're going to do this, but they can. I'm just trying to answer a question. How long—
Probably will. Makes sense to, right? You know,
are they going to accept making less money than others before making a change? Just recently, Wuthering Waves has started monetizing more through $25 bike skins, spending events, and endless collaborations because it's making less money.
Hoyle's fault. You can only blame Hoyle. It's Hoyle's fault. It's Hoyle's fault, right? Again, see what I mean? Goes back to that justification. Same sort of argument. It can't be that Kuro want to make more money. It's because Hoyo normalized it, even though Kuro did it before Hoyo. Do you know what I mean? Different argument, different set of conversation going on, but it goes back to the same thing of people justifying things that they probably know isn't necessarily right, or not right, that they're arguing against themselves in a sense, or they're arguing against their better judgment to prove that the company they like, oh, they wouldn't, what, they wouldn't do that. That can't be the reason why, right? They're not trying to squeeze money out of me. Surely not. I like these guys.
Money than his competitors, despite putting in
I've
more
been told by content creators to like these guys specifically because of that reason, because they're more generous. And I think that's where we get that community attitude I do in the West.
effort to the character animations. I promise you, NTE is brainstorming right now, and if you could be a fly on that wall, you wouldn't like what you heard. I'm completely correct about what these psychologists do. A great design can certainly get you in the door, but a good design works well enough for a majority of people. The amount of people you lose from going from great to good can be easily made up by other factors, like a character being completely broken.
Yeah, I've said this before, right? If you've got a character that doesn't have the best design, you can make it way more desirable if they're just cracked, right? They're just cracked. Or that character that's coming out, you're not interested, but you know the character you really love. Shit, man, they're going to make my character broken. Boom. Don't matter then, does he?
Through power creep, and then they hit you with a 1-2 punch, a skin that's better than the base, solving the original small problem you had with them in the first place, making up the money on the back end. People keep saying I'm doom posting on NTE, coming up with conspiracy theories. What? In my first video, I talk about how NTE could have potential power creep because of Hodo Studios' history of insane power creep in Tower Fantasy. That's not doom posting. That's looking at someone's past actions to stay alert for the future. If someone punches you in the face,
Everything's doom posting now, right? Like, that's a problem. Having critical thoughts of a game now is considered doom posting because you've got content creators who genuinely doom post and have communities that argue, well, they're just being critical. They're just being honest. They're not a paid shill. They're not grifting. So then the smallest criticisms are seen as doom posting. It's easy to see the difference between genuine doom posting and genuine criticism, right? When you make 42 fucking videos in the space of a month and a half on a game saying that they're scammers, they're liars, it's the worst gacha ever, the worst 1.0 ever, and, you're commenting on there not being a capital T at the start of a sentence or whatever, that's doom posting. To be critical of a game, and not even necessarily be critical, to have worries isn't doom posting. But as I say, we're in such a weird space in the Western gacha space now, because of particular CCs have caused such a toxic partition in the space, right? It's either all for or all against, and it's a shame where we are, man.
and you say that person might punch you again, that's not doom posting, it's basic protection. People also say yesterday's video was doom posting. I think it's more about the effect skins have had on other games and the effect that they can have on NTE too. How about you and I make a deal? My next NTE video will be a completely positive one. Instead of a positive one at the start and a negative at the end, I will talk about all the good things in the game. I can easily become the best NTE YouTuber you've ever seen. I have yet to talk about the designs like I do with my other content. Neverness to lewdness. That's an idea. That won't be the next video, but it could be. Anyway, see you.
Bro, Hatho's jiggle is insane. Insane. Yeah, this is a great video. I agree with pretty much everything he said in this video, down to the point where dude was echoing my sentiments exactly, pretty much. I didn't even realize this video had only been up 3 hours, man. My bad. I don't usually watch videos like this after they've just gone up. I won't upload this video. And if I do, it'll be like tomorrow or the day after that we'll upload this, because I don't really like reacting to videos unless I've had a chance to breathe. So guys, go check out Analytical Voids. I'm going to drop him a sub as well, because I didn't even realize. I just thought that was from yesterday or something, man. I didn't realize it's only just gone up. So yeah, man, go check out Analytical Vibes, man, because yeah, I don't want to be eating into. We've only got like 30 people anyway in here, so but if you watch the VOD afterwards, go check him out. But yeah, man, I agreed with a lot of what he was saying in that. Lacrimosa bases on a good shit. I'm on a list now. Lacrimosa, her design does look alright, and she was aura farming in some of those cutscenes, but I can't stand the way she acts. When you're a snowman and looking like the sun a bit, I get, yeah, it's a problem. I think this is where I've got no intention to want to see Saint pushed out the community because I don't care enough, really. But I do think the kind of content and the community that he's fostered, but also the fracture that he's caused within the space, right? Saint's not that important. It doesn't matter, right? He's not as influential as he thinks, but I do think he's created a ripple effect that has had some lasting influence. Like him himself isn't, but he's created that effect where I think people are hypersensitive now because you've had one person who's gone out the way to like persistently and constantly attack and pit communities against each other. It's good that people are starting to wake up from it now, but for a while, people were taking it in a lot, weren't they? So yeah, I suppose that's one of the positives now of Saints. Actually, do you know what? Let's have a look. Where is Saints sitting at the minute? I don't care. Just curious. Yeah, see, he's like, look, video gets views because he's stuck Asmund Gold's name in his face on it. You know, remember this. You can't get views, man. These guys have always got to put other people's faces on thumbnails, you know? Yeah, it's just like, yeah, his influence just isn't there. But I think he's had an influence before, but it's a negative influence, right? He doesn't have the influence that he thinks he has. Yeah, it is what it is. We have some idiot who uses their argument to doom pulse a game. I mean, remember Pixels, Celosaura vid? I thought you was doom pulsing. Yeah, and to be fair, I think when it comes to doom pulsing, I'll be honest, I doom pulsed Black Beacon. I did. Not in the sense, yeah, I did. I did. But was I wrong? Right, I wasn't wrong, right? You know? When it comes to Stellasaura, I think it was fair for that video to come across as doom pulsing personally, because the thumbnail, the title, it was definitely to pull people in, right? It definitely was. I think he could argue that was doom, but my thought around Stellasaura isn't like that though. I don't want to doom pulse the game because I actually like the game. I had issues with changes they made from the beta to the game, but I think that might be fair to actually look at that one as, I've got to be honest, right? Got to be honest. I think if people took, yo, you doom pulsed Stellasaura, it's like, I didn't, but yeah, you know what, I can't necessarily, it's not a hill I'm going to die on, because you probably have plenty of valid points to say, that does seem a little bit doom pulsery, which I think's fair. You know, I did doom pulse fucking Black Beacon though, you know, because the writing was on the wall, right? The writing was on the wall. Warframe. Thing with Terra Fancy Power Creep on Global is a thing that Tencent skipped like 3 or 4 patches at the start of the characters that's here and making much shorter patches it used to be to catch up with CN. So now it's different when we're not really chasing anything and going at the same pace as CN. What's going on, Zara? Welcome to the stream as well. Acted like Black Beacon, I'll never forgive you for smothering it with a pillow while it was asleep. It was going to turn around, I swear. Don't get me wrong, I'm with you, man. It's a shame because, like, in terms of like the character kits, it would have been good. They just fucked up so much, didn't they? Right? It seemed like every turn there was self-sabotaging. It did have potential. It was just nowhere, never like realized. It wasn't like when I look at NT and endfield and go, there's potential. The baseline's there. It just, we were hoping for the potential. With Black Beacon, for me, it was like, man, the potential's there to be a baseline, but he just never got to baseline. That was the problem. But yeah. What's going on as well, Fatless? Normally, I'd say someone shouldn't be deplatformed, but also saying it's literal just harass. Yeah. You know, like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't shed a tear, but I wouldn't do that. It's not my style. I wouldn't, like, actively seek to see, bro, be deplatformed. Like, now, I would never use a copyright strike, right? You know, when he was in his position of 2 for 3, I could have. He made a video about me. I wouldn't, because I think it was fair use and it was transformative, but could have. It's just not my style, but, you know, if it did happen, I wouldn't shed a tear. Like the same way I know for a fact he'd probably have a party if CJ's channel got took down, or my channel, or Captain Cabinets. You know, he pretends he's this virtuous person. Well, no, he doesn't actually. I can't even say that. I don't even think he would say that. You know, I wouldn't shed a tear over it, but I wouldn't actively seek it. Black Beacon and Tribe 9 got such an unfortunate end. Yeah, Tribe 9 was rough, right? That was a rough situation, because that was a good little game, that was. Isn't Black Beacon still live in Asia? I think the CN servers are still running, but I don't know about updates and stuff, though. I think it's in a bit of a rocky situation over in CN as well. I think it's kind of been in limbo, I think. There was supposed to be some stuff happening, but I don't know if it actually happened. I think the patch happened that was supposed to happen after it got took down in global. I don't know if anything's happened since then. To be honest, I haven't been following it though, because I'm kind of of the assumption that it's gonna die eventually. Not gonna lie, love Wooling's music. It is. Shout out to Renegade for that. Have the update ceased after then? Oh, there you go then. Yes. Limping along right. Second the update stop, you know they're just they've got a stock of cash that's keeping the servers online, and once that's gone, the game's gone, right? Or they've had to fulfill some sort of a contract, and that's why it's still up. Same situation with Silver and Blood and Ice. Weird that is. I don't know what the reason is for that. Just totally down in America, right? He did get a new patch of new characters, but didn't last much long after that. Yeah, that's what I remember. I remember, like, not long after the global situation happened, I remember going onto the CN platforms. I think I made a video about it, actually, and they got the date for when characters was coming in the patch. The first initial part of the patch had rolled out, so but there's been nothing since. Okay, yeah, it's kind of where I assumed it was, but I didn't actually know. I hadn't looked into it. So yeah, man. Again, we talk about it's an easy place. I wouldn't say it's the hardest place to thrive in, the gacha space, but there's a lot of stuff that fails as well, right? I think it's just because so much comes out in this space, isn't it? Because there's a load of crap and fodder that comes out in this place. So I think that's why people think it is a cutthroat place, but I think that's why people think it's hard to get into, because we see so many games EOS. We see so many games EOS because there's so many fucking gacha games coming out. And like 90% of them are garbage, aren't they, really, at the end of the day? Where's this Warframe playlist again, man? Because I need to watch the second half of this as well. I was going to play some more of the game, but should we do the playlist and then maybe we'll continue on with the game? This is the playlist show. We need to go from 7 on, yeah. Get that ready to put on in a sec. So yeah, shame about that, really. Shame about that. Let's have another little look in React Smash, because we've got something new. Gen Alter EP. Ooh. What's this from? Duck Lord? Oh, is it Millie? Millie made one. Ooh. I didn't know about this. Now, have I listened to this? I don't think I have I? Oh, shit, yeah, we gotta listen to this as well. Yeah, we gotta listen to that. Let me just have a look if there's anything floating around the tubes as well that looks interesting. Why is Cyrax on my homepage? That's not what I want to see. I'm curious because I just wanted to quickly look at this. You said the comments was going on, yeah. I think he got one guide. Yeah, because the likes are good. Ice mod's just as good. Don't get real mod. Don't real put much thought about the points of the video. I think it might have just been a one guide situation, which is fine. I don't mind people getting one guide. It happens. I think sometimes it's worth reflecting on a one guide. No, I don't think I have, Duck Lord. Do you not read the comments of the new stuff? No worries. Reverse 1999 trailers now might just wallet on one. Dude, I'm pissed with fucking Reverse 1999, man. It's fucking pissing me off. I've installed the game and reinstalled it. I don't know what to do to get Reverse 1999 to work. I'm just gonna have to download it from their website, man. I can't remember my fucking... I hope I can get my account. Because the game just will not work. Like, let me show you, actually. Let me actually show you. Watch it go prove me wrong now. Watch it. This does this. I'm gonna fucking flip. Where is he? Watch. See if he does it. Because this is all I get from Reverse. Download it onto your old PC. No, this is my gaming PC, so this is the same PC. Like, this isn't a different rig, this isn't. So, like, there's no change in my, now it will work. Now you'll just have to turn it into a reverse stream because I can never get it to play. Maybe try the in-game repair tool. Okay. But yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I managed to actually get into a couple of the menus, and then it went bye-bye. Yeah, I think it's died. See. Just what happens all the time. I'll have to just download it and see what happens. Just that it happens all the time. At my best, I'm lucky I can get 30 seconds. You know what I mean? And then it just dies. Weird, man. Weird. I don't know if it's happened since, like, the anniversary update, because when the anniversary started, that's when I was like, oh, I'll get back in, let's get some free pulls. I ain't played Reverse for ages. Never had a problem with Reverse 1999, ever, before either. And it's the only game it's happening on, as well. My drivers are all up to date. I've just recently flashed my BIOS as well, so I'm on the latest BIOS. New ME firmware. So, really, my PC, in terms of, like, hardware, drivers, motherboard, minus probably the latest Windows updates, I'm up to date. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I was thinking, like, oh, is it a GPU driver issue? Or, oh, no. I might just download it from their client and go from there. Verse 1990 style PC can't handle it, right? Pick the gaslighting. So yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Should we check out this playlist then that Ken put together for us? Very nice of him to do so. So we've got 7 through 13 to listen to here. So we did the first part. Guys, I will have the Warframe 1999 reaction going up later today. Check it out. Show some love. Guys, as well, you know me. I don't care about the views, really. Go show this video some love, though. This video, actually, to be fair, so did the Arknights video. These two videos fucking died, man. Like, nobody wants, to be fair, I think it's because everybody's like, fuck E1, bro's got Bramonix. This video died, and this video's fucking DOA as well. Go show them some love, man. 10 likes, including myself. Disgusting. Saints right, guys. I fucked my career up. But yeah, go show them some love. It's appreciated. But yeah, not biggie. See it in the flesh time. React to the Chen. We'll do that one after. I want to get ready to this. Ken has been waiting for this, and he was nice enough to put the playlist together. So let's check it out. The first part I did like. It was a very eclectic, like, interesting set of songs, which I actually really liked. It was very much, well, at least to me, telling a story, and I think that's what Ken was going for as well. So I think he got that there. So, you know, Pix is right. Pix is desperate for views. I know, yeah, dude. I'm gonna have to start putting people's faces on my thumbnails, man, and be like, this YouTuber did what? Or actually, I could go down the what is it? The VTuber videos. They seem to do well, right? Just big red text. He said what? And talk about VTubers all day. Because apparently, why does that get so many views? Why are people so parasocial with VTubers? By the way, it's a weird one, yeah. Because like I've seen the people who make VTuber news channels, like that's what they do, and they get mad views. Like, what the fuck is the deal with that? Like, why do people care about VTubers saying shit on the streams? It's full of drama. That's probably it, innit? People love drama, don't they? So, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, I guess. All right, then. Let's get into part 2 of the playlist that Ken put together for us. We've got a couple of songs here for the Warframe music. You've probably seen part 1 if you haven't. There'll be a link down below for that. And I've also reacted to Warframe 1999, OST, Rotten Lives. That was a banger. The first part of this playlist I liked as well, so we're going to listen to the rest of these. And if you guys want more Warframe music, I'm down to do more. I do want to start doing more game music reactions, not just gacha, other games as well. And I do want to listen to more of the Warframe 1999 playlist as well, so we'll do more of that probably later on in the week or next week as well. So look out for those. But yeah, let me know what you think. I'm looking forward to this. I heard like 2 seconds of this when we were doing the last playlist, and I like what I heard of this particular song. This is See It in the Flesh, dynamic Warframe tunage. Let's get into it, boys. Let's go. Let me bring it right back. And this is all in-game music as well, right? So these are a real vibe to be grinding out to. I can imagine just slashing through loads of enemies with my sword, listening to this. Just vibing out. Ooh. Okay. That breakdown into that drop. Nice. What are those lyrics in the background? I like this. I do like this. Again, this is another one that feels kind of grungy. Like, Rotten Lies 1999. That shit was grungy as fuck, but it was like electro mixed with a grungy sort of vibe. I'm thinking to this one, guys. Yo, it's got some banger music for the OSTs this game has. Kind of like cyberpunk music. It has sort of got a sort of techno kind of punk to it as well, actually. Makes sense for Warframe as well, doesn't it? I feel like this is something you could listen to while studying. The leitmotif of a very important theme. I didn't put it yet because of story reasons. Like those sort of muddy vocals in the background as well. Okay. Right, what are we on to now? The Lotus Eaters OST login music. Okay, dude, that artwork's insane. It's like an upside down image, like we're in the sky. There's a skyline, but then there's his face coming out of the ground. That is fucking dope, that is. That looks really cool, man. Okay, this one's a bit shorter, this one is. I'm looking forward to this one just from the artwork. So the Lotus Eaters OST login music, I'm expecting this to be, I don't know what I'm expecting it to be, actually. I don't know. With this game, so far, the music's been quite surprising. Definitely a bit more electro. And the throat singer's back. Oh, I like this. This is relaxing. Feels like the sort of stuff to just lie back to listen to. Feels like melancholic and beautiful. Sad almost. It's pretty though. And this is login music, yeah. This goes hard for login music. Ooh, I like that. And almost sort of a Oriental vibe coming in as well there. Feels it to me almost. Oh, I like that. I like that. That was short, but definitely sweet. That was short, but sweet. Okay, what are we on to here? The Veil Tauron Ambient. Okay, at least these pictures are better quality than the last one as well. Not that that matters, but still. Let me rewind. Let me pull up the tune. A lot of this stuff is very ambient, isn't it? It makes sense though, because like a lot of this is OST stuff and in-game music for while you're playing. The ambiance. Okay, this definitely feels a bit more like a cyberpunk in a sense. Imagine this being a scene at a dockyard as criminals are unloading a bunch of illegal weapons within our megatropolis city, you know what I mean? To distribute to all the, to all the vagabonds. You know what this kind of sounds like? This almost sounds like the sort of intro music you get to a sort of murder mystery show in the UK. Not like fucking something like Miss Marple or whatever the fuck. But you know, like something like more like Silent Witness or something like that. That sort of, I guess, more gritty whodunit kind of show. Then got like a mysterious vibe to it. Yeah, this definitely could work for an intro to a show like that. You know, just as the credits are rolling, you're getting the different scenes that you get on the start of a show. What's it called as well? The Veil. Yeah, it does really give me like the mystery vibes, man. Can't help but just picture credits rolling for a show like that. Oh, like that ending. Winding down. Oh shit, kicked into that quick. Lullaby of the Manifold. Oh, we had this on before, Francesca Hauser, right? Wasn't she in one of the other songs? She was in one of the other songs, right? And she's got an insane voice, right? This is the same one, yeah. I'm pretty sure it is. Lullaby of the Manifold featuring Francesca Hauser. It's cool artwork again. Man, I love some of the designs in Warframe. It's got some dope ass stuff in it, man. All right, let's have a listen to this one. Lullaby of the Manifold. Interesting name. The old piece. So I'm guessing this was from a different, like, so I'm assuming some of these are like from different patches as well for the game, these music sets, right? Dude, I hate YouTube Premium. I swear to God, it's trolling me, bro. It's trolling me. Ooh. Oh, I like this. This almost seems like anxiety-inducing. Is it YouTube or is it your ghost? Might be both at this point. Ooh. This might be my favourite so far out of this playlist. Ooh. This is very cinematic. It's epic. Feels like the scale to this. You listen to it on repeat for like 2 weeks after it came out. This is good. This is good. This Francesca Hauser. She's got an amazing voice. Super talented. Is that onward high? The lyrics are beautiful as well. He's very anthem-like, actually. Oh, that might be my favourite out of the entire play. Actually, that is my favourite out of the entire playlist. I really like that. beautiful, epic, anthem-like. Yes, definitely. Orchestral. She's got an insane voice. That was really pretty. I like that. I really like that. That almost felt like it was too short though. Like 3 minutes wasn't enough there. I needed that to be like 5 or 6 minutes, man. That was absolutely beautiful. Okay, so far, that's the #1 in the playlist so far for me. That is the #1 in the playlist so far for me. Lullaby of the Manifold with Francesca House. I'm going to have to look into more of her work, actually, to see what else she's been involved in, because she's incredibly talented, man. She's got a beautiful voice. From the same album, 2 I'd recommend added to the list is Deepest Dark and His Light. Okay. Yeah, I was saying earlier, we're going to start to have a listen to some more of the Warframe stuff. I want to go through the 1999 playlist as well. I want to hear everything that's in there. Okay, we got another one featuring some people here. Warframe Lamenting the Days featuring Jake Bowen, Mark Holcomb, and Elliot Coleman. Okay, all right, so we've got a triple feature here. Interesting, and this one's straight off the channel as well. This is at 1.1 million views. So let's have a listen to this one. I'm excited now. We got a triple feature. Let's go. Ooh. It's gonna be like sort of Paramore type vibes. Yeah, the guitar works sick. I'm assuming then the features here are guitarists, I'm guessing. This is from 1999 as well. Is that just full of bangers then? This is a battle theme in a certain mode. As you might expect, the 1999 update's very 1999 codage, yeah. Ooh, okay. 1999 is filled with bangers in the popular solid. Oh, we're gonna have to listen to that. That's definitely one that's coming up. Ooh, the LTD work there as well was dope. It's a banger. Yeah, this is definitely something that I can imagine listening to back in like 2000, early 2000s for sure. Need some online in the list, to be fair. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll find the playlist that I'll link in the Discord, and you guys can tell me some potential ones to add into the listen as well. Okay, all right, shit. Totally different song, but I really enjoyed that as well. Okay, second part of this playlist, definitely stronger than the first, in my opinion. The second one had a very much of a story arc, immersing yourself into it kind of moment. But like, we've had 2 tunes within this one that are kind of fire, actually kind of fire. Totally different types of music, right? That's sort of like almost operatic sort of one into like a alternative rock, early 2000s, late 90s kind of song. I was vibing with that though. I'm guessing all those features with guitarists, yeah, in the title. Okay then. If you stall another hour or two, I'll be able to watch everything live. I don't know if we're stalling for that much longer. We have stalled for a lot longer than... To be fair, though, Vigil was going to take, 2 hours to read, so we have to add a little bit of stalling in. We could have played some endfield, but I think we're going to do a good day of endfield Thursday and later on. Anyway, back to the tunes. Roses from the Abyss. Let's check this one out as well. Then this is from Warframe, the old piece as well. All right, let's go. Now we can get some Ultrakill in later. Definitely lots of like grungy type stuff in this game, right? Like lots of stuff that's got like sort of like a messy vibe to it, but... Ooh, switch up. I'm liking this build up. Ever since the lead dev swapped, the music got a lot more experimental. Positive or negative. Oh, I like this. This shit could fit straight into something like Warhammer, man. Positive. Got an organ in the background there as well. Ooh. This feels like this has got so many switch-ups. Feels like almost like there's 4 songs within one song here. Or 4 bits of music within this piece, should I say. I'm going to get back into Warframe and I'm going to forgetting how to farm for all the stuff I need. I'm forgetting exactly how to do stuff. But the base combat I'll remember, what? The systems. Yeah, there's definitely an organ in the background there, yeah. Almost sounds like a church organ. Vic is letting rip on the organ. This is definitely great background music as well. You dropped a few personal favourites in React, sweet. Plays in one of the best story segments as of recently. Yeah, this song, this piece of music just keeps switching up. Okay, this is the best part. Is the Warframe logo supposed to look like a spider? It looks like a spider, right? I'm all fucking mental. Dude, that was... The amounts of different switch-ups we had through this song was crazy. I like it, though. Definitely like it. That definitely feels something that, like, for me, would fit into a bit more of the experimental, you know? What we got left? What was we on there? Is that Roses from the Abyss, yeah? And, okay, we got Ironclad left. Last one. Yeah, it's a Lotus Flower. Yeah. See, like, you know, in some of them, it's like, let me just quickly go back to some of the old ones. You know, like here, it genuinely looks like it could, obviously, if you know what it is, it does look like a Lotus Flower. But it also does look like the front of a spider, right? You know, the back end of its fucking thorax and everything, and the legs, you know? And on some of them, it seems like, especially the one where, like, here, you know, this proper looks like a spider to me. Like, I don't know if they're, you know, they're twisting it to kind of have that sort of feel to it as well. But yeah, oh, we got another one added into the playlist. Have you just added that? You slapping next ones in. Ironclad. All right, then let's check this one out then, shall we? Another one from the old piece. Let's go. I like the lyrics. Well, the vocals. I don't know what they're saying. With that piano drop. I suppose with the name as well, just the vibe with this, definitely, I could imagine like giant-ass mechas in the fog. Like a World War I aesthetic to them. Definitely an eclectic choice of music. They've definitely got a lot of range to them, haven't they? Like we talk about this with Arknights, with the range. There's definitely a lot of range so far from what I'm hearing throughout this playlist, and that the 1999 one as well, and that rock one also. It definitely feels like they're willing, like you say, to be a bit experimental, try some new stuff, try some odd stuff as well. I like it. Somebody going ham on the piano. I like that layer of the piano coming in there. It's really nice. Ooh. I love the piano in the background, connected into it. I really like these choice of songs, man. Ooh, I like that ending. That, for the last minute of that was peak. Like that, the end of that there, absolutely smashed the rest of it. Like that piano coming in as it built up towards the end. Fucking love that. Okay, this was a great watch. This last one, we'll listen to this one separately, because this one wasn't in there initially, was it? This TechnoCon 2024 Party of Lifetime. So yeah, in terms of a playlist, I really enjoyed it. I think the second half was different. Definitely different. I see what you're saying when you talk about the experimental stuff. Different from the first half. But I think there was stronger stuff in this. There was some great stuff in the first half as well. The first half really felt like I was getting a bit more of a story. This was a bit more abstract to me, in the sense that I wasn't really picturing stuff happening so much. But that like alternative rock song and the one with Francesca in as well slapped. I really, really like the vocals of that chick. She's insanely talented. Freezy added that one in. Yeah, we'll check that one out as well. We'll check out the 1999 stuff as well, and we'll definitely go through some more of this. I might have to start setting up some playlists as well on the channel soon, so people can find the music stuff and different stuff. Man, I really need to tidy up the playlist on the channel. But yeah, that was great. guys, if you want more music stuff, let me know. Give me your best stuff, your best playlist, your best games, your best songs, and I will listen to them. But this was a good one, man. This was a good one. We need to listen to the Ultrakill stuff as well, but we'll listen to this Shen, we'll get into the game, and then we'll listen to the Ultrakill stuff after. I think that's fair, because I know BVN said he'll be around a bit later as well, so we can check that out then. All right, then. We got a Millie song, and my first real experience with the Millie stuff was the Limber stuff, and that, like, you guys know, actually, genuinely, like, connected with me. Wasn't just, okay, this is good. You know, sometimes music can be a vibe, right? It got me. It genuinely got me. Got me thinking about, you know, how much time I spend with my loved ones, and especially how much more time I should be spending with Rosie. Really got me in that moment. And then I went and had surgery and literally had the Millie songs going through my head at the time as well, which was quite an impactful moment for me personally, which has been a long time since a piece of music's done that. So far, my Millie viewpoint is massive, massive W. So let's check out the Chen Alter the Dawn Streak EP Millie crossover then, shall we, guys? I haven't heard this, so I'm looking forward to it. You know me and Arknights music as well. Big fan. So let's get into it then, man. Let's do this. Man, the vocals are just gorgeous. I think every single Millie song so far have just hit me hard with the vocals. Not only just like the lyrics themselves, but the tone of her voice and the vocals and the way she tackles the song. There's so much emotion within every single word. It is such a talent. Well, I know why, because they're incredibly talented, right? But man, so far, do they miss? Does Millie actually miss? Is there ever mid coming out of Millie? Because so far, I don't think I've heard it. I'm yet to hear it, at least yet. It isn't only Millie, because just because you don't understand the lyrics of the song, you can enjoy the beauty of it, right? But the switch between, and it still just continues to take you along with it. It keeps that, like, you know, because sometimes when some songs do this, where they switch between English and another language, whether it be Mandarin, French, whatever it might be, it sometimes feels a bit of a harsh switch, but it feels such a natural flow into CN to EN and back and forth without it feeling like too jarring at all. It just seems to, it's like you almost forget, you're like, wait a minute, am I understanding this? I'm not, but you know what I mean? To think this song is going to get performed on ambient synthesis. Oh, is this going to be at the concert? Ooh, can't wait. Chen skin in Enfield. I know it's not Chen. I know it's not the same Chen. But let's do it. We could pretend, right? We could pretend this skin would go so hard in Enfield. Damn. Okay. Shit. Millie, do it again. What an interesting song. What a beautiful song as well. I'm struggling to like get so much the context of this here, right? But the vocals are stunning. I loved it when it kicked into this.
For a minute, I was embarrassed by my
You know, that bit there. And for a minute, I was embarrassed by my short insight. And there's like the double up of the vocals. It just sounds so good, especially that switch from the gentle, soft vocals into the more, I don't even want to say like rap, right? You know, but just like just spitting bars in a sense. But I like that switch was beautiful. The build was beautiful. The switch between the English to the CN and back again as well was so fucking smooth. This was fire. The music and everything as well, the melody, everything about this. I like this. This is beautiful. Again, I don't think I've not listened to a Millie song yet where I've not come out feeling a sense of beauty from the song. I think that's one thing that I can pull out of Millie stuff, is it all just the singular voice into sort of the dual voice into the singular into the dual, and then straight into like the dual for the CN, and then a switch up of like the tone of the vocals in the CN, but it all just like fits together. It feels so slick. Millie also did the opening to Goblin Slayer. Did they? I didn't know that. I didn't actually know that. All right, that was awesome. Okay, I'm glad I listened to that. Thank you for sharing that as well. Damn, man. Millie are just them. Right. Millie are just them. I need to listen to more Millie stuff. I know the stuff gets claimed to hell, but I don't even care. It's worth listening to on stream, man. Bang out once again. Love to see it. Shout out to River5 for posting that. That was nice. And as well, can we just talk about the animation and the art? Holy cow. It's beautiful. I love it. And again, you know, I'm a big fan of our Chen in endfield. That's a skin. That's a skin. That's a skin right there, that is. That's a skin. I'll take it. Anyway, yeah, man, that was dope. That was dope. Let me know what you think. He shared Millie songs. Yeah, we're going to listen to those, Lance. We're going to listen to those. We're going to listen to some of the Ultrakill stuff as well from later. But, guys, we've been stalling long enough. Yeah, I think we need to jump into the game, man. I think we need to jump into Vigilo. I think we need to get it done. We need to get onto it. Guys, I reinstalled Girls Frontline 2 as well. I've also installed it on my phone. We're farming, boys. We're going to be farming Girls Frontline 2. I want to check out that new mode. And I kind of, because I did enjoy the story somewhat of Girls Frontline 2. I need to go back, enjoy the story. So I'm looking forward to that new game. It's not coming out until 2028, so we've got another 2 years. But still, it'll fly by, right? It'll come round in no time, man. So might as well start prepping now, right? Might as well start prepping now. All right, let's finish off Vigilo. Let's finish off Vigilo. It should take us about an hour or two, yeah. Yes, I did casual, yeah, if somebody's got a Genshin playlist as well. Like, I really want to listen to some Zenly Zone Zero EPs. I want some OSTs and BGMs. Definitely some EPs as well. Some like full-on songs. So, I definitely want to listen to some Zenlys, Sarel, Genshin. Anything you like, really. But yeah, you were right, casual. Girls Frontline 2 story can sometimes be a bit confusing when you don't run the first game. I suppose I could watch a video to catch up, really. Get out the reading glasses. I need to get the blue blockers on. I might make myself a cup of tea as well. For a pee. But yeah. Cheers for the stuff to react to. Easy said he put some more stuff into... check out as well around a few more Warframe songs. Nice one for Easy. We'll check those out. Okay, so we got some Millie songs for Ruiner. We've got Warframe. We've got some Ultrakill stuff from BVN. How many songs are in this? We've got a little bit of context as well. Oh, there's a lot of songs in there. We'll have to break that up into maybe like 5 songs a pop. And then we can split that up into like 4 parts, can't we? All right. Damn, man. You guys are hitting me with the fucking... hitting me with the shit. I'm excited. I'm excited to listen to some of this Ultrakill stuff as well. Because I saw Dead Aim was bigging that up as well. I haven't listened to any of it, I don't think. So I'm excited to listen to that as well. Hitting you with the blunt. I wish. Actually, I was wrong as well, boys. We're 15 days into being processed sugar-free today. I'm feeling it a little bit today. Hold on. I need to... I must admit, I'm feeling it a little bit today. Ultrakill songs are bangers. Yeah, I'm looking forward. Looking forward to it. I don't think I got the right game on, have I? Arknights. Arknights. There we go. Yeah, let me make a cup of tea, go to the loo, and we will begin the pre-Babel drinks, boys. Because Friday, we're locking in. Friday, 11:30 a.m. GMT, boys. We start the story. We get into it. I'm looking forward to it. How many nodes? I know Babel's long, right, but how many nodes is Babel? Just out of curiosity. How many nodes are you looking at, boys? So hyped for Friday. I'm looking forward to it as well, actually. I'm looking forward to it. That's why I thought I'd give it... I'm not, like, expecting loads of people there. I just thought I'd give people a chance because I know there's some people who particularly wanted to watch Lone Trail. You know, there's certain chapters where some people are more interested than others. So I thought I'd let people know with a post, and as well, they can see this now, either the VOD or if they pop into stream, be like, oh, okay, Babel's happening Friday, sweet. You know what I mean? 10 combat nodes, a few more for Sora, sweet. Okay. Change good to me. Alright then, boys. Give me a moment. Let me just click these. We'll do our recruitments and stuff in a bit. Let me just get to the loot and grab a drink, yeah. And I'll be back in a moment, guys. I'll be back in a moment. what, boys? Hopefully, guys kept you entertained while I've been away. This chair kept you intent while I've been having a poo. Chair game in his back, chair picks, always has the best takes. Learn from the master. Learn from the master, that's why. Bro, signing up for Temu has been one of the most annoying things I ever did. Because I just wanted to check some products on there. I never ordered off there. Holy shit, they don't stop emailing you, do they? Like, fuck me, bro. Get it? Get it, man. Can you fucking stop? Bro, I thought MTash left Gacha. I thought MTash left Gacha. Bro's fully back in, isn't he? You're saying the other day, like, you can't escape Gacha. You know, he doesn't let you go. Oh, man. He says he's enjoying NTE more than endfield. Oh, let's get Gacha. Won't let you go. It won't let you go. I think didn't he become like I thought he become like a sponsored marathon CC, because like it seemed like loads of people became sponsored marathon CCs. But, like, isn't marathon like doing really poor again? Like it seemed like marathon, when everybody played it initially, everybody sort of had a negative sentiment towards it, and then all of a sudden it dropped and everybody was super positive. Like when I played it, it was just like it was all right. I wouldn't say it was a bad game, but to me it felt like a more polished, less inspired version of the cycle for me. Which, take from that what you will. I actually like the cycle. But yeah, I don't know if it was because a lot of people were sponsored or what, but it seemed like post-launch I've been hearing like a lot of negative stuff about it over the recent weeks. How's it doing? It's all right though, really. You guys can't see. 7,500's no small number. 14,000 over the last 24 hours. So it's holding a sort of steady player base, right? 14,000 players on live's pretty freaking decent, to be fair. It seems to be dead in the content space, right? But not that affects the game again, right? Look, there's plenty of games out there that don't kill it content-wise, but you know, do more than well enough while they're actually you know, Marathon's always had a majorly negative opinion due to the Bungie. Like, I do think some of the negative opinion off the bat of people who hadn't even tried it felt a bit forced, but after playing it, I was like, it does lack that special sauce for me personally. But again, though, I played pretty much every battle royale and extraction shooter going. Well, not everyone, but like a lot. So, suppose maybe I just wasn't vibing with it. I actually quite like the art style. Like, a lot of people seem to hate on the art style. I didn't have an issue with the art style personally. It feels polished though, like when you played it. But yeah, it wasn't anything that I'd go insane over personally. Yeah, I was just curious because seemed to like drop out to catch and he's back. Not judging him, fucking have at it, you know what I mean? The casino always finds a way to bring you back. True. Not surprised dude was a destiny. Oh, MTash was he? I didn't know that. Their marathon aesthetics are peak. They are. Play marathon big so you can kill it off. I think I hear the most about the people that could take part in the end game of marathon is high risk mass, because people are getting more before they can even reach the quota needed to join these matches. I don't even know. I can't have too much of an opinion on it because I ain't played enough of it. I played a little bit of the I think it was a final test, and as that, didn't hate it. It just considering it's a box price game, I was like, yeah, I'm probably not gonna buy it. Probably not gonna buy it unless it goes on sale. I think it probably would be probably spoke about more if it was free to play, right? I suppose it's in an unusual spot, isn't it? Isn't an extraction type shooter? Is it? It's how much is it still? Considering it's like a box price, 34 quid. It's not like full price, but still. All right then, Vigilo. Here we go. Part 2, Memoria. Apparently, to read the entire thing, we're looking at about 2 hours, right? Sit down. Sorry. Yeah, not gonna lie. Until I saw him pop up in the gacha space, I thought he'd just gone to a different job. Can't say he's ever. Yeah, I think at one point, he was working. I thought he was working for like a YouTube marketing agency or something. I remember him saying something about that. Which you could well still be doing, right? That's the sort of stuff that you can incorporate. You know, you can do a 40-hour job and still do YouTube, can't you? If you've got the time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was working at like a YouTube ad agency or marketing agency, right? And he was talking about getting other creators involved and helping them with stuff like. But yeah, I was just under the assumption that he'd move. But as Casual said, though, man, the casino always gets you back, right? All right, then. 4:11 p.m. overcast. Visibility 10 kilometers. Rhodes Island landship medical cabin. Mummy. Al Yap. Remove the electrodes. This music I always finds such an unusual choice in this game. I like it, but it feels so, I don't know. I don't know if it's, I don't know what it is. It feels like I'm not playing Arknights when this music comes. What's the prognosis? My head feels hot and distended. Not good. Damn. Your head feeling distended is definitely not good. Good. You'll feel better after a quick rest. Dr. Pixeltree, I've scanned your brain 7 times over the past month or so. The results are always the same. There's nothing wrong with your medial temporal lobe, sorry, and the neurons in the other brain areas are active as they are in most young people, meaning you don't have to come to medical for these unpleasant tests so often. And what's wrong with my memory? There's no doubt that you've lost a lot of your memory. Even someone like you wouldn't be able to manipulate the results. Those memories are episodic, chiefly concerning the subjective awareness of your identity, and even more so about all your experiences before you fell asleep in the Chernobog sarcophagus. In contrast, your procedural memory has recovered extremely quickly. Does that mean, like, procedural memories, like your ability to form memories going past that point? It's just everything prior to that, right? I'm assuming. From my reports, or Amia's and Doberman's observations, this conclusion is clear. Your ability to command, and as exhibited during the Chernobog incident, is not significantly worse than before. Why would this happen? In other words, I'm still useful? To Rhodes Island, you are far more than just useful. Even if you truly lost all your memories and became an ignorant bystander, Ami would not have regretted saving you, and there will always be a place for you at Rhodes Island. In any case, I believe that the skills you possess will play just as key as a role as they did in the past. I assumed it was about how to act as he remembers how to do his job, basically. Maybe, yeah, maybe. I don't know, let's have a Google. What are procedural memories? Yeah, you're right, yeah. Procedural memory is a type of long-term implicit memory responsible for knowing how to perform tasks, habits, and motor skills automatically without conscious thought. Developed through repetition, it allows actions like riding a bike, typing, playing an instrument to become a second nature. Okay, yeah, so you're right. You're right. I want to be able to help you. I want to be able to help Amia. I know. And I've seen how hard you've been working. After leaving Lungmoon, we've been making our way through the wastelands for some time. The operators need an opportunity to rest. Amia in particular. Likewise, you also need a chance to catch your breath, don't you? I just want some time to adjust. I don't want to stop here. With PRTS to help you, it won't take long for you to adapt to your work at Rhodes Island. However, I don't want you to push yourself. Rhodes Island is not the only thing that has just emerged from a terrible disaster. You have as well, Doctor. Your physical indicators have more or less returned to normal, but your memory is still damaged and your mental state is unstable. As a patient, overwork can only harm you. You're also a patient. Amia is also a patient. Amia knows you're concerned about her, and she's been paying more attention to her health lately. I have no choice but to admit, there are some areas in which your words hold more weight than mine. Doctor, in the span of one short month, you've taken over the staffing of several departments on this ship. In addition, I've seen you reviewing past battles together with combat operators to further explore the possibilities of tactical optimization. You've even been reading during this entire examination. Are you looking at the briefing submitted by the new operator who just reported in a few days ago? So, where are we about in the grand scheme of things now then? We're post Chernobog, right? Are we on the road to Yan here? Or are we post Yan at this minute? Before chapter 7? Okay. Okay, yeah, so we're Yan then, yeah. We left Lungman on the road. We're on the road back to Tallulah. Right, okay. Furthermore, I've seen your notes. Those records about even the most trivial of the operator's details, those flashes of tactical inspiration, those calculations for determining Rhodes Island's business efficiency, and even those scrolls that I can't make sense of, they're all evidence of your commitment to your duty. Although, most of these tasks can be completed with the assistance of PRTS, I think this is your preferred method. It's just a way of organising my thoughts. PRTS's data lacks a bit of the human touch. You didn't seem to be bad-mouthing me. You didn't see me bad-mouthing you, did you? That was a complaint. I'd rather take those words as a compliment. All of your abilities are recovering rapidly, not only due to the retention of your procedural memory, but also due to your extraordinary effects. Conscious exercise will help your brain return more quickly to your pre-comatose state and may even bring back your memory faster than expected. Do you want me to recover as quickly as possible? I'm your doctor. There's not a doctor out there who does not wish for the quick recovery of her patient. That said, if you end up collapsing due to overwork, you'll disrupt Amia's condition as well. Are you only concerned about Amia? I see. You do care about me? These sentiments of yours that occasionally leak through are quite unlike the past you. While this is rather intriguing, I am the object of your feelings. If I am the object of your feelings, let's just say we've no need of that. I've told you many times over that ensuring your physical and mental well-being has always been one of my duties. Like, literally, I'm thinking, yeah, if what we learnt in a Lone Trail is true, and what she is. I still don't know exactly what she is, but if what I'm thinking she is. So yes, even here, I still care about you, even without a battle. It's strange that you talk to me like this. Alright. Yeah, we're getting a little bit more of the doctor conversing a little bit here, haven't we? Especially more about himself as well. Today's exam is over. As I said, you don't need to report back here at the same time next week. Regular morning and evening checkups will continue for a while. Lancet 2 will look after you for now. Look after you for me, sorry. If we ever find that your physical condition does not support your continued work, you must immediately return to medical. As for now, you may return to your work, Doctor. .32 PM, overcast, visibility 7 clicks. Rhodes Island landship, hallway outside the bridge. Right. Oh, I felt like I needed a burp then it didn't want to come out. Spirit, what brings you here? I've updated the geological monitoring report I submitted this morning. You needed to make an adjustment so soon? Unlike you. The numbers change quickly, made me miss my afternoon nap. Forward the report to your team leader. My recommendations are at the bottom. Sure, strong winds warning, is it? That's no problem. The engineering department strengthened the storm shutters 2 days in advance, and logistics notified everyone to stay away from the at-risk deck area. Sorry. That's not all. Keep going. Keep reading? I fucking put it off. Keep reading. Yeah, my bad. There might be a strong windstorm ahead of our route. Should we slow down to make a detour? Or make a detour? How dangerous is this windstorm you're talking about? I don't know. I looked at anomalies in the data and made my best call. All I know for sure is there's more than one cyclone forming ahead, and it's far more intense than what anyone could expect. Sounds pretty vague. We set to our route a month ago. It's already been approved. We're looking at a big mess if we change it on the fly. Struggling to read here, boys. We get a lot about the doctor, how he's perceived, what he thinks, etc. here than elsewhere. Yeah, do we? Okay. You were in that meeting, right? We chose the route for its super low risk profile. Over the last decade, caravans from Lungmen to Lathayan have been back and forth over this route a dozen times. Yes, in theory, we've avoided the catastrophe-prone areas, and the probability of encountering danger is low. But you're also not sure? The bosses want us far away from Ursus and Lungmen as soon as possible. Whatever. I just needed to make sure you got my warning. Deciding what to do is not my job. She's like, yo, I passed Marby on. It's up to you now. I've done my job description. Based, kind of, you know. If we fucking go headfirst into a catastrophe, got nothing to do with me. I told you what the case was. That's up to you. Settle down, Earth Spirit. We've got protocols. I'll notify the team leader and we'll discuss. There's no time for that. Huh? Doctor? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in your office? I was going onto the bridge. Yeah, that's some coincidence. If you're taking the report, are you going to explain the situation to our team leader in person? The windstorm is right in front of us. He'll notice soon enough. The situation is urgent. I'll let Amir know. What? It's that serious? Well, that's not good. Doctor, you believe me? I believe my operators. Then I'll go to the bridge with you. I'll continue to observe the situation in real time and report to you and Amir. I tend to believe somebody called Earth Spirit as well. Don't know, you know, just feel like you might know. Good, that's the best option. I'm going to ask for overtime. This is within the scope of my duties. 4:39 PM, overcast, visibility 4 clicks. Rhodes Island Landship Bridge. I'd love to get a different angle of the bridge. Do we ever get a different angle of the bridge? This angle really doesn't show off much. I'd love to see more of the bridge. Oh no, she looks kind of sussy to me. Warning, the wind speed is increasing rapidly. These numbers, our visibility is going to fall under 1 kilometer within a few minutes. Did you turn on the assisted driving function for sandstorm mode? We've had it on for a while. It was part of the itinerary. Lamia, this might not be an ordinary sandstorm. God. What is it, Pavel? Sensors detecting thunderstorm clouds ahead. Open the PA. Tell the whole ship that Rhodes Island will pass through a thunderstorm shortly and raise the alert level by 1. Central Command personnel, slow us down right now. Yellow alert. Slow down to full impulse. Oh, we're rocking a lot. What's the situation? Pressure on the hull side panels is skyrocketing. 70% of the outermost storm shutters have been damaged and are basically failing. Also, multiple abnormal heat sources detected near the hull. Energy amplitude approaching critical threshold. What's going on? Does this mean... Yes, it's a catastrophe. Ah, Doctor. How can this be? No time to explain. It's a supercell. Alright, I got it. All hands, activate code red catastrophe alerts. Evacuate all personnel on the first deck. Bridge excluded. Gather all non-engineering personnel from the 2nd to 6th levels in the central area for safety. We're huddling up in the central components of the ship, yeah? Central control. Maintain minimum speed cruising. Navigator. How long will this desert thunderstorm last? These sudden onset storms usually pass within an hour or two. It's hard to say for sure, Doctor. Earth Spirit? Earth Spirit, your analysis. Yes, Doctor. Mr. Pavel, the doctor gave you the report I completed an hour ago. Multiple small cyclones within 2 kilometers? This doesn't bode well. This catastrophe is no ordinary desert thunderstorm. We could be looking at a maximum strength windstorm. Can I borrow one of the sensors on the bridge? Of course. I should have seen it myself. It's alright, Mr. Pavel. This is an extremely abnormal phenomenon and will be well beyond the scope of normal catastrophe prediction. An experienced catastrophe messenger would have some trouble spotting all the signs in time. If not for the doctor's assistance, I would have treated the outliers as areas and glossed over them. We still have time to move things in the right direction. I'm getting a real bad feeling about this. Doctor, Amia, the small cyclones ahead are converging and intensifying. In other words, the core of the multi-cyclone vortex is about to generate. Once the core forms, I estimate the cyclone will reach 2 kilometers in diameter and last at least 7 to 8 hours. How long does it take us to go 2 kilometers? We're down to fucking, what was it, cruising speed. What happens if Rhodes Island maintains its speed as it approaches the core? If we come into contact with the vortex, the ship's hull may collide with high-speed active iridium dust, roughly equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of hundreds of maximum payload iridium bombs across the bulwark. Oh shit! Well, that's not good. I'm sure you can guess how that might go for us. Probably not good. We have enough time to change course. I can try. The core of the windstorm changes directions very quickly and can reach a maximum speed of nearly 1,000 kilometers per hour. What? Oh shit! Does he mean the actual wind speed? It doesn't mean the actual speed of the actual catastrophe's movement, right, across area. That would be insane. You know? It's alright. It's on the other side of France. Oh shit, it's in London. You know? And there's no point in us trying. Amia, even if we try a full speed retreat, if we get unlucky with the direction, Rhodes Island won't escape the storm. They actually are saying it's moving across the land at that speed, yeah. And it seems like the only thing we can do is stay put. Mr. Pavel, give me a potential damage assessment. Punch right through it. That's what you do. We spend 7 hours in a thunderstorm of a similar scale. First to 6, 7 decks will be damaged maybe 15%. Of those, the first deck will take the hardest hits and casualties are likely. It'll be the biggest loss the ship takes in a year. But don't see any options. There is a way. Doctor? We won't have to take damage. We don't want to have to dock for a month of repairs, right? Yes. We have to stop in the wastelands. We could face other threats. We have another choice. So we can't retreat and don't want to stop. What else can we do? Full speed ahead. Doctor, are you suggesting that we continue straight ahead? It's out of the question. Visibility is too low. Even with assisted driving, I can't navigate. And from Sargon, plunging headfirst into a sandstorm like this is suicide. I understand your concerns, Mr. Camel, but I trust the doctor. Doctor, are you sure about leading Rhodes Island through the catastrophe zone? I need Earth Spirit to keep calculating the real-time coordinates of the vortex. Yes. I need PRTS to help me calculate energy amplitude of the iridium on the surface. God, good. Please cooperate with the doctor. Calculating a safe route in a short time sounds like a bad joke. If anyone can do it, it's our doctor. I've heard stories of the battles and all, where operating the landship is nothing like field command. I don't know about this. Of course, I don't doubt the doctor's abilities, but I've never heard of this real-time calculation method. Sorry. It just might work. Spirit, can you make sense of the doctor's formulas? No. They feel a bit familiar. Right. I heard about a similar formula from some whiz kid a couple days ago. The doctor's version is more complicated and varied. I've given the route to the navigator. Work with the central control staff if you need to change course rapidly. I'm here. We're ready. Let's head forward then. I'll help you issue instructions. Leave it to me. No, Doctor. Don't be too inefficient. Rhodes Island only needs one commander right now. From the moment I saw you appear on the bridge, I trusted that the situation would definitely turn around. Attention, everyone on the bridge. From now on, I am transferring command of Rhodes Island landship to Dr. Pixeltree. Notify closure and put her all, and have her put all cabins into energy saving mode. All power to the engines. Shields maximum! Bro out here getting all the calculations, yeah. Bro's the math man. Got it, Doctor. Message from Closure. The engine is ready, and she wishes us good luck. There's nothing wrong with going a little crazy every now and then. If I knew I'd be sailing like this, I'd have brought some booze. Rhodes Island, all ahead. Full. Engage. I'm getting a nosebleed from this speed. That's because I elbowed your nose, sorry. The whole place is shaking so much I can't control my limbs. Is the seismic damper malfunctioning? Looks like it's not just my imagination. The whole ship's falling apart. Ursarit, you haven't taken your eyes off the screen at all. Cyclone number 2 is continuing to move 30 degrees southeast. Cyclone number 3. Cyclone number 4. Bro, you know when they do this screen shaking thing, it's like, holy shit, man, I'm gonna throw up. Doctor, hold my hand. Oh, I'm scared. I've got you, Amir. Wait, what the fuck? Doctor, did I step on your foot? Don't worry about it. You can hold on even tighter. Ears are making my face itchy. Just... No! Up in your nose. Your ears are making my face itchy. Are we shaking less? Hard right now. Huh. I didn't even notice that strong wind just now. If it caught us, there's no telling what we would be able to... Telling if we would have been able to stabilise the hull at this speed. Did the downburst make contact with the ground? Only 2 minutes until the core of the storm forms. Maintain current trajectory and keep moving forward. Wait, I see the cyclone. There's one on the left, another on the right. We're surrounded. Rhodes Island is going to collide in just 2 or 3 more minutes. Keep going. It's impossible to avoid them. We don't have enough space to maneuver. Trust me. I'm trying real hard, Doctor. But I don't trust myself so much. Forget it. If Amir's with you, I'm on board too. Even if I have to tie my hand to the steering handle, I'll keep pushing it forward until the very end. I just regret agreeing to swap shifts with that stinky lad George. Fuck that. George catching strays, man. The fuck? "75 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. I've never seen a catastrophe cyclone up close before. Doctor, Amir, are you afraid? I'm a bit nervous, but I'm not afraid. We've been through times like this together before. The closer we might be to despair, the bigger everyone's hopes are, the more incredible the outcome will be. Doctor, this is what you taught me. Hope comes from the commitment to never give in, even at the bitter end. Yes, Doctor, you once said the exact same words. Oh no, we're leaking! We're leaking! Oh, we got one left. Red alert. Red alert. Attention, everyone. Prepare for impact. Just like before, we'll get through this crisis together. Bomba? Yes, we survived back then. Look, I think my record's looking pretty good. Dude, they need to give us a Rhodes Island model in Enfield for our office. The wind is subsiding, and the colour of the sky is changing too. Report, Rhodes Island has left the catastrophe zone. The damage at all deck levels is less than 5%, and nobody was injured. Thank goodness. My nose hurts. Pavel, you know you hit my nose again? So if I did, we're alive. I say, alive! Fine, you owe me a drink. Whatever you want, it's on my tab. I almost made a big mistake. Doctor, it's all thanks to you. Absolutely brilliant calculations, Doctor. Doctor, is your command always so thrilling? I'd like to get another taste of that sometime. Doctor, how in the world did you pull that off? It's like you've got prophetic arts or something. Suddenly showing up on the bridge right before we get hit by a catastrophe. Yeah, no, you know. No, we're glazing. Go on, carry on. No, stop. No, keep going. To be fair, I was pretty anxious through that whole thing. Shouldn't we celebrate? Doctor? Amir hugs you suddenly, and you realise that hands on your waist are squeezing you tighter than they were at any point during the storm. Oh, Amir is cute though, right? Thank you. Thank you standing by my side. Or standing by my side? And they did sell a Rhodes Island model back then. It'd be nice to have an Enfield, wouldn't it? Not half bad. Did what I had to do. The relationship between the self-replication speed of Originium and the increase in energy. You applied this knowledge to the calculations of wind catastrophe trajectories even. You demonstrated similar abilities in the past, helping your colleagues at the time mitigate losses from catastrophes. Some called you a catastrophe expert. We both know what you really specialise in. What do I specialise in? That formula. You still remember it. I didn't remember it before. It jumped right into my head. You created that formula yourself. You've recovered a lot of information about Originium and catastrophes over the past month. You left a lot of calculations in your notes. Perhaps the sudden crisis dredged up latent memories from deep inside your consciousness. Perhaps you invented it not using the knowledge you've left behind. The fact that you could recall this formula proves that you still retain a basic understanding of the nature of Originium. In other words, you've never forgotten your identity as a researcher of Originium. I want to continue this line of research. This seems to be my duty. You may see the study of Originium as your duty, but know that our actions should never be restricted by duty alone. Doctor, what drives you to pursue the study of Originium so fervently? Both you and Amia have arypathy. The suffering caused by Originium scars our world. I want to bring an end to this calamity. I once heard the answer to this question. It was very similar to what you said today, but also completely different. The person who uttered those words had an instinctive desire to unravel truths unknown and also worked hard to save lives. But sometimes, salvation also meant destruction. That is what the same person told me. Who? Do you still harbour that same answer deep within your brain? Does it still count as being there even if I don't remember it? Or is it me before? Whatever makes you happy. Amia said your performance on the bridge today was much like that of an actual prophet. Why are you staring at me like that? The rational part of me wants to believe in science. When the results of your first brain examination came back, I thought I saw some errors in the process, and so there was a second time, and a third time, and even a seventh time. The rational part of me told me that repeating the same results 3 times was enough to prove that you weren't lying. Without a shadow of a doubt, you really did lose a lot of your memories. You don't remember what you did to Teresa, and you forgot why you were standing here in the first place. All of this has caused a significant dichotomy between you and the person I once knew. But just like I allowed you to do the 7th test, in this moment I once again find myself doubting who exactly is standing in front of me. How much of the past remains, and how much of you blooms anew? I'm being sentimental again. It felt terrible having to sit through 7 exams. I would like to apologise to you regarding this matter. Taking a better grasp of your memory recuperation will always have real benefits for your body. There's something I've wanted to ask for a long time. Setting aside your role as a doctor, do you want me to regain my memories? Situations are rarely black and white, and the same is true of human emotions. I've not concealed my hatred for you in the past, and no matter how much I hate to admit it, there's something else there too. I need to know. I need to know. You want me doing everything I could before? Do you miss the person you hate? You're searching for the truth of the past. Without a doubt, I seek that answer. Ideally, I want to hear the truth from your mouth. But I will not give up looking for the truth in other ways. Now, it's my turn to ask you. Doctor, do you want your memories back? I do. Your answer doesn't matter. I see your hesitation. Once your memories come back, many of your questions will be answered. However, not every answer will satisfy you. You will know where all the emotions pouring into you come from, whether it is the hatred from me and W, the unconditional trust from Amia, or even further back. Excess memories, intense emotions will instantly flood your entire brain. Trust me, what you will feel at a time will be far greater than exhaustion. What you should fear even more is when the past finally decides to catch up to you. You must decide. What if those memories are too strong and engulf all the hard work you've put in recently and pull you back into the abyss that you failed to crawl out of over countless years? Shit. Now I don't know if I do want them back. Fuck me, bruh. Come on now. Once the current you is defeated, everything you've worked so hard to build will collapse, and you and your will may no longer be your own. See, like this, I like this here. Again, we're kind of touching on that, like, sort of thing of, like, you know, because you are your memories, right? A human being is the cumulative experience of their experiences, right? And this is one thing we've scratched a little bit of with endfield, but like we need to go into that, especially with like reconveners. I don't want it to be a repeating thing constantly, but I really want a deep thing about that. Really well done. I sort of tried it with Lev, but yeah, they didn't really go into it much, did they? Let me ask you once more. Doctor, are you ready? If luck is on our side, you won't need to answer this question anytime soon. I want to thank you. Over the past month or so, you've shown me some new possibilities. Especially today. I learned that you still remember the formula. It turns out, you and I are not the only ones preparing for that day. I suspected this long ago. The home-use life functions restoration device was not supposed to have the defect of deleting one's memory. Home-use life functions restoration device. I'm talking about the sarcophagus, right? She's talking about something that was used to wake me. In particular, it's impossible to selectively delete the part of the brain most likely involved in decision making, but still retain the parts most meaningful to you. Doctor, what if I think is she trusted you even more than I could fathom in the past? That being the case, you should continue to work hard. Just as I've said countless times already, I will help you as long as we continue to stand together. It was about the sarcophagus. Rhodes Island Landship Command Center. Oh, excuse me. Professor, are you here? How do you say her name now? Ejafyala? Ejafyala? Eya, come in. Jaja. Professor, Ardelia. Would you call her Ardelia? Professor, they said you wanted to see me. This is for you. Is it about my application to become an operator? Oh, it's been approved. That's great news. Everyone said you and Miss Amia would turn me down because of my condition. I convinced her. I see. You even went out of your way to get it approved. Thank you. The briefing you submitted this morning helped Rhodes Island through a crisis. You mean a catastrophe this afternoon? Professor, did you read my analysis? Yeah, I do remember this spoiler. Well, I know what happened. I don't know the context. I don't know the context and how it went down. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you get that in the story anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, from the last chapter and coming into contact with Therese, you know what went down. Well, you know that it went down, not necessarily what went down, how it went down, why it went down, and the nuances of it, right? Obviously, I don't know any of that. Your Iridium vein expansion observations were incredibly accurate. You were able to predict a catastrophe through an increase in Iridium activation on the surface. It was just a hunch. They said the density of Iridium near the surface around here would be very low, but I saw the same situation in a volcano in southern Lethanian. Even a small amount of Iridium proliferates rapidly over a brief period when the conditions are right. 2 days ago, after finishing my daily treatment, I was walking around the dorms as usual when I saw the approaching phenomenon from the dust samples on the porthole. In sandy terrain, a sudden burst in Iridium energy will cause the ground temperature to rise rapidly, leading to a significant increase in the possibility of large-scale wind catastrophes. Ah, okay. I'm so sorry. I can go on and on about this stuff. Please continue. You've already seen the report, right? Busy as you are, I never expected you'd read out random notes. I also read your thesis. Your research is very interesting. I've said before, I'm a hard worker, but sometimes some folks are thinking I can use arts. Professor, are you interested in my research? If you're not too busy, I'd love to stay over and have a nice chat with you again. After I get some work done, you're welcome to look around. There are so many books on your desk. Annals of the Great Yang Classics, A Tale Without a Legend, Columbia Judicial Observation Notes, Conquest and Assimilation. Professor, are these books the books you normally read? Your interests are so diverse. It's nothing like the bookcase of the other professors I know. I think this one will interest you the most. These are your catastrophe research notes. Something to read over. Just something I jotted down, just a rough draft. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll study these thoroughly. If I have any questions, I may come talk to you. May I come talk to you? Anytime. The young scholar clutches the notes you handed her tightly, lifts her head and looks at you with conviction-filled eyes. Professor, my life has been a series of wonderful surprises since coming to Rose Island. The stability of my neuropathy has given me a lot more confidence about my future, and people like you have given me the hope to keep moving forward. If you're working so hard, then what reason do any of us have to give up? Professor, thank you so much for leading Rose Island forward and on into the future. A little face. A little face. See a little smile on her face. See a little smile. Oh, shit. Wait. We're going back there, right? Because old Bucko... Because old Bucko over here went down earlier than that. I bet 300. It's just a pile of broken scrap metal. Not worth the trouble. You sure? I'll bet 500 then. That thing's important to us. How do you figure? Intuition. Not tricky to find out gadgets in the waste. And when catastrophes blow them out all the time. You dug up Ace's grave, you know. Ace looking hench? Intuition tells me that's not your average trash. What are you two chatting about? Oh, Doctor. Good evening, Dr. Pixeltree. We went to a drifter settlement yesterday while on field duty and turned out something fairly interesting. It's just industrial scrap. I've seen this stuff all over the Western Waste. Worth your time, Doctor. But incredibly, it's industrial scrap that still works. It seems to be playing some kind of audio. Music? You'd be hard-pressed to convince me that's music. The circumstance it was found in? There was a strange machine in the middle of the drifters' settlement, painted red, very heavy, and made strange noises when anyone came near. The drifters weren't too keen on approaching it. They still set up camp around it. Ought to have moved it back then. Dane Calcit might know the specifics of its technology. Spend cash to drag back piles of industrial scrap. Have we ever had the luxury? Perhaps that Banshee might take a liking to it. If you have some personal beef going on, I suggest you don't bring it to work. It's talking about, low goat. There. Sounds interesting. Time permitting, we can visit that settlement together sometime. Maybe I'll be able to tell you what it is. Oh, looks like our gamble's gonna pay off then. Then it's settled. Once Her Majesty's affairs are worked out for the time being together, we'll go. And keep to that deal. When did that happen though? With Ace? How did we squeeze that in? I went down earlier. When is it exactly where we lost Ace now? How do we have time for those moments? You awaken to an unpleasant mechanical noise. A normal day. Before your eyes is the ceiling of an ordinary living room in Rhodes Island. The furnishings look just as ordinary, though the hum of the ventilation system seems a bit deeper than in the other cabins. You know why? Oh, shit. That was before we... Oh, okay. It's gotta be right. I was just thinking then, cause like, we woke up, we threw into the thick of it, everybody knows, and then Ace got clapped. We went from the sarcophagus to the pen to the ring, and then to Ace getting his cheeks spread over the street. So that must have been before it, yeah. Before Chernobog. Chapters, yeah, it was early, right? Early. Ace is a reconvener. You know what though? Man, Ace kind of would go hard as a character. Like a shield and a fucking Sledgehammer use will go hard in endfield, right? Just imagine that. The animation's doing that. Ooh, ooh. You know? I hate you, pigs. You know why? It's one of the most inconspicuous parts of your many peculiarities. You wash up perfunctorily. This part isn't so different from ordinary people. You take special medication to maintain your condition. This part is a bit different from ordinary people. Next, you don the full body protective clothing that hampers your normal activities. Considering your physical condition, it is necessary. It may also be temporary depending on your recovery. These are all orders from Dr. Calcit. According to her, you used to know more about these things than she did. Now only she can look after your health. Well, there's a sarcophagus, yeah. Of course, Doctor, you're not like that one. Is there anyone out there like us? Is anyone out there like you? The world has not been kind to you, and you know this. Ah, Doctor, you're awake. Considering how late you stayed up, you can rest a bit longer. Going to urge me back to work? I'm fine, don't worry, I'm feeling pretty energetic. Really? Doctor, and what did you may be a little too energetic? Oh boy. Oh, by the way, Dr. Calcit stepped out for the day. She asked me to tell you that the meeting is postponed to tomorrow. Huh, so in other words, there's nothing on today's schedule? Yes, that's why you should take advantage of it and rest up. Resting up, huh? What a luxurious word. 7:33 AM. Rhodes Island cafeteria. Oh, Doctor, good morning. Hey, oh, Doctor. I'm Cruz. Good morning. Wow, Doctor, you actually got the time to come down to the cafeteria for breakfast today? Yeah, I have the day off. Would you come look at that? Never see you in the cafeteria so early. What impression have I given you? What impression, huh? I'm probably a workaholic, chronically overworked all year round. Seriously though, this is long overdue. I've been like this ever since we left Lungman. I don't want to see you break down. Be a little kinder to yourself, Doctor. After all, we were... Ouch. God damn it, the hell are you doing? Loose lips sink ships. Huh? It's fine. You're exactly right. Life is not solely on my own, and I need to remind myself from time to time. Oh, it's not that, Doctor. That's not what I meant. Well, whatever. Enjoy your breakfast. I'll leave you in peace. The operators gradually disperse, and you find yourself sitting in the corner of the canteen. A rare occurrence indeed. Rhodes Island, a place that makes you feel both at home, yet also estranged. It's like those clear but also unrecognisable memories. A pharmaceutical company with the primary goal of resolving the problems surrounding the infected. It is said that the past you was intimately connected to all of this. It is said that you played a key role in its establishment. It is said that you were the brains of Rhodes Island, and that Rhodes Island was the extension of your will. A portion of what was spoken of has been slowly returning to you, but you are not sure if this is good or bad. You have forgotten too much. Rhodes Island has welcomed you, but you don't know if you are worthy of its welcome. Your breakfast lies before your eyes, a bland but healthy meal. You know that this is Calcit's work. Over the past 3 months, your life has been filled with these feelings. Everything is so strange yet so nostalgic. Conceptually, these feelings are all completely contradictory, yet they manifest in front of you together. 3 months ago, during the sudden outbreak of rioting and conflict, they, Rhodes Island, rescued you from the epicenter of turmoil. In the ensuing conflict, too many people lost their lives. So many of the deceased recognize you. You do not recognize them. So many of the deceased heard about you. You've never not heard about them. You gave your utmost, gaining greater respect in the process, and your hard work finally bore the fruit of victory. And that victory still came laden with inevitable pain. Up until now, you've had but one question. A question that you've repeatedly raised to yourself, but have never been able to answer. Is it all worth it? Totally not a couple. So stupid that song got popular because tons of people were shitting on it. Yeah, that made it That made it grow, right? The hate made it grow. 2:45 p.m. Rhodes Island Integrated Bioprocessing Unit, or on board a Victorian battleship. Stretching out before your eyes is the most unique warehouse in all of Rhodes Island. A large number of unclaimed objects stacked in this warehouse. A petite Hero operator is struggling to wipe down a badly damaged shield. You recognise the shield and remember the former owner of that shield. Is it Ace's shield? Wait, did we get Ace's shield out? You remember that tall, somewhat slovenly operator who always sported a hearty smile. He was once your friend, or so you've been told, but you don't know anything. You're wary of this repetitive, contradictory nonsense, but nothing better encapsulates the current state of your existence. All the specifics sift through the cracks of your fingers. You extend your hand to catch them, but the fine sands of memory are dragged down by gravity and fall into the abyss grain by grain. Some good writing. Doctor? How'd you end up over here? This is Ace's shield. Yes, it belonged to him. Every week I come by to keep it clean. Oh, it's so heavy. Can you lend me a hand, Doctor? It's really, really heavy. I always have trouble lifting it back onto the shelf. You step forward to help her, but soon realise that you are too weak to lift this shield even a single centimetre off the ground. Perhaps you were able to do it in the past. Such a task is no longer possible for your convalescing body. Calcit has reminded you of this as well as everything else. Hey, Doctor, don't leave with your back. Never mind. I can do it myself. Like pussy. Move back. So I'm no help at all. Don't worry about it. They always said you're the smartest person on Rose Island. Let me help. Alright. Just like this, so. And be careful. Phew, we did it. By the way, who are they? Let's see. Instructor Doberman and others used to say that, as well as the elite operators, including Ace, he used to talk about you. He said that you could stand up to half an army by yourself. Were you and Ace close? Were we close? Ace was close to everyone. That's the kind of person he was. A very reliable type. During training, he taught us all sorts of things, fighting as a team, cooperation, breaking encirclement. The elite operators are always busy, but Ace took the time to drop by the training grounds. I always thought to myself, when could I become as reliable as Ace? Eagle stares at the shield with a sad smile. The dust from the wearer's plaster her hair and face. The Peril operator doesn't seem to care. She is cute though. This was Pixel carry with one hand. You look around. He needs to work on his dumbbell raises to be lifting now. You look around the room, and in the corner of the shelf, something catches your attention. Various photos and ornaments stacked in a small, messy box. Underneath it are some old, faded documents. This is... Oh, that's... Doctor, you shouldn't. What is it? These are things that belong to... They're from the Reunion fighters back in Lungman. The handlers in the processing room were discussing what to do with these for a long time, and ended up stuffing everything in here. You flip through a few photos. These old, yellowed, stained photos almost all depict Ursus people. Most of the people in the photos are clad in ragged clothes, showing a mix of awkwardness, joy, or numbness when facing the camera. On the backside of a silver pendant in the box is an engraving in the Ursus script. Ivana, my darling daughter, may she always know happiness. Among them are former enemies, as well as former friends. You know that some of them fought against Rhodes Island to the bitter end, and you also know that some of them become allies of Rhodes Island in a time of crisis. You don't know all their stories, but you do know the suffering of the infected. You know, and yet you do not know. Sometimes those of us who were hit there will also ask ourselves this question. All of us have been through disaster. Ursus, the infected, as well as us, but was all of this truly worth it? Sorry, I shouldn't have been venting my frustration. Every time I come here, I see these things. Anyways, please forget I said anything, Doctor. Doctor? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Ah, it's already 3. Gotta head to training grounds. If I'm late, Instructor Doberman's gonna chew me out. That stuffy old bit. Gotta go, Doctor. Remember to lock the door, okay? Yo, welcome back, Vivian. It's Pig's future after 5 weeks not going to the gym. For real? Yeah, dude. I'm gonna get... Oh. Don't remind me, man. I'm gonna be a pussy-ass bitch. The pedal operator rushes out, leaving you alone with the ownerless objects stacked in the warehouse, save the slowly settling dust of time. You're about to turn and leave, but a strange red shadow enters your field of vision. Curious, but just not enough to stop your movement. It's just a strange red machine. Rhodes Island Landship lower deck. Real talk, don't you guys get hot in here all day? Not even thinking about heading up to catch some fresh air? This heat is just right for us Goliaths. Besides, someone's got to keep an eye on this equipment. Rhodes Island depends on the power system here. Whatever keeps your motor running. Getting ready to leave? Yup, there's nothing for me here. Plus that old hag Calcit's giving me the evil eye again. I'm actually really surprised that Dame Calcit even let you back on. Do you have any idea how many swords the hag is hanging over my head right now? More than you could ever. Oi, look at the corridor over there. Wanna guess who's standing in that corner? Are you going to Victoria? Guess so. Just a few words from my dear old pals before I go. We all know what you're trying to do. We also know we can't talk you out of it. I have to say it one more time. Going to Victoria is not a good idea, W. I think Sarkaz maybe shouldn't... Oh, whatever. I'm just a boiler worker, and I shouldn't even be saying this stuff to you. Forget I brought it up. There's something I've wanted to ask. Most of the gang already left, so why are you staying behind? With your skills, don't you think you could make a good living anywhere? Her Majesty left us his home. No reason we should leave it. I think a place we belong to sure as hell beats wandering the waste, right? Plus, get treated well here, you know? Everybody's kind of on the same vibe. Probably eat better. You know, probably safer. Well, relatively speaking. Oh, my neck, man. I slept fucked up last night. I did. Besides, burly Sarkaz knocks on the nearby machine. You have to protect the things Her Majesty left behind. I guess it's not too much different from what you're trying to do. And you know that? W, better than anyone else. Protecting a boiler? Big old hunk of steamy machinery is your home, huh? Basically, yeah. I'd say this boiler is my purpose in life. Laugh if you want. Yeah. You know, this isn't exactly a laughing situation. You're still thinking of us, and we appreciate that. Safe travels. Oh, faps. It's time to go. A voice from the shadows. W looks up. No light is on. Someone has been staring at her from the darkness since the beginning. Inez. I know. Oh, it's Ascalon. Ascalon. You're the most impatient one of all, aren't you? You're really not going to let me see that doctor or the dragon lady? There's a lot that I still want to say to them. Oh, giving me the cold shoulder. So Inez is still alive. What's the situation in Londinium? Then what's the plan? You used to be with Theresis? Fine. Spooking with the silent treatment isn't easy. Used to be a lot more talkative. I guess seeing me pissed you off. I'll leave then. Happy? It just so happens that I have some stuff to check out with old hag first. Otherwise I wouldn't have wanted to go here either. Wanted to be here either. We work together for now. Work together, huh? I'm not sure I'd call that it that. It's more like making sure I've got all my targets nice and clear before we meet up out there in the war zone later. I'm not going to randomly stroll into Rhodes Island. Don't worry. Though those folks sure have an interesting look in their eyes. The warrior's look. You see it in the battle. Stark as in the shadow does not answer. W knows of this habit. In Ascalon's line of work, the rule is each extra word makes your head hit the ground a little faster. My dear sweet Ascalon, you're not my boss anymore. See you in Londinium. Londinium even? What's wrong, W? Haven't left yet, huh? That's weird. How come there's nobody here? When Ascalon didn't have art yet. Oh, is it really? Dude. Ascalon, like the Sanguinarch, up until the Sanguinarch got yeeted into fucking the abyss. Like, just farm aura all the time. What are these? What are these edits? Oh, you guys can't see this. The fuck is this?
I'm Mateus. This is my little brother Sheshko. This is Mr. Carrot. And this is Tommy Maynard.
Okay. What the fuck? What edit is that? Fucking Peppa Pig. What the fuck? Okay. Rhodes Island landship, lower deck. The roar of machinery fills the lowest level of Rhodes Island, the area that provides power to the entire ship. The Sarkaz Goliaths are the operators responsible for running it, and weekdays, the bottom level is populated pretty exclusively by technical staff. You're wandering around aimlessly. In these 3 months, you still have not stepped foot in every corner of Rhodes Island. Rhodes Island is like a small nomadic city, but much smaller in scale. It is still well equipped. Its internal structure is far more complicated than it seems at a glance, and the power plant is one such example. How big? What's the length of Rhodes Island? Why is it so lively here today? Nobody ever comes down to a place like... Oh, Doctor. Closure told me you were looking for me. Someone from HR said you were looking for me. Yes, that's right. Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. You didn't need to come down here in person. I'm drenched in sweat and it's way too hot here for you. Why don't you take this why don't take this somewhere else? You? How does that sound? Sure, what's the rush? It's just about some nostalgic stuff. Sorry to make you listen to my rambling. The burly Sarkaz man puts down the wrench and in his hand and removes his dirty work glove. That's 600 meters long. Okay. At the bottom of his toolbox, he takes out a small teapot and the accompanying teacups contrasting sharply with his large and rough hands. It's about the size of the Enterprise then, yeah? Do you drink tea? Enterprise D, I mean. We can skip the formalities. Am I the one bothering you? Don't worry about it. You're here. I might as well take a break. I'll be glad to have some then. You? I won't try to hide it. In fact, I never thought I'd get a chance to chat with you like this. Seems like you're in a bad mood. Something wrong? Something to do with the weather? Knows more about Rhodes Island than you. You suddenly feel that it is the Sarkaz and his fellow workers who are keeping Rhodes Island going. They grasp the lifeblood of the landship in their hands, yet they deliberately avoid the public eye. You are grateful for everything they do, but don't know why. It's hard to see the weather when you're working down here. Even through the lower windows, all you can see is the dust kicked up by the treads. I don't know what complex problems you're mulling over, Doctor. I'm just a simple boiler worker. I'm not exactly the big brain type over here. You have something you want to tell me? Yes, Doctor. Miss Amia and Dame Calcit are always ready to help you, so you should probably start with them. There are too many things, and bottling them all up isn't a good option. Some things are hard to talk about, but you seem to know a lot. How long have you worked for Rhodes Island? I'm an old Rhodes Island hand, Doctor. We used to know each other. I took orders from you a few times before I started my technical work, even if you don't remember. The only advice I can give you is this: if they can't be the ones to answer to, if they can't be the ones to answer you, who else can give you that answer? You are the ones she put her trust in. She trusted in you, and she trusted in them. Looking for an answer, huh? In fact, I just saw W. She's here. Doctor, you must know by now that W and Rhodes Island have a connection, and you're mixed up in that too. When a Sarkaz like Flamebringer showed up at Rose Island, I knew this day would come. Something from Kazdal to Ursus, then to Lungman, and onto us here today, and even into the future. We've kept moving forward, but we keep bumping into the same faces we started this journey with, only now they bring some of those far-reaching effects they left behind. The cyclical nature of it. Okay. There's a lot of no-art characters back then like Radion and Mantra in Chapter 8. Doctor, you're back. I haven't seen you all day. Where have you been? Just wandering around the island. It's fine. Getting enough rest is also part of your job. I feel kind of listless going a whole day without work. Doctor, I'll tell you a little secret, but don't let Dr. Calcit know. The truth is Dr. Calcit didn't have anything that important to do today. She didn't need to go out. She's seen how tired you've been lately and wanted you to take a break. Oh. Well, you look pretty happy. Did something good happen? Nothing in particular. It's just been a long time since I talked to people like this. Well, I do like this how he's getting like Doctor's Day off, innit? Doctor's Day off, let's get to know people. By the way, Amir, I think I saw something strange in the operator's storage room. Storage room, Doctor? Did you... What do you mean by something strange? It was red. Like some kind of industrial device. Oh, you're probably talking about that red industrial scrap. You might not remember, but it was a bet between Scout and Ace. Okay, so that's what that was. One day, they brought that device back to Rhodes Island. Closure spent some time on it and decided it was useless, so she let it sit there in the warehouse. They go take another look at it. Of course. What is he? Among the various discarded, unused mechanical equipment in the warehouse, that strange device towers above the rest. The box-shaped device stands more than 2 meters tall. The red paint on the surface is clearly visible, but has been severely worn down under the perennial erosion of wind and sand. Is this thing... You're weird, Doctor. It's this thing. You're weird, Doctor. Why the sudden interest? When they first brought it back, the box would make noises as soon as someone got close to it. I think Closure broke it. What do you mean I broke it? It was already like this when I moved it back here. All I did was study it a little. I've never been able to figure out what this thing really is for. I originally wanted to see if I could open it up, but I ended up breaking 3 power saws without a crack. Interesting. So yeah, Doctor, do you have any idea what this is? Maybe it's some kind of safe. A safe this big and conspicuously coloured. Maybe if you really wanted to attract thieves, I guess. You observe the enigmatic device carefully. There are no buttons and no gaps under its worn-out metal casing. You haven't seen anything like it before, at least in your existing memory. You have no impression of it. You lightly knock on the casing of the device out of curiosity. What was that? Huh? Doctor, watch out. Did anything happen? Don't worry about that right now. Just stand back. After a violent rattling noise, the device lets out a small ding. Complete box-like structure suddenly opens, the one seemingly shut outer shell sliding up and down like a cabin door. Inside the box-like structure, you see an artifact with a metallic luster. Unlike the wear and tear that the outside of the box had been subjected to, everything inside is as smooth as ever, with no trace of the passage of time. However, the man-made object within fills everyone with a sense of familiarity. This is a bottle of beer, right? No matter how you look at it, it's just a bottle of beer. What the heck? I thought there was something super high-tech in it. Something a bit more constructive. After all that time, it turns out it's just a vending machine. What's the point of making something this tough anyway? You need it to withstand an Iridium bomb? Isn't that kind of weird colour for beer? I'll have to look into it some more. Doctor, do you know what this is? Nothing. Just a heap of scrap metal. What really matters is we got ourselves an extra bottle of beer. True. True. For Closure, this beer. Put it in the room next to Ace's shield. Now crack it open. Wasn't that the bet? Damn, we gone through those quick, haven't we? 3 left. Cogitatio. Doctor, you're saying that the two of you've known each other for a long, long time? Don't worry. I'm just a bit nervous, after all. You've known the Doctor for longer than you've known me, and would like to leave a good first impression. There's just one thing, though, Calcit. You have some concerns about the kind of person the Doctor is now, right? It's written all over your face. Let me find out as well, Calcit. I'm really curious what sort of person is that Doctor, who is so closely connected to your past. How should I go about it? Meeting this Doctor? Changing pleasantries? Connecting the Doctor to myself and the Sarkas? These are all questions I have to answer for myself. My opinion can influence you as well, yes? So, Calcit, take me to see the Doctor, won't you? Good work, Scout. It was just a recon mission, part of my job. Where are Calcit and the Doctor? Conference room? Is something wrong? Our spy in the military council has returned our intelligence. They don't intend to give us any breathing room. Unfortunately, a spy? Are you talking about that vampire noble? Your Majesty, I believe she only answers to the Prince of Blood and is untrustworthy. Vampire noble? Most of them are nothing more than speculators, looking after their own interests. Unless forced by the situation, I doubt she would even enter the war. Of course, I understand your concern, Scout. But at least for now, she won't lie to me. She hasn't worked up the courage for that yet. Calcit, Doctor, are you two busy? Your Majesty, is your meeting over? Yes, but the results aren't exactly a cause for celebration. Am I interrupting your work? By the way, since I rarely get out of my meetings before noon, would you like to have lunch with me, Calcit? It's too early. Huh? Oh, I suppose it is. No, I meant to say, you're a lot earlier than usual. It's hard to imagine that people in the chairman's office would just let you go that easily, unless the result is so bad that there's nothing to talk about. Even if that is the case, still did come a bit too early. I guess so. But we anticipated this current situation a long time ago, didn't we? So the discussions didn't go smoothly. I guess the situation is worse now, to the point where talks are about to break down. What happened? The military council has gained support, and our information channels throughout Kazdal are shrinking. Babel will likely come under siege in the fall. So is this when Therasis is like grasping control, is he? Some of the Sark has betrayed us, which is to be expected. Babel is not fully prepared yet. Sorry, Calcit. By the looks of things, we won't keep it together that long. The King of Naxera and the rest of the Royal Court have only put forth a more demanding request. Don't worry, Calcit. They're just targeting me. We no longer have the leeway to deal with more mistrust. That's what I'm thinking. Who I'm talking about. I don't know, though. The fact that Klaus is becoming an operator, then is she becoming more... Huh? Teresa. What is it, Doctor? Right, I haven't formally solicited your advice yet, and it will be unbecoming of me to start giving orders rashly. Doctor, it seems we need to get a bit further away from Kazdal. This calls for a full relocation, or in other words, a retreat. Do you have a second opinion? This might be the only option. If possible, I would have liked to give everyone more options, but we're out of time. The military council's ideas are both too heavy-handed and direct, and I stood firmly opposed to their ideology. But to prevent Kazdal from making unnecessary sacrifices, we'll have to leave, temporarily. I truly believe that we share the same heart, and the same blood flows through us. Even blood can be separated and transfused. I don't know when we'll be able to merge again. At least, for now, separating is the least damaging option. Every Sark has a desire to follow her beliefs. I can feel your convictions, and there will be many Sarkas following you. but I will not help you make a decision. I can only bear witness. Yes, that's the best arrangement in front of us so far, Dr. Pixeltree. Alright. Alright then. Without further ado, the two of you should pack up and get ready to set out. How much can we take with us? Unfortunately, not much. We may have to abandon a large number of our facilities. Ascalon will buy us time. That's more than enough. Teresa, you don't need to dispatch any more hands to help us. I'll bring the doctor back to rendezvous with you safely. Then we'll follow the pre-arranged plan, Calcit. The person in charge will arrive later. But Dr. Calcit. Dr. Calcit. I'm sorry to make you evacuate in such a hurry. We'll have to put the research on hold for the time being. Though I hope to see the fruits that they would bear. I'll work hard to create a space where we can continue our research. Finally, I believe that things will take a turn for the better. "13 days later. Casdale border, Babel encampment. Dr. Pixeltree's came. Who are you? Don't move. I'm not like those idiots getting themselves killed for no reason. I caught you alone. You shouldn't be doing this, Sarkaz. Is that what someone in your shoes should be saying? I lost my patience a long time ago. Her Majesty, she even put you on a pedestal and you talk down to us. But you've done nothing for us at all. You don't understand us at all. You and that feline aren't even Sarkaz. You don't belong in Casdale. Now you swarm around Her Majesty using that intimate position of yours to push the babble she dreams about. Don't make me laugh. Her Royal Majesty Teresa, the great hero, thriving for 100 years. She needs foreigners to direct her every move. I don't trust your ilk. Outsiders who have nothing to do with us. You, Doctor, you think that Her Majesty trusts you so much despite being an outsider to act like a bystander? Let me hear it from you then. Which side has a better chance of winning? The fact that you can only think of preserving your own hide proves how pathetic you are. Damn, doctors like yo. How dare you? Are you done? Huh? Scout, what are you doing here? Don't underestimate Ascalon, traitor, let alone Her Majesty. Her Majesty chose to be a missionary of benevolence, to allow people to get a taste of the right to freedom. But you use that freedom to do something vile. You clearly know that Her Majesty respects the Doctor, and you've also heard the Doctor's public statements. This one has nothing to do with our civil war. You took advantage of Her Majesty's kindness and the Doctor's tolerance. Maybe there's no need for me to judge you, traitor. Scout. Doctor, I'm merely doing what has to be done. I get it, Scout. But he wanted answers from me. If he wanted to kill me, he could have done it already, instead of getting caught up in his choices. You're still saying that now? Fine, you call the shots. Let me talk to him, Scout. Teresa won't mind. Damn you. You won't talk reason with a knife to my neck. You want to talk reason with a knife to my neck? Moko, what the fuck? What? Are you mental? You just had a knife to my neck, you fucking dickwad? Ridiculous. Damn it. Why do you think Her Majesty has chosen to trust two outsiders? Why does Her Majesty trust you? Nothing more than you using your rhetoric and silver tongue to manipulate fact and fiction. Ridiculously hilarious. Her Majesty, our king with her lofty ideals, is buying into this clown show. Okay, Sarkaz, call me a clown, but I can't walk with Teresa anymore. That ship has sailed. You think you don't trust me? It's Her Majesty you don't trust. What gives you the right? You're getting led around by the nose. You can't be a loyal vassal. You can't buy into her vision. All you've got is that title, Her Majesty. You can throw around to add weight to your choices. Oh shit. You can talk like that about me? You dare say that I don't believe in Her Majesty's way? Those were your words, not mine. You filthy outsider. Choke on your own spit. You want to hear my opinion? I'll tell you, Sarkaz. I know for a fact that it's not my fault or Calcit's that you lost faith in Her Majesty. You started to lose trust in her and look for someone else to blame. You talk out of your ass. If I really left Her Majesty, I would have taken your head with me. If it's really my fault, you don't buy into Her Majesty's sermons anymore. Why bother confronting me? You're scared of Her Majesty's strength. Or are you scared you can't change Her Majesty's mind? You're still lost. You don't know your own destiny. But he wants it. It doesn't matter who you are. He knows that there will always be people like you, and there will always be such a bridge. What are you talking about? Don't be talking about Theresis, right? They awakened you, worked you up, and it's not so that I could listen to your talk. He wants to know that Teresa says, what Teresa says, and how I react. I was never part of the Council's plans. He needs to confirm this, whether Teresa acquired any additional power. Who the hell are you talking about? Dirty tricks, vague blathering, just to lure me into confessing to defection? Just to put a show on for Scout? No, Sarkaz. I only want you to walk out of this place alive. Damn, Doc's kind of farming here, yeah. Bro's farming? What? Are you joking? What kind of joke is this? The one who can guide his people to survive is the one crowned king in their hearts. I recognize you, traitor. That night you carried the wounded Ascalon back to the camp, and it was you who brought the final message from fallen soldiers to inform the whole army of the location of the recon team. So I'm giving you this opportunity. Possible. Why should I believe you? Take a good look at the situation, traitor. Regardless of what the doctor says, you have no choice but to believe it. No, Scout, you don't be deceived. The purpose of releasing me is to rehabilitate these lies. I'm not going anywhere. You want to slander me as one of Theresis' spies? You don't have the slightest idea what I've been through. Is bro just like using reverse psychology on Bucko? Your Majesty? Doctor, are you injured? No. Your Majesty, this incident broke out so quickly because I didn't notice the situation within the team. No, I told Scout to stand down. Otherwise, this Sarkaz might have already been executed. I understand. Your Majesty, it's you. Yes, when I was giving my sermon, you were standing below. You are one of the many faces in that crowd. What the doctor said is right. You and your mercenaries have made military gains for us. That is not an excuse for your current actions. Your Majesty, You don't trust me, Marco? You who rescued so many of your compatriots and brought back information for us in the most dangerous of places. From the most dangerous of places. Now you're no longer willing to trust me? No. I just can't even bear to look up at her. What have I said? Your Majesty, it seems that there won't be any use in interrogating him. The situation is grim, and we need to evacuate imminently. We must immediately confirm whether there is any unrest with you among the team, or if there is a Kazdel spy. Please hand him over to Ascalon. Yes, before that, Doctor, can you tell me what he did to you just now? He didn't do anything. This might have been an assassination attempt, but I don't see it as the case. Doctor? Teresa, if I was to say that he's by far the most innocent one, would you believe me? Doctor, this is no time to be cracking jokes. Scout probably doesn't see himself as part of your skit either. But at least his Sarkaz is indeed not on the list of spies that the captain's named Teresa. And outsider, how dare you call Her Majesty by name? Do you hate Calcit? Do you hate the Doctor? Just because they are not Sarkaz, not because of what they've done or what they will do. Yes, that's exactly right, Your Majesty. There are so many excellent people around you, so why do you insist on letting these outsiders... Shut your mouth. Yes, I understand what you mean. Allow me to ask one more question, Scout. What's your verdict? I respect your judgment, but, per my opinion, you should be taken into custody immediately and locked up. According to military law, there can be only one outcome. Indeed, this is but one choice. But are we always faced with countless choices? No matter what schemes or designs he may have, he will be unable to resist that desire. This won't be the last time you see actions like this. Teresa, if your tolerance creates further troubles, it will eventually threaten your safety. He simply made an unfortunate decision. No, Your Majesty, please, I can explain. I am Sarkaz, a Sarkaz of Kazdel. I just couldn't bear the thought of you and Babel being so far away from Kazdel. Initially, this was the thing I resisted the most. Underhanded tactics and tricks. If this was not the only way to achieve a lasting peace, I would not be able to swallow this pill. The Sarkaz has been waiting for too long. Among the countless wars, we must utilise this war, along with equally innumerable lives, to open up this world and understand its emotions. Kalsit, Doctor, this will be the attitude I have towards you. We share the same beliefs, and we can complement each other. Therefore, I choose to respect the Doctor's choice. Doctor, please tell me how you'd like this to end. This Sarkaz carried out an act of betrayal, not against me, but against an image of Teresa in his heart that had disappointed him. He cannot be called a traitor as far as I can see. Her Majesty Teresa is willing to grant freedom to so many people. Why not exile this Sarkaz and see what choices he makes? Let him fend for himself upon this land. He may find a new faith, maybe in you or someone else. Why are you doing this? I'm opposed. Even if the existing evidence does not prove his involvement with the military council, I do not deem it prudent to release a soldier who openly attacked his commander. Teresa? Your Majesty, leave it to the army. Yes, Marco, you are a Sarkaz mercenary. So, Scout, take him to see Ascalon. Babel will decide your fate. Ascalon will decide your fate. That you consider yourself a Sarkaz of Kazdal means you cannot leave. Your Majesty, you're putting me to death? Scout, before he has any outbursts of emotion, restrain. No! No! You're right. That's right, kill me. You're doing the right thing, sending a flake like me to hell. You were a war hero, execute a traitor, and nobody like me is what you should do. Behave yourself. I was wrong, Your Majesty. You still have what we long for, the story we've heard for decades. The banner of the six heroes still flies. How many have grown up listening to the tales of you leading the Sarkaz against foreign invaders? The masses wait for that era to come again. I've been waiting. We've all been waiting. Damn, man, these all kind of fucking ominous themselves right at the moment. They're intimidating as well. We're still waiting for those legends to reappear. Waiting for that blood-stained history to reignite. That is what the Sarkaz should be. That is what the Sarkaz must be. Your Majesty, now this is justice. You have become justice. Your Majesty. Jeez. 2 secs. Need to get a drink. That's good. Oh, that's good. Fresh OJ. Fresh OJ. Boys! Man. I'll eat a glass of fresh orange juice, man. It's the fucking shit. Which, to be fair, it's one of the only things I can drink other than water at the moment. Oh! It's refreshing. Fucking hell! Two secs. Yeah, we need 27k subs as well. Not crazy. But that video today did flop though. Jesus Christ. Am I liking it? I'm liking it. I'm liking the more context we're getting. Definitely. This is the current situation. The mercenary we've been able to contact will arrive in 2 days. Whose team is it? Oh, Dera's. Oh, is it the 3? Or at least, well, it ain't going to be W, is he? Fuck. What's up? Rosie just bought me some cashews. Cashews. Got some roasted and salted cashew nuts, boys. The good shit. Dera's. Dera's an excellent commander, but he seems to despise war even more than he lets on. I will ensure that he arrives on time. Bye, man. I have to attempt to open them without splitting the pack in such a way that they go everywhere. Good work, Calcit. They're good cashews. Perhaps one day, the Sarkis can finally escape meaningless conflict and sacrifice. The sorrow written all over your face. Is it because of the incident with Marco? In him, I saw a microcosm. The road ahead of us is still long, Calcit. It's too long, Teresa. Such that your people want an answer, and they want it placed before them. You'll accompany me down that road, won't you? Of course. That said, I heard you were doing some fashion design last night. Oh no, are you going to discipline me? Spank you, madam. No, why would I? Proper relaxation is necessary for stress relief. The situation isn't optimistic, yet every move will affect the moral of the Sarkas. I know. Teresa. Doctor, what's the matter? Ascalon sends word that Marco committed suicide out of fear of punishment, in order to avoid embarrassing his king. Teresa? I know. Doctor, what are you going to do next? In addition to the mercenaries, all Sarkas hiding under Kazal's sphere of influence are paying close attention to our movements. This is a comprehensive relocation, and we have no margin of error when it comes to intelligence and logistics work. Thank you. I'll speak with Ascalon later. She'll find good candidates. Very well. Doctor, don't worry, I trust you. Thank you. Hopefully the visions that I've seen will... No, rather as long as we can still see, let us move forward a bit. That's right. I've already gotten used to it. Is that sort of visions like how Amir was seeing visions? When she was seeing visions of her like the head of an army? power of the crown, yeah. Oh, legit, they're the nicest costumes I've had in ages. Gluck, gluck. Gluck, 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 gluck. When did this come out, Vigilo? In that comment then, and they were saying the cutscenes are better than Wua. These AI slot cutscenes are better than Wua. Like, even if they did use AI in some of the cutscenes, yeah, in NT, for me, the final result, some of the cutscenes in NT are fucking fire. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm banned. Did you see when I got banned, bro? It was funny as fuck, you know. It was funny as fuck. I'm sure I got a clip somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Before we get into this. I think it was funny. Childish. Childish as fuck. I don't give a fuck though. It was hilarious, I think. Is he? Oh, that's me. Oh shit. Why is he not loading off my shit? Why is Twitter sucks, man? Not loading off my fucking videos for some reason.
So what has surprised me?
Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, why is that being a bitch? This one.
Hey, this was the goodbye party. Ban Pixel Tree 2? Yeah, get this fucking dipshit off my fucking screen. Wait, what's he saying here? Bro, instead of third partying a VC, how far into your DSP arc do you want? I learned from the best. Sate is the master. No, please, Poppy, I need the... Yeah, what's... You're a grown man with a wife.
Bro, it's unlocked. He skipped over the statements and said, what's it? Like, dude's reading comprehension was, he was like really struggling, man. I got him flustered. I said, instead of just third party in a VC, why don't you just join one? Tectone wants to set it up. And
bro, instead of third partying a VC, how far into your DSP arc do you want? I learned from the best. Sate is the master.
Sorry to put that in front of you. I was just funny. Childish as fuck, but I don't care. Dude was so flustered he couldn't even read what I'd written. My words don't matter much. Only when you live free. In every moment are you truly alive. Go and experience the world for yourself. It will take many months to form your own ideas. Calcit, I hope you will. Outdoors, Rhodes Island deck. I'm gonna need another hour of music to quench my eardrums. My bad, guys, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, what's up, Blue? Before 9. Okay. This is a nice image. You've been quite busy lately, right? There are many things you have to do. Proper rest is also necessary. There have been some small fluctuations in your psychological indicators of late. We'll continue to monitor them. Right. Blaze will be here to give you a report tonight. She was the one who led the raid yesterday. Babel Temporary Operational Command Center. Scouts outside, who was in charge of last night's operation. This is the record of one of his rare mission failures since enlisting in Babel. Come in. Commander, Dane, you're both here. Let me briefly explain what happened last night. When my squad was sweeping the battlefield, they found traces of enemy troops that could be tracked. Made the decision that this was the opportunity to sniff out the enemy's position. Instead on giving chase and ended up being ambushed. Responsibility is mine alone, and I'm willing to accept the army's punishment. This is not a decision an old Sarkaz mercenary would make. Regrettably, all my experience failed to let me know anything was wrong. Something has to actually happen for your experience to be worth anything. You lost no team members after the crisis occurred, indicating that your command was calm as you retreated, and thus proper. You deserve recognition, not punishment. I don't understand how you reached this conclusion. Army discipline loses all meaning if it fails to recognise when to reward and when to punish. You know that, Scout. Why do you care so much about her reputation? I need a reason. Dame Calcit. How's Reika? Just ignore him. She's out of danger. Scout opens his mouth to say something. Words fail him. Your heart is in turmoil. Where have I seen you struggle like this? Even on the battlefield? If you can tell us what you're thinking, maybe we can... I insist that Reika not be punished in any way. But it's interesting, like, how they're doing this as well, because, like, I ain't really seen this yet. Because typically you're like, from the POV of somebody, the doctor or somebody in the group that's happening, right? Whether that be, I don't know, Amia, whoever it might be, especially in the last chapter, or just whoever's, like, in the gang. Like, there's, like, more of a fly on the wall at the moment, right? Because she's an orphan. Military discipline isn't a bleeding heart operation. Reika's father was a Sarkaz mercenary who died in the Civil War. She's in good company in Kazdal. Her mother suffered from a severe neuropathy, wasn't able to raise her upon learning about this. Her Majesty Teresa has been providing financial support to their family. So we get a bit more of a... It's like a completely... Yeah, it's like we're like a fly on the wall, right? It's like, because we're getting like a lot more of a third-person perspective to the Doctor now. Like, usually, we're either from the perspective of the Doctor or we're seeing it, like, from somebody else's perspective of the Doc for a short period. But it's like, now we're just seeing it as... We're just there, right? Nothing special about that either. If you don't have any better reason. Reika only enlisted in the army to repay Her Majesty's kindness. She once told me that fighting for Her Majesty is her only wish and the entire purpose of her life. Go on, Scout, I'm listening. In Kazdal, it is rare for children to have any wishes or anything to protect. They get sucked into the maelstrom of war, and then they die. They hope to preserve Reika's reputation, to keep a wish to protect Her Majesty alive. Scout cannot answer. The battle-tested veteran falls back into silence. The Doctor rises slowly, reaching out to pat Scout on the shoulder. Calcit does not expect this. Sorry if that offended you. I knew you must have had a good reason. I won't be punished. Well, that will have an impact on discipline, which isn't going to be popular. Scout, I hope that in the future, you and your team will respond to doubt with action. I swear to do this. Commander, Dame, I'll be taking my leave. Promise me one thing before you go. Value your own life and reputation the same as you do your teammates. So I like this as well now. Because you're getting a little glimpse, a window to why the Doctor's so respected, right? And has garnered the belief that he's had. Because like, obviously we come into the game not knowing what's gone on. We've got, obviously there's a lot of people who, like, fuck this guy, Calcit being one of them. You know, some people are indifferent, but like there is a good chunk of people who actually respect us, right? And it's not just because, oh, we respect you because you're the MC, right? We only met you 5 minutes ago and now you're the best guy in the place. You can see like, oh, okay, all right, starting to make sense why these elite operators like think the way they do and feel the way they do about the Doctor, right? Promise me one thing before you go. Value your own life and reputation the same as you do your teammates. I will. Additionally, Closure may approach you to discuss the Londinium issue. He's very concerned about my position on this matter. You can share some of the decision-making process with her. After all, she's also a potential combat operator. Of course, you can also discuss other things. Potential. She took a while for that. Rhodes Island Chief Engineer's Office. What is it this time? I'm wondering if you settled on the going to Londinium thing? I'm still discussing it, as the action itself is rather risky. Why are you suddenly so concerned about this? I'm worried you're not in the right headspace. Now you want to go, deep down, but you've got to think about the kind of danger you're up against. You waste a lot of energy getting all torn up. I'm not torn up. Rhodes Island safety is always my first priority. It'd be great if one day you could just do whatever you want. Can't put it past me. I know how close you are to Teresa. There's no way you can say her to the Londinium thingy. It has nothing to do with Her Majesty. I only care about the pros and cons of the action of itself as on Rhodes Island. So where are we now in time then, considering she stayed in Rhodes Island? Yeah, I know. Always responsibility and duty. Take a day to treat yourself every once in a while. Leave all the boring stuff to the Doctor. And let's knock some back. Just the two of us. Doesn't that sound nice? The Doctor is already working very hard. I guess that's true. You think the amnesia would give us an all-new Doctor, but the workaholic part is still the same. Honestly, the old Doctor was such a hard ass. I like the new version better. Because this one's easier to bully. I heard about the treadmill you gave the Doctor. It would start floating for no reason, and you had to watch ads to get it back down. What the fuck? That was a special promotion. I was trying to save the Doctor money. I need you to be more considerate. The last thing I need is an overwhelmed Doctor getting scared to death by levitating exercise equipment. Yeah, sure. Why so serious of all of a sudden? Maybe it's something about how I knew the old Doctor, but I keep getting this uncontrollable urge to pull the most hilarious pranks. Especially before, when the Doctor was acting weirder and weirder. Enough closure. No more on this subject. I forbid you from mentioning a word of this to the Doctor. Don't worry, I'm not that clueless. By the way, Calcit, before we go to Londinium, I'm going to carry out a renovation on the underdeveloped area. Got to thicken that hull, at least. It'll be pricey, but I, a reliable engineer that I am, think that the level of investment is still absolutely necessary. So, on behalf of the engineering department, I've decided to fight for 3 days and nights to give the underdeveloped area a brand new look. No need. The underdeveloped area is the sturdiest place on the ship. I thought you'd say that. Right below the underdeveloped area is a drone hangar, and that hangar doesn't have any support pillars. Once we knock out the support upper part, the top of the hangar will deform and then... Calcit, why are you glaring at me like that? I'm scared. You just want to do your own thing. Alright, cards on the table. I'm the chief engineer. Of course I'm going to be curious about some place I can't get into. I have my reasons. All those secrets in your gullet are going to suffocate you. When are you going to open up to me already? Can't carry this all by yourself. Maybe that day will come. Looking forward to it. Wait, huh? Did you say something not super uptight? Patient placement for work. The patient placement work for Connor County will be completed today in the coming days. you once again need to reassess the defensive... Fuck yo star, bro. What's going on? That's like 4 times in the last couple of days. That's the most this game's ever crashed. In a short space of time. It's crashed more in the last 2 days than it has in the entire time I've been playing. The actual fuck? Fucking bring on the PC client, man. I hope to God Yosar don't fuck us. I'll fucking get back to that now. Son of a bitch. I wish it was a quick resume thing as well. It'd be nice if it had something like that, yeah. Yo, what's up, Ramen? Of working your ghost in the machine. Tell me about it, man. I lost audio as well. Ah! What do I get to? Patient replacement work for Connor County will complete it today. In the coming days, you once again need to reassess the defensive strength of the settlement site. Okay. We're up to what's he? We're up to scratch. Shit, I fucking clicked on that again now. The medical department will forward the relevant data to you later. Okay. In the future, similar tasks will gradually be transferred over to the elite operators so that your energy will be not diverted from more important issues. We have no audio. It should be back. Yeah, it seems to do that every single time it crashes. It does it a lot now when I just boot the game up. I have to mute the audio and bring it back. Sorry to barge in, but look alive, everyone. Dr. Calcit's about to start her daily rounds. She's earlier than usual today, huh? There's a bunch of logistics department folks as well. Should go see Dr. Calcit about that forgetfulness of yours. Fucking the stance, the power stance they're both holding. That lass from the medical department came over to our ward for a week or so to touch bases and said that she was going to transfer all of us to a temporary medical settlement in Connor County. What's the point of other people talking if you're not going to remember a word of it? Don't worry, sir. After all, the arrangement was made rather hastily. I'll be reminding everyone again, the Rhodes Island Landship will be conducting a series of mock exercises around Victoria in the near future. We've decided to temporarily transfer you to a medical settlement in Connor County out of consideration for your safety. Please rest assured that the medical facilities there are comprehensive and you will be accompanied by most of the medical staff. Look now, that's... Dr. Calcit, how long have you been standing right next to me? Don't worry, I just got here. Harry, pass me this patient's blood works report. You got that stance too? I'll have to take that stance when I'm back at the gym. It's a pair of stance, yeah. Need a belt? You recovered quickly and your neuropathy hasn't shown any signs of deterioration. The fact that I'm still here today is all thanks to you. When I think back to the day I first had an acute neuropathy attack, you didn't close your eyes day or night so you could rescue me. It's my duty as a doctor. Next, I'll have to read the relevant agreement on the transfer and resettlement, and you'll sign the agreement after I read it, according to Article 4 of the Rhodes Island Neuropathy and Treatment Regulations. Easy there, Doctor. You don't have to read all that. Rhodes Island has my complete and total trust, so just show me where I have to sign. I appreciate it, but reading out the agreement in its entirety is also to protect your rights. Harry, time is short. You're a wizard, Harry. I couldn't help myself, I had to do it. Time is short, and we might not have the manpower to carry the patients. Check the hallway to see if anyone can help. Alright. Ah, Doctor. Good afternoon. What brings you here? Long time no see. Doctor, are you available right now? We don't have enough staff to relocate the patients here. Might need your help. Glad to help. Given your current physical condition, I'd recommend you not engage in any physical labour. I've got nothing better to do. I'll do my best. At least don't give it me. At least let me give it a shot. Don't underestimate me. Doctor, this isn't the commander of Rhodes Island, is it? The one that little Harry's always talking about every day. Sir, please don't say silly things like that. Doctor, I was just giving them an overview of Rhodes Island. She's probably giving me much too credit. Having the commander of Rhodes Island transport me? There's no way. You don't be shy. Everyone in Rhodes Island is obligated to help even in the most commonplace of tasks. It hardly changes even for the person with the title of Field Commander. Now, time is limited. Let's get the transfer underway. Of course, come here and help me lift his upper body and pay attention to the medical equipment cable. Sure thing. Harry, what's this new device? Never seen it before. It's a crystal melting instrument, Rhine Lab CR01 experimental model with a built-in iridium circuit. In the middle of the late stages of neuropathy, the body becomes filled with crystals and the organs are easily damaged and ruptured. The crystals melting instrument utilises a sequential release of concentrated energy to dissolve the crystallization. That's exactly right. See, it's just as I said. The doctor really knows everything. Don't just lift it like that. Use your left hand to place the patient's hand together over the side of your neck, then use your right hand to cradle both the patient's legs. Sorry, I didn't pay very close attention to Dr. Kelsey's battlefield handling course, and didn't learn a lot of the material. That course was originally structured for you to cement your knowledge with practice anyway. How did you know that, Doctor? I recall, you wrote his saga during that session. Maybe I'm just a genius. Doctor yapping more than Kelsey, I know, yeah. See, where the vibe, really. Even though, you know, she pretends she hates him. She loves me, really. One last thing. Amia's been busy with various assessments of Londinium's trip as of late. Please take the time to make sure you look after her. She may be the leader of Rhodes Island, but she's also still a kid. What was that in the distance there that we was looking at? Was that the outskirts of Londinium? Babel Temporary Operational Command Center. You are the leader of Babel, but you're also an neuropathy patient. Please take your health seriously. I suggest you stop working and take a break immediately. Sit, you still think too much about others. Oh, Doctor, please come in. We weren't discussing anything confidential. Bro, coming in like fucking... coming in like a fucking teenager coming out the room, finally down to the dinner table. I heard everything. Your Majesty, you really should be getting enough sleep. That was a tense meeting we had last night. All that battle talk must have tired you out. No worries. Conversely, Doctor, I would like to apologise for the words spoken by some of the participants. I did not intend to offend, but were slightly agitated. They were worried about my safety, but I understand that you must surely have considered all possible situations. This is the best solution. Theresis wants to regain the initiative. He knows that your strengths are also your weaknesses. But what he doesn't know is how much you're willing to sacrifice for the Sarkaz people. When Ascalon's troops arrive in town, you'll see the writing on the wall. You're always so reassuring, Doctor. Listening to your words is more refreshing than sleeping. Teresa's wary face flashes a smile of relief, a smile that becomes gentler as she looks out of the door. As she looks out of the door. Come in. Here, sit next to me. What? No need to look all around. There are no outsiders here, Amir. Oh, little Amir. Doctor. Kelsey, good evening. I didn't mean to stay up this late. No one is blaming you, dear. Let me guess, did you have a nightmare? No, I didn't. The soldiers moving around woke me up. I was looked out the window. I was looked out the window and saw Ascalon getting ready for a long trip with the other fighters. They're on a mission. Ascalon said she would never leave me or Her Majesty. I was worried, so I snuck in here to take a look. Amir, my dear Amir. The doctor gave Ascalon a little job. I'll be back soon enough. Think about it. Has one of the doctor's battles ever run long? You're right. If that's what Doctor wants, I feel much better. Doctor is the best at making everyone feel safe. Amia, you should rest. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. What a sweet, lovable child. Doctor, before you came, I was a bit worried about the safety of Rhodes Island landship in Ascalon's absence. That's natural. Stretching his front line thin, encircling a small town with no strategic significance, there's no telling what Theris's true objective is. My safety is secondary. I'm more concerned about the safety of the children and researchers on this ship. But as Amir said, you really do give people a sense of security. What you've accomplished with your command leaves no room for doubt. Doctor, Calcit, the day we win this war, shouldn't it be far away, right? Dunno. I don't know. Now, all of that is well outside your normal schedule. Doctor, are you still listening? I am. Hey, yoink! You take that. Oh, thank you. Pretty green cat. It's a dope picture. Doctor, what does it mean to be truly alive? Where did that come from? Never thought about it. Way too abstract. Obeying someone else's will. Losing your reason to move on. Does that count as being alive? Just a walking corpse? Isn't that just a robot? Keeping your body, being separated from your memories. Does that count as being alive? See, like, this is the shit that I want to see, like, go into in Enfield with the reconveners. Again, I keep talking about it. Again, we've scratched the surface, but let's go deeper. It's starting to make me think that, like, you know, maybe we will, man. Maybe we will. Again, I was saying as well yesterday, fuck all the people who played Arknights, give us more Easter eggs in Enfield. Even if they're confused, I don't care. Are you talking about me? If you had to choose one or the other, Doctor, which would you choose? Choose to be human, not a puppet. Else it casts a deeply pensive look at you. Freedom is not free. After you lost your memories, you woke up here. You woke up, were forced to fight, and forced to witness a sacrifice of human life. This whole time you have barely had a single choice. Look into my eyes. Tell me, Doctor, why is it that you fight? Memories continue to pour forth in this moment, and everything that has happened since your awakening in Chernobog flashes before your eyes, vividly, joy and sorrow intertwining. An answer becomes clearer and clearer in your mind. You almost blurt it out, but subconsciously. I'm fighting against my destiny. I fight for Rhodes Island. I fought to protect this world. Make sure you don't forget the answer you just gave me. Even if no one understands, we must continue to walk this path. Doctor, you too will find your path. Definitely got to get a lot more, let's say, context to the respect the Doctor has garnered. You know, a lot more of this is definitely building the Doctor out more as a character than a lot of, like, obviously what we've seen so far have been like collective experiences that we've gone along with the Doctor, right, where this is a little bit more of a reflection on the Doctor and seeing the Doctor as a little bit more built out rather than me being a little bit, like I've always said, like, self-inserts aren't necessarily bad, right, it's how they're handled. Like, if it's a self-insert to just be like waifu bait, then that's not exactly my favourite self-insert because it tends to make an MC uninteresting, right? It makes a protagonist boring. So at the end of the day, I want my protagonist to be interesting. Arknights has benefited from it having like kind of like a trio with main antagonists, really. Obviously, it's an entire cast, but it's Kelsey, Amiya, and the Doc, right? And I think now we're at, like, they've been built up quite a lot, right? Especially Amiya, and you know, start to learn more about Kelsey as well. But yeah, we're getting a little bit more for the Doc now, aren't we? To see him as a bit more of an actual character, and an imposing character as well, right? It's like how even Closure said, you know, she controlled this Doctor more now because she sees him as being this stern character before that now's less so, and it's kind of funny to prank him because obviously it's always a bit more funny to prank stern people, but he won't react in the same way because he's not that person, so to speak, anymore. But like, you see him in some of the situations, he's somewhat imposing as well, right? Which is cool to see. Endfield Pixie doesn't go deep. Fucking slander. Hater. Seeing is so much better than what they did in the Lone Trail. Ironic to think that Enfield are going to the early Saga and phone Hotland stuff. Finale of Vigilo is upon us. Do you like the Doctor a bit more as a character? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, even in the new IS, it's like the collapsal stuff from Saga are going up to Southern Bolivar. Yeah, I thought I was going to struggle with this because I've had no stages to play. I haven't. It's been fun. It's NTE's data center, man, for their AI. You go, boys. Your next cutscene's been rendered there. Always trust my recommendations to have 0 L so far. Writing is fire, that's why it feels so smooth. It is, it is. Don't get me wrong. I haven't played like the story of FGO, but I do think the writing in Limbus and this is good. I'd say the writing in Limbus sometimes feels almost better paced, but it's telling the story in a different way for one, because obviously it's voiced right. Yeah, the writing so far in this has been really good. In this, well, in general, I quite like the writing in the game. It has issues here and there, but Vigilo has been quite nice actually. It's been quite concise as well, hasn't it? You know. Next, verify language, logic, function, integrity. PRTS, tell me a story. Alright. Ah, it's you. This entire time you have been lingering there. Since your last visit has been a lot. It sounds familiar. 555 days. Welcome to the Primitive Rhodes Island Terminal Service. Confirming permission 42. Welcome, Leader 1. I'm pretty sure I heard this before. Seriously, I want a story, not something like this. Please understand that this is outside my area of expertise. Okay. Let's have everyone understand each other so we'll all live a better tomorrow, right? Yeah? I get it. Looks like the language logic is doing okay. Now let's look at the other parts. Is it really necessary to keep inspecting these areas for which PRTS has never reported any issues? Of course. It's been a very long time since we did any data archiving on you. This is just like the regular physicals we do on humans. Have to make sure you're healthy and all. Programs have no concept of life. I kind of think you do though. Should I perhaps take that as a compliment? Of course. May I ask a question then? What exactly does a human think of the visual representation of my archives? It's kind of hard to describe. When I first took over the systems here, everything was a huge mess. Thinking back, that was a real disaster. Back then, most of your information was encrypted and ordered in such a scrambled way. Well, you're still that way right now, of course. If I were to describe you as a human with the state you're in, I guess I'd say you had a combustion engine in your body. But all your components, like the ignition and the whatnot and your pistons, are flipped upside down. To the point that I'm not even sure if a system that exists within the bounds of common sense. Don't be like that. That's not a bad thing. I'm just saying how unique you are. Though, I still can't make heads or tails of all these branching structures in your database, let alone the rules of how things are even read in that thing. At the very least, Calcit and I managed to fix and reorganize a decent chunk of it. Who's that? No one knows you better than me right now. I feel terribly sorry that I can't help with that, Leader One. Why so polite all of a sudden? If anyone could just self-diagnose themselves, no matter what kind of weird disease they had, then all the doctors in the world would be out of a job. What's this stuff in here? Let's see. Have you forgotten? This is sarcophagus rescue operation simulated test runs. There were so many complicated routes. We have so much data on these simulations, I may not have gone there myself, but I can recognise more or less all the pathways they could have taken. Process 04291061 validation failed. Process expenditure exceeded, validation failed. Process validation succeeded. Process validation failed. Terminated at... My impression is that we did run this quite a few times. But process validation succeeded. Process tally 167 execution nodes, 3,711. Did it seriously run that many times though? Well, that may be the case. The doctor was successfully evacuated from Chernobog in only 2 of the simulations. These are all the simulation I was able to complete with the short amount of time I had. If there'd be more time, I would have conducted even more test runs to find an even more optimal and stable rescue plan. If I remember correctly, the actual rescue mission was planned around these 2 simulations. These 2 simulations' results. If it wasn't for these 2 successful runs, we could never even have figured out how to get the doctor out. But actually, in actuality, we made 3 times as many sacrifices as we had anticipated. If this had occurred during the simulation, according to our procedures, this operation would likely have been called off. That's all in the past. No use talking about it. It's not like I could put a time machine together. Hey, it sounds like a fun idea though. Let me jot it down. Anyways, if we called this operation off, that would also mean... I really don't want to say this, and it probably sounds like I'm exaggerating, and it's too sentimental, but the idea pops into my head every once in a while. If we called it off, it would have cost us our fortune. Leader One? What's up? Is it really reasonable to bet it all on one single person? I can understand what had driven you to make this decision. However, considering the odds, I do not support an operation like this. That is considering both your safety as well as that of others. PRTS. I'm sure you know this yourself. The doctor stands for a lot of things. It's understandable. I used to wonder how Babel or Rhodes Island without the doctor would have been. What do you think would have happened to us? Amia and Calcit probably would have stayed out of Ursus, and we would never have crossed paths with Reunion. Don't you think we would have been in a better shape? We might have also been driven into a corner and taken even worse losses. Everyone could get the pink slip, and then we'd all just split and go home wherever home's supposed to be. I am sensing some kind of dry humour in your statement. It's a joke, alright. If I actually thought that way, Calcit would have thrown me off the bridge a long time ago. Let's face it though, compared to now, we had a much harder time during those few years without the doctor. Don't you agree? You know how miserable I was when Calcit was our only boss? She'd always work my ass off all day. Like I was supposed to be a machine that ran 24/7 too. Never thought to give me a single break. Seriously, thought I was probably going to go bald, working that much. Real-time login activated. The previous statement has been committed to the database. Why'd you... Don't record anything. You can't let Calcit hear any of that. I'm not saying this is anything bad. We were all here because we wanted to follow Teresa's dreams, her ideals. This goes for everyone. And that was at Babel too. It's just, ever since Teresa left us, all of us spent so much time to get used to those things. Some of us are probably still confused even now. Ball closure when, right? Roger, you look wild bald. You look like the last airbender. It isn't often that you're elaborate on how you think. Elaborate on how you think. You think I'm just the kind of gal who stands by to watch things happen? Are you not? Your observations and computations are a lot more objective and accurate than a human's. Maybe you're right. Here, let me tell you a story. Do you know what it was like when they came to Kazdel to look for me? I'm not sure if I ever told you about my family. Family of vampires. You can smell the rotten stench in the words alone, right? We come from a branch of the Sarkaz lineage, and a very ancient one at that. Ancient and old-fashioned too. For the longest time, I didn't know if I had talent for the vampire arts. Of course, it wouldn't matter if I did. I was never into stuff like that, not even one bit. You could say I'm a little... Okay, not just a little. I'm very unorthodox. I only want to do what I want to do, and that's why I never stepped out of my little garret. My family almost kicked me out a couple of times. For some reason, they never went there. You sound like you are reminiscing about your family. I guess I am. Back then, I was just a kid who didn't care about anything or anyone else. These days, I'm starting to miss my home a little. I had a few friends. We did all kinds of stupid stuff, crazy stuff. I hid my signature in the nooks and crannies of all kinds of data and information. I played around in the databases of organisations people thought were impenetrable. Basically, just announced myself to everyone out there. Probably sounds silly now, but at the time they called me the destroyer of Kazdel information world. Of course, not a lot of people knew who I was. That moniker doesn't have a very positive image. So, she's from a noble lineage. Would you like me to search through Kazdel lore and help you find any relevant entries? But she just rejected that life. Thanks, but I'm good. Anyway, while I was living my life, that one day, there was no sign that anything special was going to happen that day. By the way, but something special happened, just like that. Someone opened the door to my garret. I had it locked down tight. Still have no clue how she got it open so easy. That was Teresa. Same as she looked on the news too. No Sarkaz would ever mistake her for anyone else. It's possible that there are others who share the same general appearance. If someone who looked like Teresa had appeared. Nope, not possible. Even if there was someone like that, we'd never get it wrong. The moniker herself showed up and waltzed into my little room, and she told me she was looking for someone to break the shackles of tradition, and for that she needed an engineer, a key to her plans. She didn't even try to explain anything to me at first. Nope, not a word to try to convince me to go with her. If it had been anybody but Teresa, I'd have thought they were nuts and would have thrown them right out the window. So you turned her down? Nope, I accepted her offer. I said yes, because of the curiosity that had been driving me the whole time. Then I went to the meeting place you told me about, and that's where I first met Dr. Pixeltree, who happened to be picking me up. I still remember when you first arrived. Unlike right now, it wasn't just you who was there, Dr. Pixeltree that was there too. Sounds like Dr. Pixeltree was a guardian, keeping watch then. The two of us met for the first time, when the two of us met for the first time. You know, you get pretty quiet sometimes. Makes me wonder why. I'm not sure why I prefer to keep quiet a lot of the times. Whatever, your system and programming is a mystery. But don't you worry, I'll do my best to figure it out. Let's keep going. Not long after I took charge of Rhodes Island Engineering, the Doctor and Teresa came and showed me a weapon. Never seen anything like it. The Doctor asked me if there was any way to read the firmware and restore its original functions. It was tough, but I managed to do it, of course. It wasn't until later that I found out that, with the data I provided the Doctor, reverse engineered the device's mechanism and even managed to use it to turn the tide when we were stuck in a really tight spot. Ace and the gang thought there was no way we were going to win. We actually managed to pull it out. That is rather adventurous. Using unauthorized equipment rashly can lead to information mismatch, or worse, lead to the user being exposed to the device's internal detection mechanisms. Right? It felt off to me before I even finished looking through the thing. But the Doctor told me I didn't need to worry about any of that. It's like the Doctor knew about everything in advance, even the probability that I'd have the thing cracked. Who knows how Dr. Pixeltree managed to do that? Also, speaking of which, this is my own feeling, but when I met the Doctor here again, kind of felt like meeting a totally different person. It's possible that there are those who look exactly the same. Mom, we're not looking into the possibility. Okay, if you insist. I could tell the doctor who came back to Rhodes Island is the same old doctor, though also kind of like a completely different person on the inside too. How can I say this? Just like that last operation, the doctor's calculations were so accurate that our jaws all dropped. We won a fight, we weren't going to win. I almost gave our friend a nickname, Super Demonic Processor. Then, the very next time, the doctor surprised us with a whole other strategy. It's like that was a whole other person all of a sudden, who could figure out the other side's thinking perfectly without using any formulas or whatever. Are you saying the Doctor has a broad range of different operational strategies? Judging from the records, that does appear to be the case. As a matter of fact, the records show that the Doctor's deployment style has not been very consistent recently. Whatever kinds of records Dr. Pixeltree leaves behind or doesn't, I'm not going to call it strange. It's something affecting the Doctor's thinking and actions? That's a real difficult question. You ask me, I think only the Doctor can influence the Doctor. The Doctor keeps quiet sometimes, but also really talkative at other times. Have you noticed that? I kind of think that maybe the Doctor is normally so quiet because it's like laying the groundwork for some kind of pivotal moment to come. The Doctor makes decisions that look wild and crazy to us, beyond our expectations, and those decisions lead Rhodes Island down an entirely different path. Deviating from the plan also comes with risks. I can only hope that we are not heading down a treacherous path. The RTS, remember what I said was the first thing that Teresa told me when we first met? She said she was looking for someone who could break the shackles of tradition. I think that's the standard she used to pick people, so that's what most of us here have in common. Of course, the Doctor too. Everyone follows the Doctor. They go right along without hesitation. Without hesitation? I quite like this term. It has been stored in my databases for a very long time. In fact, it was one of the first terms to be added to my term base. Interesting. Looks like that mystery creator of yours liked it too. Perhaps. I cannot give you an accurate response, as I do not know the answer. Whatever the case may be, that's how things are. The Doctor treats everyone well. Oh, I guess the old one treated everyone pretty well too. It's not easy to figure out just what this nice person is going to do, when or where the effects will actually play out. If the bad guys can't make sense of it, do we have a hope of figuring out the Doctor just because we're on the same side? To tell the truth, I'm going to have doubts. You doubt, Doctor? No, not at all. Compared to Calcit, I get along with Dr. Pixeltree way better. The point is, this Doctor is nothing like the old one. If we look at the new one, the same way did the old one, and I'd say we're underestimating our new Doctor. It isn't often that you judge a person so seriously. Yeah, that's probably because I really admire the Doctor, from the bottom of my heart. Aw, closure. Kind of way to explain to us being stupid sometimes when deploying. Yeah. And also, I take from that what you're saying exactly. I also take it a little breaking of the fourth wall statement as well, in that everybody's got a different strategy. You know, because everybody plays the game differently as well, if that makes sense. Got to use another guide. But I'd say, well, that's how I perceive it, as both. You know what I mean? It was hard on everyone when Teresa left us. We lost way too many people in those 2 years. You know, that better than anyone else. We were driven into a corner, basically. No matter which way we decided to go, we were walking a rope that could snap at any time. In the end, it was Amia who decided we had to do something to get us out of that mess. Their conclusion: bring back the Doctor. That's right, Amia believed the Doctor would bring lots of change, something that Rhodes Island desperately needed at the time. It was a gamble, really. We had to do something. We had to change. It was better than watching the few friends we had left bleed all over the place for no good reason. Amia was the only one to give orders back then, and she helped a lot of folks make up their minds on the topic when they'd been wishy-washy. Time proved Amia right. We needed the Doctor. The Doctor brought change to Rhodes Island. From a probability standpoint, I would not agree with such a gamble. You know, PRTS, I've always thought you was a pretty strange entity. The way you think is basically on the level of humans, but you're still lacking something human. What would that be? Persistence? That's the kind of thing that drives people to achieve great things, and sometimes turns them into monsters. Wait, what am I doing? thought I was going to tell you a story. Damn it. I was going to talk about my heroic adventures as the destroyer of the Kazdal information world, but somehow I got so off topic. I think our conversation today has been meaningful. Although, it indeed is not the destroyer of Kazdal information world's heroic adventures. You're not trying to make fun of me now because I had you admit you were terrible at telling stories, right? Damn it. Don't you keep this conversation in the logs? I don't want Calcit to find out what a long conversation I had with you the next time she goes looking for stuff. Up. Hold on. You won't play this for it, right? I won't. Well, that's good to hear. Leader 1. Do you remember when you set a cabin to play Closure's Midnight Video Market every night at midnight? Huh? Your evaluation of the Doctor has been so sincere that even I, an inorganic being, was moved. We should have it on loop in the Doctor's office for at least a month. Stop! 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 Don't do it! Seriously, don't you dare! I'd start coughing up blood for embarrassment even before Calcit got to me. And that make me a real disgrace to the vampires. Alright, what a shame. What a shame. Sheesh, your personality's really taken a turn for the worse. I'm gonna set a program that restricts your playback permissions one of these days. Restricting permissions. Right, this will do. Yep, your checkup is just about done. Well, I'll get going. Whoa, Doctor. What are you doing here? How long have you been there? I just got here. Maybe. Feels kind of suspicious. Are you here to check the battle records from the other day? Don't just stand there. Come in. I just finished PRTS's checkup. I'd love to have a chat with you, but I've got facility checks around the ship. Don't have much time. Well, gotta go. Good afternoon, Doctor. Well, you're all flustered, yeah. Is there anything I can help you with? Would you like me to check the battle records? PRTS. Please go ahead. Leader 1's evaluation was very much on point. You've gotten quieter. Please feel free to ask anything you would like, from Rose Island's current operational details to any questions you have regarding our archived files. Anything at all. As long as they are files in my database and you possess the sufficient permissions, you may ask me anything. Well then. Tell me who's priestess? Oh. How come not even Calcit can tell me who this priestess was? Okay, come on. Dick. Insufficient permissions. Warning, your permissions are insufficient. At this time, no registered members possess the permissions for this question to be answered. Warning. I apologise, Doctor. It appears I too cannot answer your question. Regarding this question, perhaps you could try to look for the answers through other means. Is there anything else? I'm always happy to help. Bro didn't just hit, like, the lockout, though. It's like he was considering it. It's like he was like, oh, shit. That's all. Perhaps I should try the omniscient Calcit once again. Activating self-verification program. Photography module running. Video module has not yet been shut down. Saving progress 89%, 91%, 97%. Searching internal array. Expanding search area to search to special permissions level. Oh, is that priestess? Verified system logic is functioning correctly. All systems operational. Found special item. Video file previously stored. Date unknown. Item has not yet been restricted by permissions. Looping video. Subject. Did someone else flash up then? It's like someone else flashed up then. PRTS's first functional test. File name. Again? Like as if someone was flashed up and then went away, but it's not in the log. Ship video record. Record. Your question has been answered, Dr. Pixeltree. The program will be terminated automatically in 3 seconds and locked. 3, 2, 1. Oh, what the fuck? I mean, what the fuck was... What did he say? PRTS's first functional test. PRTS's first functional test. Can they go back frame by frame? Hit video record. Okay, so it's just the name of the file. Okay. I was, damn. I got baited. I got fucking baited. Weird how that... That was interesting on the way they did that. Yeah. Fuck. Like, I'm just left with. I can't wait for a bubble now. I'm left with questions. Man, I want to learn more about Priestess, man. She's like such a mysterious character that's just been like barely mentioned, right? But like the moments and the imagery we've seen have been like so important. Yeah. Oh, do a little Babel trailer. So much actually gives you a fresh context for what's to come. This was like just really good in general as well, like outside of the larger scope, just giving that like little interconnected bits in between some of the chapters. It was really good to like get more of the Doctor working with people, right? To really get a vibe for the way people treat the Doctor now, whether for good or for bad, to a degree. You know, you can see that it was definitely massively respected, and as I say, much. And I don't know, cold is not the word, right? Maybe more stoic before, yeah. Definitely come across as a little bit more stoic, but I suppose that was because there was a lot more weight of knowledge on them then, whereas now, I suppose there's some of that's somewhat removed by the fact they've lost their memories, right? So they've still got like a weight of responsibility, but not the weight of knowledge of like understanding everything prior to the fact and leading up to the fact. So, you know, they're like the new doll to the squad, aren't they? Pick Babel for the lobby theme teaser. Is my girl Ascalon going to give me some love as well? don't think I've ever properly listened to this. Vigilo was good though. I was a little bit worried, like purely because you know, no stages. Not in terms of like reading it, but just like doing it on stream and being like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be a bit burnt out here, but I've really enjoyed it. It was good, man. It was really, really good. Another side story W. So that's one thing I'm gonna do. I think when we're caught up or getting caught up more, I'm gonna start smashing some more of the side story stuff. So I've got so many to do. So many to do. Gone on long walks with this theme on loop before, it's great. Yeah, I tend to put stuff like this on when I'm hitting the treadmill for long periods of time. When I'm at the gym, it's usually active for when I'm on the weights, and then I'm a bit more introspective unless I watch a video while I'm on the treadmill. Another story tax paid off, yeah. It's been so long I've actually forgot how much Vigil I had in it. One of the biggest bangers of the side stories. Shame you can't play the old boss rush stage. Not all side stories as good as Babel though, keep that in mind. Oh, sure, there's, you know. Obviously so far for me, like, Long Trail's been great. This was really good as well. I'd say this might be second to Long Trail for me at the minute. Night Knights. I've still got a real soft spot for Granny and the Knight's Treasure though. Honestly, I have. I really enjoyed that. I think I enjoyed that because it was so low stakes. Do you know what I mean? It was so low stakes, like. "67 years of story and content." Babel is probably a bit better than Long Trail, then you got 14, 15 and massive travels. After that, everything else pals a bit. There's got to be some side story stuff we've got to do in prep for main story, mainly the Laterano arc, but also the Abyssal arc. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the Abyssal stuff. This like Long Trail more after this and LT streams. Where's that? There's going to be... Oh yeah, I just read that. We're going to call Vigil and Babel side stories. Personally, like the Sui arc story on Netflix doesn't. Yo, yeah, man, that was a good ride. It was good seeing Scout and Ice again. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Ice. A hot minute. Like we've seen Scout pop back in certain bits and pieces, but we really haven't seen nothing from your boy since bro popped his clogs, have we? So if you want more context for Enfield. On Cloud's right, it just doesn't come together from a coherent story, and the way it tackles the Doctor's characters, that debate especially feels amateurish compared to how Vigilo did it earlier. Maybe. I mean, like, the real thing, the strong point of Lone Trail though is like the lead up to like the whole sky. Yo, Flicks, thank you very much for the 2, man. Appreciate it, bro. There's Bucko. Get some W's in chat as well, guys. Thank you very much, man. I suppose, like, I don't know. I just think... I mean, maybe sometimes it felt like there was too many moving parts than there needed to be, maybe. If that makes sense. And sometimes, yeah, I suppose it maybe did lose a bit of cohesion to some degree in some aspects. But I still really liked Babel, Lone Trail. One for the theme in general. And I just think it had a really good culmination and ending. Hell, you know. Fuck. I did like, you know, getting to see the preserver and everything like that. All that shit was cool. Like for me, I think like Lone Trail was like, I suppose it was less the writing side of things and more, more the actual overall aspect of it in terms of the. It was a cool premise. You know what I mean? And yeah, like that's I suppose that sci-fi part of me really like that. Babel into 14 was peak experience back to back. You're gonna love it. I'm looking forward to it. Lone Trail has big moments and a ton of good stuff too. Just doesn't make as much of them as it should, in your opinion. So I'll get more context as I get more, maybe, and I'll look back and be like, yeah, maybe. Lone Trail's bullet point summary is amazing, which is why lackluster execution stands out. Maybe. I really enjoyed it though. It was so good when I played it. It was literally addicted to the entire thing in a few days. Lone Trail had to mix a couple of different plot lines, which is why they aren't all incredibly flat. Yeah, I think that's what it's like, as I was saying. Felt like it was maybe trying to do too many things all at once to deal with too many moving parts. And I think, you know, when you do that, you struggle to, as you say, flesh out individual aspects as much. And sometimes it can be quantity of quality, can't it? Like. Oh yeah. All right, so Babel Friday bookos, Babel Friday bookos. Pardon me. I might start running this squad as well a little bit for some E1 stuff. Probably switch it up and change it out. Probably fetch Certa out as well. But yeah, we'll give it a whirl. We'll give it a whirl. Should we do these Ultrakill songs?
No need to turn your head.
Slap some
I will
Ultrakill
keep
in
my
you.
report brief.
You check it out.
How you going?
But yeah, as side stories go, as a bit more of a, I guess a vignette, if you will. Banging. It was good. It was. I really enjoyed it. I thought when we did the first chapter, and then I realised there wasn't any combat nodes, I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna fuck with this. I'm glad I decided to do it. I'm glad we ended up getting through it, because it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to read. It was enjoyable. It really was. My sanity, yeah, I ain't done anything today or yesterday. What we are gonna do though is we're gonna, because BVN has been asking for this, and I do want to do it. We're not gonna listen to the entire playlist. I might break it into a couple of parts because there's a lot. We'll do like 5. We'll do like 5, I think, because there's like 21 songs in the playlist, I think. Here we go. So I've never played. Down the wrong one. The fuck? Oh yeah, it's because I'm on that one. That's the right one. That's the right one. So I've never played Ultrakill. It's come out a couple of years ago, right? I remember seeing people play. It's like super fast-paced FPS, yeah. Never actually played it myself, but I've heard really good things. And we have a little bit of a playlist here that's been put in React Smash. There's 21 songs in this, so we'll split it up. If people like it, then we'll continue on. I tell you what, considering there's 21, let's break it down and do the first 5, then shall we? Some of these look like they've got insane amounts of views, and I saw a few people in Discord actually talking about these. So I'm expecting some good stuff. BVN did leave a little bit of context. In Ultrakill, you're a machine for which blood is fuel, and you're going mowing through the layers of hell, heavily inspired by Dante's Inferno. Each layer contains a couple of playable levels. Tracks are sorted by more or less when they happen in the game. I skipped a lot of tracks. The first 3 tracks can be skipped as they are in order, menu, shop, and first level themes. Okay, so the first 3 tracks can be skipped, can they? Well, we'll delve into them and give them a little bit. I'm expecting, because of that, they're probably looping, and we can get an idea of what they are in the first minute or so. So we'll listen to them, and then we'll go through then. But yeah, okay. I'm looking forward to this, because the type of gameplay it is, I'm expecting some some good stuff then. So let's start off with then. The fire is gone for piano, saxophone, and a trumpet. Let's hit the pause a second. Let's give it a preemptive like. As I say, 2.6 million views, man. Some of these are like, fuck. Holy shit. I didn't realise this music went so hard. Okay, then. What's the style? Considering the game it is, are we going down the route of, like, Doom-type music or something? I don't know. Anyway, let's listen. Okay, so we'll maybe not listen to the entire thing for the first 3, then. Is that what you're saying? Let's have a listen. Like the scratchy sort of gramophone audio there. Okay. Don't know what I was expecting, but I don't know if this is it, unless we're coming for a big drop. Do I need to play Ultrakill? So I'm hearing loads of good things about it. So we require blood for fuel, yeah? Ultrakill is such a blood rush, is it? It's just the main menu, yeah? Okay, so we don't get much more to build up. Okay, just got an idea of that then. Okay. Bro, I was not expecting this shit. My reactions are actually pretty good considering I'm a fucking boomer, as everybody likes to say. I actually got decent reactions. It's like the sort of stuff my granddad had listened to in his spare room upstairs. He'd whip the gramophone out to start listening to stuff like this. Whenever I hear anything like this, I just get transported back to Fallout, you know? Even if it's not a song from Fallout, it just yoinks me into Fallout, you know? The shop is soothing after every level. Oh, is this like the come down from the, I love this sort of stuff, I do. Way before all of our times, but I fuck with it, man. Can't beat the classics, you know what I mean? Reminds me of the old BGMs from old cartoons. Yeah, kind of, yeah. and stuff like our grandparents and great-grandparents was vibing to after they'd just been blasted in the war. You know? Yeah, this is a chill tune for the shop, actually. I'm interested in what the rest of it's kind of like, though. Because, like, from what I've seen in the gameplay, I feel like this stuff's not playing in the background, surely, right? I feel like it's got to be some heavy-hitting, hard shit. And this is like a juxtaposition to the rest of the game, where you can just take a breather and be like, fuck, shit. Let me take a moment, you know? I genuinely did not expect stuff like this to be in the shop and that, though. I honestly didn't think we'd see anything like this at all. It's kind of interesting. The best pieces are left for last in the playlist. Do we jump forward to some of them then, do we? Do we jump forward to some of them? Or like that fade out to echo into the distance. It almost gives it a creepy, ominous vibe, that does. It really does. Into the fire. Could just listen to the tenor of Rosso sang as it doesn't fit into the main campaign. Is that in this playlist as well? Bro, I feel like I'm in the back rooms. Does it make me anxious? Ooh. Okay. This is more like what I was maybe expecting. Okay, this is dirty. This goes hard. Feels like a bit of a drum and bass jungle mix in there, this does. I feel like I didn't play this game just because of this music. Game's super fast paced then, yeah? Boys, I think we might have another heavy day gym playlist edition. Yeah, I played Titanfall too. I love Titanfall. Oh. What does this make me think of Kashin? I don't know if any of you guys have ever listened to Kashin. Love them. Okay, damn. I shouldn't have put this off. These are fire. Okay. Alright, this is fucking dirty. I like this. Which one was you saying the one I need to really listen to? This one here. Pagan Church. I kind of really want to listen to that now. I don't want to listen to all of these though. Peace off, YouTube. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, dude. I could really vibe with this sort of stuff when you're speeding through a level, just slapping the shit out of enemies. This has got like a 16-bit, almost 8-bit vibe to it as well. Do you know what I mean? But I feel like this could fit into like a SNES game. You guys weren't wrong about the Ultrakill bangers then, yeah. These are bangers, aren't they? People in Limbo later punished simply because they either didn't believe in anything or were just born before Christ. Damn, rip to those people born too early then. Sucks to suck. Oh shit. Like legit. Holy shit, man. I'm gonna have to have a listen for all of these. I feel like there's gonna be loads of fucking tracks on here that are gonna go straight into my gym playlist. Like, this is another one. Great for biceps. Great for shoulders. Getting the dumbbell raises in, you know what I mean? Or as Sate would say, the lats. Train the lats, boys. Some latsing. Dumbbell raises. Yeah, yo, these are bangers. I need to listen to this one you're suggesting then. Let's go all the way down. I need to listen to more of these. Oh, we're gonna have to listen to more of these. What's this one as well? Oh, damn. Is it this one here? Kagan Church, yeah? Kagan Church, Tenebra Rosso. Ultrakill P2 theme #1. Dude, that artwork's kind of fire. Oh, shit. And this has got 4.6 million views. Okay, so from what I've heard so far, bangers. Actual bangers. Wild the game OST to the store OST. That polar opposite. That polar opposite. Like that chill, old school relaxed vibe into that just dirty fucking beats and that high tempo as well. I'm here for that switch up though. I'm here for that switch up. Order is a good one as well, is he? Order is another secret level. An earlier track in the playlist called Requiem contains a lay motif for Order. Okay, then maybe we'll have to listen to those as well. Maybe we'll even listen to them in some separate videos to upload. But this one's Kagan Church, Tenebra Rosso Sanguine? Thanks, Summer. Ultrakill P2 theme #1. All right, I'm hyped. I'm hyped because so far, these have been fire. Artwork's dope as well. It's really cool. Is that who you should play as then? What is this? Okay. Oh, it makes sense. The Keegan Church or Keegan Church. it sounds like it's actually... It's got the effect that it almost like you're listening to it in a church, in a cathedral. It's Latin for blood red darkness. Okay. Oh! Oh, shit. Straight into that heavy shit. Fuck. Like, this is kind of different to what I was expecting, but it makes sense now when you connect it to, like, the lore of what you explained in regards to Dante's Inferno and hell and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, it makes sense, like, the sort of church-sounding sort of connection. I genuinely didn't expect this. I was just expecting, like, maybe, like, sort of like a Doom vibe. You know, it being Timu Doom, if I'm honest. But this is totally different, and I'm really liking it. That switch from that sort of, like, church experience into that fucking heavy rip. Again, though, this seems to retain that sort of, like, I can't help but see this, like, 16-bit, 8-bit sort of SNES feel to it as well. Oh. I like the layers to this. You'll have a listen to Cybergrind too. Yeah, I'm down to listen to more of this. I'm quite fascinated by this, actually. What a mixture. Oh. Feels like we're desecrating the church with this one, boys. Holy shit. That's headbanger shit. This is like mosh pit shit, man. Oh, dude, this goes so hard. Oh my days. That's an experience. That is genuinely an experience, that is. How have I never heard music from this guy? Like, I've never played the game. I've heard of the game, and I've seen people playing it, especially as B-roll for games, videos like. Oh, damn. That's like a fucking, that's an experience, that is. Holy cow, there's some... Man, I need to listen to the entire playlist. Did you say order was good as well? Holy crap, bro. Again, am I tripping? But do you guys hear that even in this as well, especially in the other track? Am I tripping to think there's this sort of like 16-bit layer to it in a sense? You know what I mean? That almost gives it this sort of like it just makes me think of like SNES, like that's what I picture. And the imagery as well on here as well does that, because this looks like something that you'd see on a cartridge back in the day. Do you know what I mean? But it's sort of got that sort of like, I don't know if it's an effect in post-production that's been added to it, or it's something they've done as it's recorded or what. But it just seems to have that sort of feel to it. Like it like reduces it down almost to a little bit to give it that sort of like, I don't know, like I don't know if it's like a digital effect or what, but damn, that is dope. Let's have a look at this order. So we're getting this like 16-bit look here again, right? So what's this one then? This is order. Okay, this is 7 minutes. So this might be like looping because it's like BGS. Do we need the entire 7 minutes here, or is it worth the 7 minutes? Oh, hold on. I need to pull that back. You could definitely see the themes applied into these, to what the game is about. Loops in the middle. So it's about 3.5 minutes. Okay. And this is a boss fight. I've found new gaming music here that I'm really liking. Ooh, a little bit of drum and bass in the back there as well, yeah. What's kind of have a sort of a jungle feel to it? Like muted in the background now. What is with this imagery as well? This is a hype boss theme. It's so jarring not hearing those lines mixed in. Why should there be some lyrics or something here, should there? This is going on the gym playlist. It's going on the gym playlist. One good thing though, boys. Sucks we have to wait to get back to the gym. We're going to have a whole new bunch of additions to slam onto the gym playlist when we get back though, which I'm looking forward to. Oh, he meant the boss's voice lines. Ah, okay. Again? Do you see what I'm talking about? That sort of like 16-bit Mega Drive NES kind of like vibe that comes in. That sort of like digital aspect to it. Boss lines are just ingrained when this shit pops off. You know what? This is kind of making me want to get the game. I might grab the game actually. But it's probably cheap at the moment, isn't it? Okay, I think this is where we're going into the loop, right? Holy shit. I'm going to have to listen to some more of these. We'll listen to some more of these because, yes, these are really, I didn't expect this. I thought I was just going to get, like I say, something a bit like a Timu version of like Doom music. You know what I mean? Some like a lesser version of like Gordon's music, or totally different. Like a interesting mix of stuff there, and I've really, it's just so weird. I'm just still thinking we went from that intro music to the store music into that other shit as well, and it all works, man. It really all works. If I'm correct, most of the tracks are composed by the lead dev himself. Damn, multi-talented dude, don't you? Because these are actually really interesting. Yeah, I'll vibe with this. I think this might, I don't think I've ever done this before, where I've listened to music from a game and that's made me want to get the game. This actually makes me want to get the game. I might actually pick this game up, man. Actually, hold up. Oh, that falls, is it, what's Menace? 20 quid. Ooh, might have to cop. Might have to cop, boys. Might have to cop, lads. Might have to make that happen. Thank you for letting me know about these, because I probably would have never listened to these tracks. Man, you guys have been killing it with the music suggestions. Keep them coming. We're going to listen to some more of these, just like we're going to listen to some more of the Warframe stuff. And if I upload this as a video, if you're still watching the video, let me know if you want more of these things, and we'll continue to do them. Get in the Discord, throw up your reactions. It doesn't have to be gacha. It can be anything really within the gaming sphere that we can react to. Keep it gaming, no, and yeah, keep up these insane suggestions and tunes to check out, guys, because this was an experience. Actually, this was an experience, man. This got me going, and I'm feeling it. I really enjoyed that. I was a good suggestion. BVM, man. W. I do know a lot of good game music. I do know. Yeah, man. Stick it in React Smash. Stick it in React Smash. It can be anything. Like I say, it doesn't even. I definitely do want some EPs. Like, forget some EPs for Genshin, Zenless. You know, proper EPs, like where they're proper songs, like a full song. You know what I mean? Full on song, and then hit me with the BGMs, the OSTs, login music, anything, what it might be. You know, if you've just not everything's going to be made into videos, like just for us to experience. You know, like whether it's like how that we had the store music. You know, if there's a game you've played and you've been sitting in the store going, shit, this slaps. Stick it in React Smash, man. We'll check it out. We'll check it out. I'll make a Trails and maybe. Yeah. Defo. Yeah, it reminds me of Nikkei Boss OST. It's always a pause moment, but to listen to with the, yeah. Arknights does that a few times, actually. It was like, fuck, what was the stage? Where like, I felt, was it the Sanguinage stage? I think it might have been, yeah. Or it was another one. And it was just like, I was happy I didn't do it straight away. I'd made the silly mistake because like, I get a chance to listen to the OST properly here, and I'm here for that. Did I miss the background story of Rhodes Island, or it has happened? We just did Vigilo. We just did Vigilo. Last time I streamed Ultrakill on max difficulty to my friends at 3 AM. They were so overwhelmed. It was funny. I do like fast-paced games. I do, you know. I've streamed a few times. Some boomer shooters on the channel a couple of times. You know my Babel statement, I just read the title. No worries. But yeah, guys, I'm going to call it there. Honestly, the stream's gone on longer than I anticipated, but it's because I yapped for a while. I know I said we was going to play some Enfield today, but I'm going to leave it. I'm going to chill. I'm going to catch you Rosie for a bit. So I will be back tomorrow. Limbus tomorrow, guys. And then if we've got time, we roll it over into some Enfield as well, guys. Okay. And then Wednesday, I think maybe we do some more Limbus as well. And Yeah, and I think Thursday, full day of Enfield. Friday, Babel. We roll into the big one. Yo, Dracnus, what's up, dude? Friday, I'll be there live. No worries, man. Hope to see you there. I'm excited, guys. I can't wait. Vigilo has been a nice pre-drinks. It's been a nice pre-drinks. So hopefully the real deal's the real deal. Yeah. But anyway, guys, enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll catch you later, yeah? Ta-ra.